Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the October meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We have a very full agenda today, and we really need to get through it all. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Nick and Debbie to start us off. Good morning, you two.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I just have a couple of quick announcements to make before we get started. Today's virtual meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place and permits local government bodies to use communications media technology like Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 899-9906-6738#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 899-9906-6738. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item on today's agenda may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 229, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications, on behalf of the chair of the board, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice on lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before we begin, I'd just like to swear in any members of staff who will be testifying at today's meeting. So can you state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you both. That's all for me.
Thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, you are correct. We have a very full agenda. This morning, the first item would be for the approval of the minutes. And we had two meetings. The September 8th, 2020 meeting minutes, and a second motion would be for the September 14th, 2020 meeting minutes.
Okay. Do we do them together, or do you have to do them separately?
I think we can do them together.
You can do them together.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Nancy. Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Are you want a roll call, or do you?
You can do a voice vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? No. So moved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have three requests for continuances this morning, so I'm going to go through those very quickly. The first application is HPB 190365. This is 1225 and 1235 Lenox. This application has actually been withdrawn by the applicant, so no action is required for this. They will not be before you. We have worked out a restoration plan with them at an administrative level, so they no longer require board approval. The next application is requesting a continuance. This is HPB file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. Again, staff has been working with the architect to design the building in accordance with the board's comments, and they are requesting a continuance to the November 10th meeting. We have no objection to this, and I do not see anyone with their hand up for this one. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? No, there is not, Mr. Chair, so we can get a motion on that.
Okay. May I have for the continuance, can I have
So moved.
Rick? Was that you? Oh, Barry, sorry. Barry, did you make the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have a second? Okay, thank you, Rick. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So moved.
Okay, and the last request for continuance this morning is HPB file 20-0381. This is 928 Ocean Drive. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the November meeting. They knew we were going to have a 6-member board today and would like to be continued to the November to hopefully be before a full 7-member board.
Okay.
Staff has no objection to the request.
Okay, thank you.
And there's no, I don't see anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item.
Okay, do we have a motion? We do. Who would like to make the motion? Okay, and second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed? Was that you, Scott? Opposed? No.
No,
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moved. Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. So we are moving on to the regular applications this morning. The first item on your agenda is the North Shore Historic District Tatum Waterway expansion. This is a presentation by the City of Miami Beach Planning Department to the board of the formal historic designation report. I do have a brief visual presentation that I think, PJ, could you pull up the staff presentation? Perfect, thank you. This is HPB file 20-0435. Again, this is the North Shore Historic District Tatum Waterway expansion. Just a brief bit of background on this. So the designation report that was sent to you has an extremely detailed background with regard to the history of this particular designation. Most recently, the city manager initiated the renoticing of this particular area of the North Shore Historic District. So that was on September 1st. The city manager actually submitted an application initiating the designation process. On September 14th, the Historic Preservation Board held a special meeting. That meeting was noticed in accordance with 118-591E, whereby a mail notice was actually given to all of the property owners within the proposed historic district, and the designation was also published in the Miami Herald. The preliminary evaluation was published in the Miami Herald. At the September 14th meeting, staff gave a brief presentation, and the board voted to instruct staff to prepare a formal designation report, which is why we're before you today. When the board voted to instruct staff to prepare the designation report, the interim procedures for demolition were also enacted. The interim procedures for demolition began when the board gave staff that direction and will expire within 60 days of that vote unless extended by the board. So part of the presentation and the request today is to extend the interim procedures for demolition, which staff is recommending that you approve today, as well as issue a favorable recommendation to the city's planning board and the city commission with regard to the designation. On your screen, you can see the proposed boundaries. So in the shaded area is the boundary of the Tatum Waterway expansion of the North Shore Historic District. The area of the North Shore District adjacent to the east was previously designated. So this would be a non-contiguous expansion of that. It's generally bounded by 77th Street on the south, Hawthorne Avenue and Crespi Boulevard on the west, 87th Street on the north, and Tatum Waterway Drive and Byron Avenue to the east. Okay, next. Some very interesting historical background, and I think that the best way to really understand this is through looking at the aerial photographs. The top photograph is from 1941, which is obviously prior to the start of World War II. And the bottom image is from 1954. That is after World War II. And you can see the incredible amount of development. So prior to the 20th century, much of this land surrounding the Tatum Waterway was purchased by Henry Lum from the federal government for 35 cents an acre, which is incredible, for the purpose of establishing a commercial coconut farm. That coconut farm was actually quite extensive up the east coast of Florida from Key Biscayne to Jupiter. While the subdivision of this particular area began following the end of World War I, the area along the Tatum Waterway was not subdivided or developed until after World War II. During the early 1940s, the city's population exploded. Land values also significantly increased. The changing economy and demand for housing following World War II spurred the planning and subdivision of this area of the city. The Tatum Waterway subdivision was also the last major subdivision platted by the city, and that was in 1946. Next slide. So the architecture, the significant architecture within this area is primarily in the post-war modern style of architecture. This was a style that was popular throughout the country after 1942 through the mid-1960s. In Miami Beach and in the greater Miami area, this particular style, which is known as MIMO, is actually a local adaptation of that post-war modern style. Characteristics I have outlined on the screen: horizontal emphasis, flat roofs with broad overhangs, exterior catwalks, exterior staircases, projecting window boxes, space-age design elements. We often see decorative metal and block railings. We also see a significant amount of landscape integrated into the architecture, as well as special accent materials, including crab orchard stone, slump brick, and mosaic tile. Next slide. So when evaluating this particular area, staff has found that the expansion area of the North Shore Historic District is eligible for designation. We do believe it complies with the following criteria as specified in 118.592 of the City Code. It's important to note, while there are 8 criteria, only one criteria is required to be satisfied in order to determine if an area is eligible for district designation. Number 1, association with events that have made a significant contribution to the history of the city, county, state, or nation. Again, staff believes that the architecture within this particular neighborhood, as well as the development pattern, directly reflects the turn of events following World War II. 88 of the 104 buildings were constructed between the years of 1942 and 1965. This was a time of unprecedented development in Miami Beach and South Florida. We really put this type of architecture into a different scale in terms of the amount of buildings that were being constructed, and also defined a new era of resort residential and resort hotel development. Again, Miami Beach's connection to World War II impacted the amount of development, as the city was a major training ground and redistribution center for the U.S. Army Air Forces prior to World War II. After the war was over, many of the soldiers did return here and needed housing. Number 3, embody the distinctive characteristics of a historical period, architectural design style, or method of construction. As previously mentioned, the architecture within this district exemplify the post-war modern style, as previously noted. Number 7, be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This is satisfied. This particular area was listed on the National Register of Historic Places on November 18th, 2009, as part of a greater area of the North Shore National Register District. And finally, number 8, consists of a geographically defined area that possesses a significant concentration of site, buildings, or structures unified by historically significant past events, or aesthetically by plan, physical development, whose components may lack individual distinction. Staff has found that approximately 65% of all of the structures within the proposed district are contributing to the district. So we do believe that is a significant concentration. Again, that would be 67 out of the 104 buildings listed. Next slide. So this is a map. This is a color-coded map that shows the contributing buildings that staff has identified. Again, that's 67 out of the 104. Staff has included in the designation report the National Register classifications as well as the recommended local classifications. You will notice that there are some changes to that, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any particular building if you would like to talk about that more as individual in terms of contributing versus non-contributing. But we were able to, again, this is probably the 4th time staff has actually had the opportunity to go out to the field and look at the buildings much more closely, not only on site, but also back at the office by cross-referencing historical documentation of the buildings. So that list is attached to the designation report. And next slide. The next few slides are some photographic examples of buildings throughout the district. So PJ, if we could just flip through those. Thank you. Next. Okay, and that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions or provide you with any additional information that you may need.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Debbie. Does anybody on the board have any questions?
I have a question.
Rick.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but why would this not have been included in the original district?
So if you look at the designation report, the history of this goes back to really shortly after the National Register listing. This expansion was designated later. That is currently the subject of a court opinion, which is why it's back before you. Initially, it was included in the designation. So what happens after the board recommends designation is we are required to notify the City Commission. City Commission has 60 days in which they can modify, deny, or set specific time limits for the preparation of a designation report. Back in, was it 2016? Let me see. The history again goes back to 2014 for this particular area. This portion of the North Shore National Register District was actually removed by the Mayor and City Commission at the time. Later, it was brought back in at the request of the mayor and city commission.
Got it. Okay.
And we actually brought that to you as the expansion, which is what we're bringing again to you. It's a very complex history. So,
And does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, one question. Debbie, I know you mentioned you went through the district, I think 4 times and kind of went over the list of buildings and everything. And I apologize again if you touched on this in the presentation, but is your list in the report I'm looking at that shows contributing and non-contributing buildings, is that sort of your current list most up to date of what you believe is contributing and not contributing? And I ask that because obviously we've had a lot of issues on this board with when someone comes to us for demo and there's a question whether a building should be contributing or not. And, you know, we always go back and forth with that. So I'm just wondering if this is like your most up to date.
So it was, a month or 2 ago, we re-looked at this. We actually went out to the field. We had to make some adjustments. There was actually one building that was demolished. So we had to correct that on the list. This is our most recent recommended list of classifications.
I just wanted to confirm that.
We have 2 buildings in the National Register District that were listed as non-contributing that staff believes are contributing. So we are recommending that change. And there are 7 that the National Register had listed as contributing that we're recommending be non-contributing. Again, when the National Register nomination was prepared back in, I guess it was 2007, when we surveyed this area, the survey consisted of, I think it was well over 500 buildings. I think it was close to 800 buildings. And when you're doing that type of property survey, you do not have the ability to look at each specific property with the amount of detail that we are able to once we narrow that down. The process of local designation, when we look at smaller areas, really allows staff to research each individual building to determine if anything was missed or incorrect in terms of the National Register listing. And in this case, we do believe there were some both ways that needed some correction.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. Do we have to have now public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing item. Before we open to the public, I wanted to ask any board members if they have any ex parte communications to disclose. And as a reminder, under the code, an ex parte communication is any written or oral communication with any member of the board which may directly or indirectly influence the disposition of an application other than those that are made on the record at the public hearing.
Just have a question, just a question about that. There was at our last hearing discussion of that, and I just want to say, to the best of my knowledge, I have had no communication regarding this issue since our last meeting, our last hearing. And the only prior communication I've had was with staff and the staff attorney, the attorney representing the city, just outlining what the process was.
Thank you, Barry. I should have been clear. So since the board has made disclosures on this item previously, the only disclosures you would need to make now are of any communications you've had since our last meeting.
Thank you, Nick. So hearing none, we'll move on then to public comment. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Daniel Seraldo first.
And Daniel, before you begin, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Daniel Serraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We're in support of the the process, whether it's redesignation or new designation, and we look forward to moving this to the next phase. I guess so. My only question is, I didn't realize that there were 7 contributing buildings that are now being recommended as non-contributing, and I'm just curious if that is a change in between the last time the area was designated locally, or is that compared to the original National Register designation? I just want to make sure things haven't, fallen through the cracks and there aren't any major buildings that are now non-contributing for whatever political reasons or expediency. So I'd appreciate some information on that. But overall, we're very happy finally again for the second time to have this neighborhood protected, and thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you, Daniel. Debbie, can you answer that question? Or
Yes. So the buildings that we are recommending compared to the National Register nomination, going from contributing to non-contributing, are the same as we had recommended previously in the local district designation. Again, the 2 that we are recommending be classified contributing that were previously in the National Register district non-contributing are also the same as the previous local district designation. I have images of some of those if the board members would like to see them. But this is consistent with the previous presentation of the local district.
okay.
We do have one more speaker, which is Joni Armstrong Coffey. Joni?
Joni, I think you're on mute.
I'm having some trouble.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Ms. Tackett and Mr. Kalergis. I'm Joni Armstrong Coffey with the Ackerman Law Firm, and I am privileged to represent YTech Properties, which is a major property owner in the Tatum Waterway neighborhood. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to ask Ms. Tackett, who is your professional staff for this item today, a few questions about procedure and about the designation itself. Is that possible? Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Tackett.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Holidays like yesterday are not so holidays anymore, but I wanted to ask you if the September 14 staff report that's provided with today's agenda is the correct staff report for today's board meeting.
We have a designation report, which would be dated October 13th,
and that's
along with the staff memo that is the correct report for today's meeting.
So are you saying that the presentation that you just gave is a supplement or a modification of the September 14th staff report?
The September 14th staff analysis was the preliminary evaluation for the possible district designation. Today's staff memo and report is the formal historic designation report, which is dated October 13th, today's date.
I saw your slide presentation just now. Is there a comprehensive report other than the one that is?
Yes. Yes, there is.
It's not fine, does it?
You faded away.
Let me try again. The expanded report that you mentioned does not appear on today's agenda. Is that correct?
It should be on today's agenda.
Let's just move on for a minute. I'm going to work a little bit from the September 14 report, and please let me know if you have trouble hearing me. I've had some internet problems this morning. I believe that the process for designation listed in the September 14 report is the same as would be for today. Is that correct?
It's one process with many steps.
Correct.
So we are on the formal the presentation of the formal designation.
As listed in the September 14 report, that would be step 5. Is that correct?
I believe that's accurate. I don't have the September 14th report in front of me to refer to.
When did the prior step take place? Step 4.
Can you, again, I don't have the September 14th report in front of me. Can you outline the step? Can you read the step?
I'd be happy to. And I apologize, but I don't have from the agenda today a modified report for today's agenda. So reading it, it says the City Commission is notified of the board's decision and the initial boundaries proposed for designation. Within 60 days of the vote of the board to direct preparation of a designation report, the City Commission may, by 5/7 vote, deny or modify the proposed request.
So the city did issue an LTC on September 17th, advising the City Commission of the board's action and advising the commission that they had the 60 days in which they could modify, deny, or set specific timeframes for the designation.
And just to be clear, LTC is a letter to the commission?
That is correct.
And 60 days obviously have not transpired since that letter, correct?
Correct.
And there's not been any City Commission meeting at which step 4 was considered, correct?
No, there hasn't been, and there may not be. It's up to it's at the sole discretion of the commission whether they would like to consider this or not in that 60-day period.
Thank you. After today, if the board should recommend designation for the data area, are there any steps that contemplate that the City Commission would have another chance to review a proposed designation prior to the final designation decision?
So the City Commission currently has the 60 days in which to modify or deny the request. That doesn't change. If the board recommends that the designation move forward today, there would be a recommendation to the city's planning board and to the City Commission. That would be 3 separate hearings in front of, again, 1 in front of the planning board for a recommendation and 2 in front of the City Commission. So that 60-day window, I believe, expires sometime in mid-November. This application obviously has not been scheduled for a planning board hearing at this point because the board needs to make a recommendation, either in favor or the board could actually stop the designation today if they do not believe the particular area satisfies the designation criteria.
If the board recommends designation today, will the planning department move ahead with the full Tatum Waterway neighborhood as suggested in the September 14 recommendation?
So if the board recommends that this area be designated today, then the planning department would need to separately notice a hearing in front of the city's planning board. That has not been done, but that would be required to occur in order for planning board to review. That would be the next step.
Exactly. So it would recommend based on, well, let me back up for a minute. Do you know if since September 14th, anyone has spoken with the city commissioners regarding whether they wish to have a modification to the recommendation of the historic?
I do not know that.
Do you know if any of them wanted to change the boundaries of the proposed designation?
I have not heard anything. All I know is that they were made aware of the board's action.
Do you know,
Ms. Armstrong-Coffey, how much additional time do you think you'll need? Because your first clock has run. I gave you a little additional time. How much time would you like?
Well, I actually need a bit of time because this is an irregular procedure. And I need to ask Ms. Tackett some specific questions about the merits of historic designation. So I would think at least 10 to 15 minutes. This is the designation recommendation phase, and it is the public hearing.
Okay, I'll set the clock at 10 minutes and then we can revisit if we need to.
I really appreciate that. I do. In other words, I take it, Ms. Tackett, from what you're saying, that you don't have any personal knowledge of whether the city commissioners have been consulted or whether they would wish to have any changes made to the proposed designation. Is that correct?
The only personal knowledge I have is that they were notified in writing of the board's action.
Were you told to expedite this matter?
Excuse me?
Were you told to expedite the designation prior to the 60-day period for the city commission?
That is something we discussed internally in terms of timing, and we didn't see any reason why we should delay the designation report.
Do you know of any reason to expedite?
No. There was the important thing today in terms of expediting, and I wouldn't use the word expediting necessarily, because this was noticed in terms of the required 30-day notice. The interim procedures for demolition has also been advertised for today. So that particular aspect of the designation, there is a timing issue. So that was noticed, and that will expire prior to the, I think that expires, again, I don't have the specific date, in November. And that's why we are bringing this to the board today, to have that extended and to make a recommendation on the designation report. Again, we didn't see any reason why this should have been delayed.
Do you have any reason to believe that there's a material risk that any properties in the Tatum Waterway neighborhood will be subject to?
I don't know the answer. I don't have any knowledge of that.
If we could turn to the merits of the historic designation, it's brief, and I appreciate your time. You have likely seen that 2 documents that include your 2016 professional recommendation have been submitted for today's hearing. Have you seen those documents?
Which documents are you referring to?
The October 11, 2016 and the December 5th, 2016 staff recommendations with respect to the designation of Tatum Waterway.
Which staff recommendations? To the Historic Preservation Board, to the Planning Board, or to the City Commission?
On October 11 to the Historic Preservation Board, and on December 5th to the...
Ms. Coffey, I don't have those in front of me, so I will do my best to answer any questions you have with regard to those previous staff analysis.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I would, because those have been submitted, ask that you move those 2 recommendations into the record at this time. And then I'd like to ask Ms. Tackett, to the best she recalls, a couple of questions about those.
Nick, would you explain that to us, please?
I believe the documents Ms. Coffey is referring to are documents that were sent via email, and I believe they are in the record. Let me see. Ms. Coffey, are you referring to the? Can you just itemize them for me one more time so I can confirm that they've already been submitted?
Sure, they are listed in the agenda today as, these are not listed as items, but as commission memorandum and commission minutes, I believe, late in the list of attachments on the agenda.
Yes, I see them. They were timely submitted, and we uploaded them to the agenda materials. Debbie, do you have them? I can forward you the email.
I do not have them in front of me. Okay. Obviously, I'm using my computer for the Zoom, so I can look at them on my phone if you forward them to me. But anyways, I think we I'm happy to keep moving through this, and if I need to refer to them, we can pause to do that. But at this point, I think we can, I'm happy to answer any questions Ms. Coffey has with regard to those.
Excuse me, Ms. Joni, I have a question, Nick. Hasn't all this been gone through before in previous meetings? Why we're at a point to look at the designation and either approve it or disapprove it. Bringing up these meetings from past years and past months have already been addressed, have they not?
Well, I can't speak to what other questions Ms. Coffey may be planning on asking, but she does have a right under the code to cross-examine staff.
Oh, no question. I just don't want to go over the bridge many times over the same points that have been already addressed.
I understand.
Because we have severe time restrictions here. Okay, Ms. Coffey, continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, to reassure you, the issue is a comparison between the prior staff recommendation and today's recommendation. So in 2016, Ms. Tackett, the staff report said that about 88 of 104 buildings within the possible Tatum Waterway expansion were were contributing or were some historic significance. Today's report says that there are 67.
So I don't have that. I think 88, and then now it's 80. I think it's still 88 because the one that was demolished, I think, was pre-war. Were constructed during the post-war period. So the post-war period is generally there. You know, there's a few different ways to look at it, but the city takes it from 1942 to 1965 in terms of the significant architecture of the post-war period. So the 88 buildings were built in that period, which is again is the post-war period, which is why this area, part of why it's significant. Contributing versus non-contributing is something different. Just because a building was built during the post-war period doesn't necessarily mean it's contributing. If it had been altered, for example, to the point where it would not be able to be restored. So the previous, again, I don't have the previous designation memo in front of me, but I'm not sure if it actually contained a recommended classification of contributing versus non-contributing. Just that, you know, the number, the 88 number of 105 were constructed during the post-war period.
If I might be able to shorten this a little bit, if you allow me to read.
Absolutely.
Of North, which includes Normandy Isles and the Tatum Water District, staff identified large non-contributing structures which they believe interrupted the continuity of a proposed local historic district. Specifically on Tatum Waterway, there are contributing buildings and large non-contributing buildings that interrupt the continuity of architectural features, style, and period of construction. You go on to say, for example, on Tatum Waterway Drive, there is a lack of cohesiveness seen in terms of scale and quality of buildings in the area. Has anything changed in the Tatum Waterway area?
Okay, well, first, I think that is somewhat taken out of context because I also said
Ms. Tackett, if I could please finish the question.
No.
I thought you had finished
Excuse
the
me,
question.
Mr. Chairman. This is your outside counsel, Jeffrey Bass. The witness is entitled to answer the question as posed. Ms. Tackett, you can answer the question.
There was no question. There was no question. I read a segment and I wanted to ask if there was something that had changed in the Tatum.
Right, you did ask that.
There was a question.
Not complete question.
Okay, then I would suggest you withdraw what you started and start from scratch so the witness can understand what's being put to the witness.
Right, let me try one more time. Ms. Tackett, I apologize if the question is compound. I had intended for you to be able to see these documents, which is why we submitted them ahead of time. So my question is whether there's anything physical that has changed in the Tatum Waterway neighborhood that you are aware of that is different from the physical situation when you initially provided that professional staff recommendation, presumably your independent staff recommendation. professional.
In our previous recommendation, we did note that the area of the Tatum Waterway was eligible for historic designation, and I do not believe anything has changed since then in terms of the context, except for one particular building was demolished in the area. Everything else, I believe, is pretty much the same.
Thank you very much. And in fact, the current September 14th staff report on page 11 reads, while a comprehensive historical resources survey was performed by the Planning Department in 2017, additional review will be required to formally document any changes that have occurred in this area since 2017. Have you performed a comprehensive historical resources survey prior to today?
Yes.
That is the subject of your report that was orally provided at the beginning of this hearing, correct?
Correct. That is the report dated October 13th.
Thank you very much. One more series of questions with regard to sea level rise, if I might. The staff recommendation for the designation provides that staff would recommend that prior to the presentation of a formal historic designation report, that design guidelines for the district be developed to allow for more flexibility and encourage sustainable and resilient development. Have any such guidelines, design guidelines, been recommended as of today?
I thank you for bringing that up, actually, because that is a section of the October 13th report that I did fail to go through verbally with the board, although it is contained within the report. So we have updated our analysis with regard to Chapter 133, which is where the sea level rise criteria are outlined in the code. And there are criteria for the board to consider when reviewing ordinances, resolutions, or recommendations. We did respond to those criteria and noted that this particular area is vulnerable to the impacts of sea level rise pursuant to the city's adopted projections. We do believe, however, that the proposal does have the potential and will increase the resiliency of the city with respect to sea level rise. Since the previous report back in, was it 2017? It's hard for me to keep these dates straight. The city has enacted additional sea level rise criteria for certificate of appropriateness. So individually, when projects do become before the board in this particular area, staff will include an analysis of the sea level rise criteria that are required when reviewing any request for modification of the area. So that has been updated in terms of today's analysis. We do believe that the sea level rise criteria, review criteria, will enable the board to make the most appropriate decisions regarding the vulnerability of these particular buildings when anything is proposed. So we are confident that this will, this is compatible with the city's sea level rise mitigation and resiliency efforts.
Can you identify those design guidelines for me?
You're looking at a previous report that references design guidelines. The city has taken on an initiative to explore resiliency guidelines in historic districts. That has been developed, that will actually be presented for anyone who's watching at the City Commission meeting tomorrow. So we're all excited about that, and hopefully anyone who's watching who's interested will read that sea level rise. It's called Buoyant City Design Guidelines for Resiliency in Historic Districts, and we'll support that at the commission tomorrow. But in the October 13th report, the report that's being presented today, we are not recommending that.
And those guidelines that will be presented tomorrow at the City Commission meeting are for certificate of appropriate stage and not?
No, those are more holistic, conceptual set of guidelines to deal with a much broader issue throughout our 14 local historic districts within the city regarding resilience.
And those are conceptual for the COA.
I mean, not specifically for the C of A, no.
Would they apply? Would any of them apply at the designation stage?
No.
Thank you.
The designation stage is not, maybe I don't understand the question.
No, your answer was exactly. Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have for Ms. Tackett this time. She's been very helpful and I appreciate it. I would like for the record to ask the board to defer this item. The 60 days contemplated by the code for the City Commission to act have not passed. Under the Sunshine Law, the City Commission can only make decisions collegially. There's been no City Commission meeting at which the board's prior recommendation has been considered. This is a hyper-expedited designation process. We're not close to the end of the conclusion of the 60 days. This action today, we would contend, puts the board out of compliance with the Sunshine Law, and the effect of it is to call into question the confidence that one might have in the designation procedures, because it's being driven in part by a concern that is not based in fact. There's no indication that demolition may occur. There is no indication that that there is any reason to have this expedited process. And frankly, our client doesn't understand why it needs to be so fast and why there are no design guidelines or sea level rise regulations as required by the Dover Coal Report, incidentally, accompanying this. And we think that slowing this process down would allow the property owners in the Tatum Waterway neighborhood and the city to work toward regulations that could make designation work. Right now, we would contend it doesn't work for the evidence on the record and for the sea level rise reasons. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence and for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments and insights. Would you like to comment on that, Nick, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one comment to make. Actually, first, I'd like to ask staff to just confirm whether the formal designation report was included in today's agenda materials. And while staff is looking, I'd just like to respond on the one issue of the 60-day period. What the code specifically provides is that within 60 days of the vote by the HPB to instruct the planning department to prepare a designation report, the City Commission may, by 5/7 vote, deny or modify the proposed request for designation, as well as establish specific timeframes for the completion of the evaluation and recommendation or designation report. What the code does not provide is that 60-day period must transpire before the HPB votes on a designation report. The City Commission has 60 days, regardless of whether the HPB votes on the designation report within that period or after that period. So hypothetically, if at any point during the 60-day period following the HPB's vote in September, the City Commission decided to vote by 5/7 to deny or modify the request for designation, that action would be reflected in whatever ordinance is ultimately taken to the Planning Board and City Commission for 2 readings. But it's our position that 60-day period need not fully transpire before the HPB votes on the formal designation report. And the reason for that, under these circumstances, when the HPB is proceeding under the 5-day period to initiate a designation, is that once those 60 days expire, unless the board votes to extend the interim procedures for demolition, zoning in progress expires along with the 60-day period. So that's the basis for our recommendation. Debbie, were you able to verify on the as to whether the report was included in the agenda materials?
Looking online, Nick, I do not see the designation report posted.
Okay. If it, in that case, in an abundance of caution, my recommendation would be that the board vote today to extend the interim procedures and continue this matter to the next available meeting date, so that the board can consider and vote on the formal designation report.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Does the board have any comments to make?
Mr. Chair, before we, I believe David McKinney wanted to speak. I think he may have put his hand down. David, if you would like to speak, you can raise your hand. Okay, no. Oh, yes, he is here. David, are you here?
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm David McKinney, and I am speaking as a private citizen, but also as an architectural historian. The part of Ms. Coffey's, their questioning raised quite concerns for me in trying to compare two different reports. Oh, Nick, do I need to be sworn in?
I'm sorry, Mr. McKinney, you do need to be sworn in. Good catch. So do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll restart your clock.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be brief. As an architectural historian, I think the staff has they're more than made its case for the merits of this designation. The questioning that went on before implies that this process is static. It is not. It is dynamic. And one of the aspects of looking at a neighborhood is the architectural evolution. So elements that may have earlier appeared to be disrupt elements can then be shown later at a later date to show the architectural evolution. And that is also something that is captured in the guidelines for the city. With that, I just ask that we not try to pin things back into a certain date. The other aspects are in terms of contributing buildings and so forth. That is also a dynamic process. The most important aspect of it is that the building has to be a certain age to be they're considered as contributing. So elements like that will always be up to revision and their reconsideration. And as far as I can see from the documents posted by the staff, they have met every their aspect of indicating the merits of this designation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any further public comment?
I do not see any.
Hearing none, public comment is closed. Can we move on to board discussion?
Yes, go ahead.
Anybody have any comments to make? I don't see all of you, so therefore I can't tell unless you speak up.
No, I felt this was pretty set. Surprised where we're at. So I have no further comment.
Okay, Nancy?
I'm very confused about what has been stated by the attorney. It seemed to me that she was trying to find reasons why we shouldn't move ahead with something that we all know, with something that we have discussed many times in meetings. and why we would have to stop now and wait for 60 days for the commission to make a statement. The commission well understands this. I think that the attorney should go ask the city commission why they haven't responded in the 60 days that they had. This is just holding up an issue that is clear. I think that Ms. Tackett did a marvelous job at explaining everything that had to be explained. She has answered every question, and we have sat through all of this and listened, and there doesn't seem to be another reason for us to sit and wait for a 60-day period, wasting more time, coming back and forth for no reason. I think this is very clear. I think that the designation is very clear. And this is just another way to try to defer what is coming along very naturally as we understand it.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for those insightful comments. Anyone else have any comment?
Let me just ask Nick. Nick, in light of what we've heard today, could you state again what you are suggesting we as a board do right now?
Thanks for the question, and I appreciate it. In light of the fact that the formal designation report is for whatever reason missing from the agenda materials, my recommendation would be that the board vote today to extend the interim procedures for demolition and continue continue the board's consideration of the formal designation report to a future meeting. Both of those things should be extended to the same date. Staff is checking the notice requirement now because I want to make sure we have, that we are able to properly notice the date to which you'll be continuing the matter. But that would be my recommendation.
Okay, I have a question. This has been going on for an inordinate amount of time. I don't see why we shouldn't vote to send this to the commission with a favorable opinion today, since that's what we were supposed to be doing. I agree with Nancy. This has been gone over, and it's extremely clear to me that there should be no problem with this. I may be alone in that, but I don't see why we should keep postponing this unless there's a specific legal reason to do so.
There is, Mr. Chair, and I just in an abundance of caution, I mean, my strong recommendation would be that the board continue it. I'd like the agenda and the record to be as complete as possible when the board does make a vote on its formal recommendation. And I would also recommend that the board vote to extend the interim procedure until the date of the meeting when it will be considering the designation report, so that, again, the record is as complete as possible when the board votes to make its recommendation on the designation. So it would be my very strong recommendation that be the board's action today.
Okay, and board member have further comments?
Yes.
Nancy?
I would like to hear from our other attorney who has been advising us, not insulting you, Nick, but I think that in all good effort, we need to hear from the attorney who has been hired by the city. He spoke before. I don't know if he's still there.
Absolutely.
I assume he is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's
Jeff,
fair.
Jeff, are you on the line?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebman. Mr. Chair, I'll be very brief. For the record, Jeffrey Bass. As much as I love to see you all, I don't want to go through this a third time. So the applicant's attorney has telegraphed an error that they believe would infect this proceeding. We're doing our very best to recommend how to cure it so that we could do it and be done. So for the reasons Nick previously stated, as well as those that I've independently observed, they've pulled up a gotcha. They've told us what the gotcha is going to be. It's not on the agenda. So to make sure we can play whack-a-mole with these issues that they're raising, as much as I know it pains the chair because we've been on this and the merits have been so fully and rigorously debated, to avoid giving our opponent an easy opportunity to show that we made a boo-boo, we would recommend that we defer so that the agenda materials can be fully available to each of you and the members of the public when this matter is next considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody have further comment? Then I think, Nick, can you phrase a motion for us, please?
Debbie, what would the date be of the meeting?
So for the presentation of the designation report, I would recommend that be continued to the December 8th, 2020 meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. And then we're recommending a vote today to extend the interim procedures imposed under section 118.591E of the City Code.
Until that same date, correct?
Are we recommending that the board vote to extend the interim procedures today?
Yes.
And then the presentation of the designation report will be continued to the December 8th meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the motion. We're correct, Nick?
Yes.
Okay. Nancy, one more comment would you like to make?
No, I wanted to call the question.
Okay. You're making the motion. Is there a second?
I think we need two different motions on this. One to extend the interim procedures, and then the second motion would be to continue the designation report. So do we have a motion to extend the interim procedures under section 118.591E?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Is there a second?
That was the second. I'm going to do a roll call for this one. Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the second motion will be to continue to December 8th.
The presentation of the designation
Presentation,
report.
Right.
Okay, motion by Ms. Liebman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Klein. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Pascal is absent, so that motion passes. That is continued to the December 8th meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Debbie. The next item.
Okay, let me see. Let me get the order back. We have two applications actually next that are going to be heard together. I will read them both into the record. The first application is HPB 20-0378. This is 4360 and 4370 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new 5-story building to replace an existing surface parking lot and pedestrian bridge over the 44th Street right-of-way, including variances to reduce the front, street side, interior side, and some of the side yard setbacks for subterranean, pedestal, and tower levels. They are also requesting variances to reduce the residential and commercial use required facing streets when providing parking at the ground level, and to reduce the required setback for the columns on the drive aisle. This is an existing surface parking lot across from the famed Fontainebleau Hotel. This project was actually reviewed by the city's planning board. That's noted in the background section in 2020, and that is due to an ordinance amendment that was adopted earlier this year that does allow for the currently proposed use. The applicant is requesting the construction of this building in order to provide ballroom and amenity space that will service the adjacent hotel. They are also proposing to provide employee parking at the subterranean levels. Staff is generally very supportive of the proposal to build a high quality building on this site. We believe the scale and massing is highly consistent with the surrounding Morris Lapidus Historic District. We also would like to commend the architect for a beautiful design that really references the architecture of Morris Lapidus while differentiating itself as a new contemporary building in the district. We do have some concerns with regard to the design of the building, specifically to the active use liner that is required to screen the parking at the ground level. That ties back to one of the variances they're requesting. So we are actually recommending that this particular application be continued. Michael can speak more to the variances, but if I could quickly just go through the second companion application, which is HPB file 20-0390. This is 4441 Collins Avenue. This is an application on the Fontainebleau Hotel property for modifications to the existing Tresor Tower, also known as Fontainebleau 2, including the construction of new vertical circulation and the pedestrian bridge connection. So the pedestrian bridge is proposed to connect over 44th Street, both the 4360 site and the 4441 site. Staff has no objection to the construction of the bridge and is actually recommending that the application at 0390, which is the Fontainebleau side application, we have no objections to that particular application. So although we're recommending that one be approved, the adjacent site would need to be continued. So I just wanted to let the board know that it may make sense to continue both of them if you would like to see them together. But the general concern with regard to the 4360 site is the amount of variances they're requesting and the lack of hardship we believe the applicant has proven with regard to the 16 variances. Again, there are 16 variances mostly because they're at all levels. There are different setbacks for subterranean, pedestal, and the tower setbacks. So there's quite a few variances, and we have not found that the applicant has proven the hardship for those. Michael, do you have anything to add? Do you want to let the board know of any other concerns?
Sure. Well, I think, like you mentioned, Debbie, thank you, and good morning, board members. They're proposing 16 variances, including subterranean setback on Collins Avenue, Indian Creek Drive, 44th Street, interior south side yard, some of the side yard setbacks, one for the pedestal street side setback for the bridge structure on 44th Street, which we are supportive of, as Debbie mentioned, related to the bridge construction. Another is for the pedestal interior south side yard and related some of the side yards, and one is for an elevated terrace encroachment on Collins Avenue. And 4 variances are for the tower setback requirements on Collins Avenue, Indian Creek Drive, the south interior side yard, and the tower some of the side yards. And 2 variances, as Debbie mentioned, are to eliminate or reduce the required active uses along at the street level on 44th Street and for the south portion along Indian Creek Drive. And the last variance is for the required column setbacks for the drive aisles. And as Debbie mentioned, although we are supportive of the variances related to the construction of the bridge, we believe the applicant has failed to demonstrate a practical difficulty or hardship with the remainder of the variances. And we're especially concerned with the subterranean setbacks requested, which will substantially reduce the area allowed for pervious landscaping on the site. And as Debbie mentioned, we are recommending a continuance of the application. I just want to also reiterate that, this is a multifamily RM2 zoning district, not a commercial zoning district. So that's why we're especially concerned with the lack of the required setbacks and permeability for what is essentially a vacant site. And as it relates to, Debbie mentioned the Fontainebleau site itself, we are supportive of the variances required for the bridge connection. As we noted in the report, this solution will provide internal circulation on the Fontainebleau site for vehicles and provide a great benefit to the overall neighborhood by not creating a traffic tie-ups with the new proposed 5 structure along Collins Avenue, because all patrons visiting the site would enter through the Fontainebleau site and enter through the bridge construction on the Fontainebleau to the structure. So the only users of the parking would be employees of the Fontainebleau, and that can be more regulated compared to patrons dropping off and picking up on the site. So as Debbie mentioned, we are recommending that the application for the main 5-story building be continued to the November meeting.
And Mr. Chair, I believe the applicant has a presentation.
And while the applicant gets set up, I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be testifying on this matter. So I'd like to ask of any presenters, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do we have our presenters?
I will.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas. With me today is Don Wolf, our project architect, and together we represent, as Debbie noted, the Fontainebleau Hotel. With the short amount of time that I have, I'm just going to give a little bit of background and focus my remarks on, while we really appreciate staff's general support for the project, I'd like to focus my limited time on the areas where we differ with staff. And then I'd like Don to make a presentation on his design and why we got where we are. So with that, just for background purposes, when we've been working with our client with this property for many years, and there's been several different proposals of what might go there. It's obviously a surface parking lot now, and the idea has always been to improve that site. The ultimate desire now, starting in 2019, was to create more ballroom and conference center space that is drastically needed by the hotel. And the reason is, when we've been noticing through our business operations plan that our competitors are continuously taking away conference and ballroom business from the Fontainebleau and from Miami Beach, because we are significantly short in conference and ballroom space per hotel room key. On average, our competitors, and these include the Trump Doral, the Boca Resort, the Diplomat, many other hotels in our market, have about 100 square feet per hotel room key of ballroom and conference center space. The Fontainebleau has about 40, significantly less. And what happens is, when you have one big event, it takes away the ability to have any other events, and you're left with many rooms unused. So we went to the city commission and we went with staff to find a way to modify the code to allow this type of use. And that was as you can imagine, a long ordinance process that resulted in the ordinance being approved to allow that use in July of 2020. Also in July of 2020, the planning board approved, they had previously reviewed the ordinance, but also they approved the conditional use required for the project. And that leaves us here at the last step of the process here. With that, I want to focus on the variances, because I'd like Don to spend his time on the design. As to the setback variances in particular, we do believe that there's a practical difficulty, and we do believe we are unique from other properties in the RM2 district. As to why we're unique, we have water on our west, a significant body of water with Indian Creek, and we have Collins Avenue on actually two of our sides. These are major traffic roadways, and there's just not a lot of pedestrian activity and not a lot of walkability on these streets. Also to our south, there's another garage, and there's really no activity there. So we believe that the setbacks here should be treated differently than they are in the majority of the RM2 properties because of what's around us. Additionally, we are required by our planning board order and also required by statements that we made to the city commission at their request to accommodate as much as possible or all of the employee parking that's currently being subsidized by the city at the Eden Rock, at the lot near the Eden Rock. It's important from a public policy standpoint to the city that all that employee parking be included in this project. And we agreed to do that. And that was an important part of those discussions. If we don't have these setback variances, we cut away into the area and we would lose significant amount of the parking we're providing. And that is a real practical difficulty in this project because we would be potentially violating what we've told the commission, what we've told the public, and what we've agreed to in the planning board. As to the outdoor terraces, and by the way, another reason for the amount of variances, as you know, if you have a setback to the south, it's not just one setback. You have the subterranean, the pedestal, the tower. So you have multiple setbacks for each direction. So that's why it seems like there's a large number of variances, but this is common when you have multiple sides in the city code. Finally, as to the outdoor terraces, this is, I think, what's going to be a big part of the discussion today. There's obviously a requirement in the code that residential or commercial liners be present in parking garage buildings. We felt strongly, and told staff from the very beginning, we felt strongly that a residential unit in this garage building or retail space would just really not be viable and would again eat away at the parking and ballroom space that we do need. For example, you have Collins Avenue, you have Lincoln Road, you have Washington Avenue. These are very walkable streets with storefronts that are regularly used. Here, we just don't see that walkability, and there have been several attempts at retail in this area in the past that have failed. So we certainly don't want retail that's going to be underutilized or lower quality, and we just don't see the viability of residential units in this structure. So for that reason, we asked our architect to come up with some unique design and unique concept on these outdoor terraces. And these will in fact be used. Our team is excited about these terraces. They're going to be inviting. They're going to be breakout rooms for our events, and they're a lot more pleasant to look at than a blank wall, which is what the code is trying to avoid. So with that, I've probably taken up too much time already, but I do want to pass it on to Don so that he can go over the design and his presentation. Thank you, and I've reserved some time for questions and rebuttal if needed. Thank you.
Hello. Could you please bring up the presentation, please? Thank you. Good morning, board members and staff. And again, Debbie and Michael, thank you for the nice recommendation. But we're extremely excited to be, working, with the Fontainebleau Hotel again. We've been involved with this hotel back when Stephen Muss owned the property back in 2000. He asked us to come up with a design for the property, and the one we came up for with Stephen was the 36-story tower, Tresor Tower building, the arrival drives, and make those projects part of the overall campus of buildings that the Fontainebleau is today. On the lower left image, you can see an aerial shot of the classic Morris Lapidus curved chateau building, and then the residential tower, and then the Sorrento Tower on the water side of that. To the right, we included this image so you can get an overall view of the campus, starting from the north side, the left. You have the classic spite wall, which was a Herbert Mathis design, and moving towards the center, the Morris Lapidus Chateau building, and then the main arrival drive that we implemented back in the early 2000s with the Tresor Tower and the Sorrento building on the east side of the project. Then we see our proposed site, which was currently the parking garage across 44th Street from the Tresor Tower. One of the design elements that we brought to the project back when the Tresor Tower was built was we wanted to connect all the buildings together within an air-conditioned corridor so that guests arriving, from the multiple entry points up and down Collins, they could arrive, and then once they exit their cars, they can move into the circulation corridor, and then basically move from north to south, south to north, and east to west, to all the buildings within air-conditioned space. So what we wanted to do with this new proposal was to, connect the main campus across 44th Street, to the proposed building on the south side. Next slide, please. The existing context of the Fontainebleau complex is mid-century contemporary. Basically stucco and glass, white colors. There's also mosaics and fun shapes, which we'll get into a little bit later, that Morris Lapidus brought to this amazing hotel. The upper image kind of shows the massing of the complex, viewed from Indian Creek from the west. We have to the left another one of Morris's projects, the Eaton Rock. But then as we move to the right, we see the Versailles Tower on the Fontainebleau campus, the Chateau building, and then the 36-story tower. So it's a series of these buildings which have kind of the tower exclamation pointing to the south, which sits on its own parking podium. And then 44th Street, and then would be the parking lot. So the next slide, please. From the parking lot site itself, we see a few images here. Again, the surrounding buildings, to the first image A from the southwest, looking to the lot, which is basically an asphalt surface, landscaped. And we can see some of the hotels beyond the 7, 8, 10, 14-story hotel buildings. Second image B, adjacent to the project to the east, we see some of those hotels, multi-level, 7, 8, 9 stories, and then the other views of the building to the south, which is basically a 5-level parking garage, heavily landscaped, with liner units facing west only. The rest of the building to the north is basically the edge of the parking garage, which would face our property. The next slide, please. So now we move in a little bit closer, and we can see that dead center in this image is the 36-story Tresor Tower, which currently exists on the south corner of the Fontainebleau property. To the left of that is the main arrival and departure drive. All guests arriving, most of the guests arriving will come up this arrival drive and then enter the porte-cochere and then into the hotel complex, where they can move northward into the Chateau building or to the south into the Sorrento Tower, also the Tresor Tower, which is the 36-story tower which exists now. Then across 44th Street to the south is where we will be providing the pedestrian bridge to our proposed project, the ballroom expansion to the south. Where the ballroom exists now is basically a promontory at the end of Collins Avenue, where then it bends to the west along 44th Street. And then there's a traffic light there where Indian Creek, meets up with Collins Avenue, and traffic can then flow in 2 directions at that point.
Sir, your 10 minutes are up. How much time would you like to wrap up?
I need another 10 because there's basically 2 projects we're talking about here.
Okay, Mr. Chair, how much time would you like to? I know we're on a tight agenda today. Mr. Chair? Oh, I think you're on mute. You're on mute.
He should get another 10 minutes because it's really a double project.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be brief. So, what's important about this slide? The adjacent buildings to the east. We're talking about hotels that are 10, 7, 8, 9 stories. There's the Soho House, which is, I believe, like 14, 15 stories, and then to the direct north is the existing Sorrento Tower, which is 36 stories. And then to the south, the adjacent property, which is a 5-story parking garage with liner units to the west. Next slide, please. As guests arrive at that main porte-cochere, they they could enter the bridge connection via the existing podium of the 36-story tower. There is a connecting spine which exists today. They can move in through into the existing lobby of the Tresor Tower, and then we're providing 2 elevators and a stair, which would move up into a walkover gallery. To the right are images of the existing architecture as it is today in that arrival center on the Fontainebleau campus. Next slide, please. Image to the left is the view of from the arrival area to the existing podium. The view on the right would be the proposed architectural vertical circulation element, which would basically be some stairs wrapping up to the 4th floor of the podium, facing a new mosaic wall. Behind the wall would be the elevators that would take people up to the gallery. Next slide, please. So here in plan, then we see ourselves at the 4th level of the podium. On the upper left of the image, you see the new proposed elevators and stairs, which then would be, which would take you into the gallery space, pedestrian gallery space, which would, again, we would eliminate some of the cars on that podium, move guests across to the pedestrian bridge, then over 44th Street. As you come over 44th Street in the new tower design on the right, you come into an intermediate level. At this level, there's pre-assembly space for some meeting rooms. Guests could either go up to the main ballroom level via decorative stair or elevators, or down to another junior ballroom level. And here we have views from the meeting rooms to the south across to Indian Creek, and then from the pre-assembly spaces across 44th Street and between the Fontainebleau and the Sorrento Tower. At this level, we will also have the kitchen facilities, and you can see on the south side of the building where we propose to place all of our service elevators. And as you can see, one part of this program is the requirement of major exiting stairs due to the 35,000 square feet of ballroom uses we're adding. Next slide, please. As you move up a level, you come up to the upper floor, which is basically a 16,000 square foot ballroom, pre-assembly spaces, restrooms, and we've wrapped it on the north and the east side with pre-assembly spaces and glass and glazing. And on the west side, we have a breakout terrace overlooking Indian Creek. And on the south side, we basically, again, are stacking our exiting stairs, our service elevators, and pantries. Next, and across, no, go back one slide, please. Those stairs and elevators can also take guests up to a rooftop where we have a 5,000 square foot assembly area. Next slide, please. On the right-hand side of the image there would be the 2nd level of the proposed ballroom expansion. Guests coming down from the bridge level will access pre-assembly and then could move into a junior ballroom level or meeting rooms on the west side. One of the things what we wanted to do here was to try to expand some of the pre-assembly space. It's down to the street level. On the east side, we provided stairs from pre-assembly, and on the west side, we provided stairs down to from the pre-assembly as well. And then when you look to the left, which is the lower level plan, the ground level plan, you can see those terraces at the ground level, at the public realm, where it will be interconnected to the pre-assembly above, providing these outdoor patio event spaces, which the hotel is really exciting to offer to the public, and then wrapping the entire site with shaded landscaping, trees, shrubbery. One of the important aspects of this design was to have a fully self-supporting ballroom event spaces here. So we provided off-street parking, loading, all of which are stackable and maneuverable within the space itself. You see here where we've had to locate along the south side some of the mechanical equipment, and because of site restraints, we've had to provide on the north side mechanical equipment as well. Go to the next slide. Okay, here we see some of the adjacencies. Along the north side where we have our mechanical equipment, we have 44th Street, which is really just a lot of traffic, buses, trucks, cars, a lot of noise. And across at the Fontainebleau is the loading dock for the Dresser Tower. So we felt, the opportunities for, lining this edge was minimal as compared to the east and the west, where we provided those unique outdoor spaces. Those spaces themselves, we've illustrated with some renderings that you'll see next. Access to employee parking will be off of Indian Creek Drive or Collins Avenue, and then would move down a ramp to some lower level parking. Next slide, please. And here we have the two levels of below grade parking. The upper level is self-park, lower level is mechanically stacked parking. Next slide, please. And here we have a couple of cross sections here. You can see the challenges of this program was to provide large enough boxes with ceiling heights that are required, to be able to sell these spaces, for the event planners. Next slide, please. Again, here, upper level in the orange is the grand ballroom. Below that in the yellow is the junior ballroom. To begin to step back these, the building at the 50-foot level would severely impact, the quality of the space, the ceiling height of the space, and the overall square footage of the space, which is really what we need to provide a successful project here. Then we begin to see here below kind of the sections of the semi-covered breakout terraces with stairs running up and down from the meeting rooms and pre-assembly above to the street level patios. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we have some of the inspiration for our design. We have the Stairway to Nowhere, a lot of the Morris Lapidus elements, playful elements, the iconic bow tie floor, briselays, accordion shapes and sizes. So next slide, please. Again, here's a proposal of our new project. We wanted to keep the bridge kind of neutral. And the building itself, even though it has to, house these large ballrooms, we wanted to give it a lightness and a quality which really works with the climate and the light that is natural to South Florida and Miami. The accordion glass and glazing system wraps the building and is anchored by the stairwells shown in white. We wanted to play off of the sun and the light as well on the solid elements, as well as expanding, some of the diamond pattern to the white elements. Next slide, please. So to the right, we see that a view from the northeast. As you curve around to 44th from Collins, we're going to wrap that accordion glass around the building, and it's basically adjacent to all of the pre-assembly spaces behind it. So some amazing views coming out of there. And the next slide, please. Here's a view to the left of one of those of the patio spaces coming down. You see the elegant stair coming down to the patio, the breakout space, the landscaping, which is going to be proposed for the project. And there is the bridge element to the right, which basically we wanted to keep it kind of a neutral element, just clean, modern, and it's about 30 feet off the ground, so there's plenty of air and light above and below it. Next slide, please. Again, to the left would be along Indian Creek. We see the patio on the west breaking out from the building, and to the right would be the 20-foot wide pedestrian walkway between the existing parking garage to the right and our new proposed project to the left. Last slide, please. Okay, so this is just kind of to show you kind of the massing, how the project steps up from right to left. As you can see, we think it's very compatible with the massing of the Fontainebleau to the north, and it transitions then down to the parking garage to the right. Next slide, please.
Your additional 10 minutes is up, just so you know. Mr. Chair, how much additional time would you like to allow?
I need 1 more minute.
Okay.
All right, so just to kind of get the materials out there for everybody, we see the accordion glass as a tinted glass. We think the refractive qualities and the faceted qualities of this material is going to be amazing as one drives down Indian Creek or comes down the waterway. As far as the opaque surfaces, what we want to do there is, again, kind of express the geometries of the iconic bow tie by providing shade textured surfaces to the opaque elements and the stairwells coming down by 3-inch raised panels. Mosaic tiles would be introduced behind the patio elements, again, bringing some artistic flair to those spaces and up on the roof. The accordion roof terrace trellis element wrapping around the upper open space, assembly space. Next slide, please. And this is the final slide again, just kind of bringing, as Debbie mentioned, we're taking those iconic mid-century modern shapes, elements, and introducing them now to kind of a new contemporary format where, keeping the building just clean, housing these large spaces in delicate light floating glass elements being anchored by the required restroom and stair elements bringing patrons down. But we think at night and during the day, the opportunities of the translucency through the accordion glass, and during the daytime, the shadow play off the diamond patterning in the opaque sides could bring a real dramatic sensibility to the building. And we're really excited about this project. And if you guys have some questions, we'd love to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. I guess that's going to end their presentation. Is there any public comment, Debbie?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Daniel Seraldo has his hand up.
And Daniel, you are still under oath from before. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. Thank you all. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. I wanted to thank the applicants for meeting with their advocacy committee and reviewing the designs and the proposal. And we are in support of the design of the project. That being said, we are also in support of the staff recommendations. And so that is our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Debbie, any other public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Paula King has her hand up.
Hi, Paula. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Paula, I think you're on mute.
Hello?
Hi, Paula. Do you so swear?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to make the comment that I actually like the design. I think it's in working with our historic, thing here in Miami Beach, and that I applaud this type of design. We would love to see more of this type of thoughtful design in North Beach. So we have a whole town center in North Beach to design, and we would like to see this type of design in North Beach. It's totally blending with the neighborhood, and I think it's a wonderful concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Debbie?
No.
Okay, seeing no further public comment, the public comment is closed. Shall we go to board discussion? Does anybody on the board have any comments? Well, first, let me ask Debbie, you're suggesting that we postpone this until next month, both
So we're recommending that if the board wants to, the Tresor Tower, the 4441 Collins Avenue, that can be approved. Staff believes that has met all of the criteria, both for the certificate of appropriateness and the variance. The adjacent property at 4360, we are recommending that be continued so that we can continue to work with the applicant on some of the variance requests.
Okay. Well, let's then move back to the board and see if they have any questions. Anybody have questions or comments? Rick?
Hi, thanks, Jack. Looking at this project and the unique location with 3 frontages on 3 separate streets and the inability to provide any active use on any of those 3 streets is disappointing. I understand the so-called challenge of being on busy trafficked streets, but I think that there's an opportunity here to end this sequence of blocks that run north-south between Indian Creek and Collins with something that offers the public realm more than just these terraces that may be activated when there's an event spilling out, but will most of the time just be more blank wall. And I think that while everything looks great and looks like it's really worked out and beautifully detailed, there's this kind of fundamental thing that seems to be off. I understand the notion that there may not be a desirable type of function to provide there, but I wish there was something more that we could see there. And I guess the one question I had was, I see these stairs in the outdoor terraces and they look like they're outdoor stairs, open air stairs. However, the second floors, they look like they're air conditioned spaces. So, I wonder, where does that transition happen? Does the open air from the ground floor extend up to the second floor? Or are we going to see these stairs be enclosed at some point and air conditioned?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Well, the Fontainebleau is extremely excited about the opportunities of these outdoor assembly spaces. We've worked with them on, they're actually going to be naming these spaces. They're going to be promoting them in their marketing material. It's a similar space to what's happening also at the Faena Theater, where you have the stair, coming up to the second level. We'll have that transition up at the second level. We'll be working with our interior designers up there, to perfect that transition space. But we wanted to kind of bring some of that Morris Lapidus, stairway to nowhere, kind of down here in the public realm. There's going to be activity happening at the Fontainebleau ballroom, or ballroom activity in the existing Fontainebleau. It happens all day and all night. And events are going to need these spaces as carryover spaces for their pre-assembly, and to also just be spaces that are going to be used for their own events. As I mentioned before, we're going to line them with nice mosaic art walls. And, we feel that, the properties to the south, basically it's just, empty glass. So, you have, rental car dealers, on the buildings to the south. Here we're creating these, outdoor assembly areas, which I think in today's climate, with pandemics and crazy things that are happening now, there needs to be more of these spaces in hotels that are being designed today. The opportunity for event planners to offer up, another type of space for entertainment and for guests. So, there are several layers of reasoning why we feel that, a space like this, which is going to be used, but it is directly connected to the population existing above it with these events. And Fontainebleau, starts their major events, basically early in the morning, into the evening. So it's going to be open and occupied more so than any retail space would be.
I have a follow-up question, very briefly. will those spaces be open to the public or only to people attending Fontainebleau events?
No, these spaces, as you the renderings we basically depict, these are going to be elevated, a couple of feet above the sidewalk. They'll have open rails, so it's going to they're going to basically be open, visually to the public, but the public will not be able to access them with, obviously, without accessible security passes to whatever the event is happening.
Thank you very much. Rick, are you finished your questions?
Yes, thank you, Jack.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any comment or questions? Max.
Thank you. Just a couple thoughts on this. One that didn't come up in the presentation, but I did want to acknowledge that for projects that propose an underground component, like the underground parking garage for this, I don't think it's sufficient to say that that the land elevation being consistent with surrounding properties, or that strategies will be studied, is enough to demonstrate compliance with the sea level rise criteria. But I think that issue is addressed in the order that's been attached, that there's the requirement for the adaptive design. So I just did want to acknowledge that. I don't think that the board has enough info to make a determination about the variances, though. I'd like personally to better understand the analysis that's behind the statement in the letter of intent that says it's fairly well established that a residential or commercial use would not be viable. I'm internalizing, the statements at the start of the presentation, and I do recognize the sensitivity. You don't want to build something that's not going to be viable, but I'd like to better understand why. And building off of Rick's point, that we don't close ourselves off to future activation by a design decision made today that cuts us off from something maybe that we're getting more, that we're aspiring toward, that would be a more aspirational design that's more active. And to the point about the subterranean setbacks, I'd also be interested to hear, it was helpful to know the obligations and expectations about parking that's out there as part of this, but how many spaces would be lost if they weren't able to get the subterranean setback, and whether there are alternatives to meet that parking need, maybe through using other garage capacity and a free employee shuttle, or something maybe even more creative than that. And lastly, I would be okay with moving forward with the walkway component, just as a gesture of expediency, also knowing that we have an ever full agenda, and an acknowledgement that I think we can work to a solution on these things, and that walkway is a good design and a good component for the overall project.
Can I make it?
Thank you.
Can I respond to that, please? Thank you. The subterranean setbacks, basically, if we can probably bring in the west subterranean wall. I think it's an 8 inches we need to bring it in to comply with the setbacks. But the ones to the south and to the east and to the west, or the north, we'd lose about 30 cars if we were to adhere to the setbacks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wolf. Nancy.
Yes, I love the project. I certainly hope that the day will come when you will have all of these people and all of these cars. Right now, it's an enormous extension. I think it's beautiful. I think you've done a good job. My only comment is, with all of this additional space that you are building out for ballrooms and stuff, whatever else you're building out, I'd like to know how many cars are going to be put aside for your workforce. This has been an ongoing problem for years where your employees could not park. And now you're building a nice, big new garage. And I'd like to know how much of that garage is going to be for the employees.
I could respond to that, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Mickey, please do.
So yes, and this was a big part of our design and the process. To answer Nancy's question, all of the parking, every single space that is available, other than the loading, of course, so all the spaces will be for the employee parking. That is not only is it a statement that I'm making and a statement that we made to the City Commission at their request, but it is a condition of the CUP, the planning board order that was granted in July. So all of that parking will be used for employee parking. And when Don says, 30 spaces, it may not seem like a massive number, but I will tell you that we worked very hard and went through multiple redesigns to fit the number of spaces that were required into that garage. So in order to address the employee parking deficiency, every space is being used, and it would take away these employees having to park in city parking lot, in the city parking lot that's nearby, which is something from a policy standpoint that everyone's been asking for. And we're happy to be able to address that entirely with this project. And again, every single space, and that's already required by our planning board order.
All right, so let me ask you, how many parking spaces are going to be available versus how many employees does the Fontainebleau need to take care of all of this additional space? I think we need a detail on that. If you can't answer it today, I seem to think that we're going to have you back the next meeting to discuss variances. And I'd like to know the number of employees. I know there are many, many. How many and how many parking spaces are going to be available? It sounds very nice to tell me, oh yes, we're going to have plenty of parking for the employees, but that has never happened there. Also, are the employees going to have to pay for the parking, which I believe was another problem since the Fontainebleau has continued to expand?
So I can respond to that also, Nancy. So to your last question, these will not be paid parking. The employees will not be paying.
Okay.
As to the exact, I don't want to give you an exact number and analysis here, but I can tell you that obviously, as you said, there's a lot of employees at this hotel of all types of different jobs, and it's a pretty big campus. A lot of our employees currently park in the existing garage located under the existing hotel. And a lot of our employees, we work hard to have as many as possible use transit and other forms of transportation. But what we're really dealing with is there's a significant portion of our employees that have been parking at the city lot that's adjacent to the Eden Rock. Those are the ones that were cause for concern and were discussion at several city commission hearings. And it's that number of parking, the ones that currently don't fit in our existing parking, and the ones that currently are not using transit, that leftover, that is what's being relocated to this new garage. So I'm not telling you that there won't be one or two that park somewhere else, but we believe that these number of spaces is what we need to address that overflow that wasn't already being addressed in our existing parking and through other transit forms of transportation.
I'd like to just insert also that the transportation is how the employees come. Many of them are traveling a couple of hours a day on buses to get there. And I think for a project or a hotel with the reputation of the Fontainebleau, you have to make a much harder project here where you really are going to give the employees the parking. And I like the way you have it here. Is it like a CUP that has been established? That
yes,
question?
The project.
Like a CUP?
Yep, the project was required to go to the planning board before we came to you all. And this employee parking was a subject of discussion there. And we agreed to a condition. I believe it's David Weeder that proposed a condition that all of this parking be used for the employees, so that for some other manager of the hotel down the road couldn't change it. So we agreed to that condition, and it's already in our planning board order.
Okay, I trust you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Anyone else have comment? Scott?
Yeah, first I want to say that I know Nick didn't ask for disclosures, so I'm going to just disclose that I did had a short conversation with Mickey over the phone on this, and I can remain impartial. Overall, I like the design of the building, both the building and the pedestrian bridge. I think it does really incorporate a lot of the, cool little features of the Fontainebleau into this, but it's still a distinct structure. So I think the design is a great design. Variances, most variances are written into the code really to protect surrounding properties. This building, as it was mentioned, has, rather wide streets on 3 sides of it, and I guess you can call it a garage or some units in the building to the south. So I'm open to approving the variances, but I don't think this is going to. I think this is going to be continued today. So I do think the applicant should still work with the city to try to minimize the variances they're requested in any way. It can only improve the project, I think. But I'm open to what they're asking for. As far as the 2 requiring or I think it's 1 or however many it is, the activation of the street level, I do think more can be done at that street level. I like the way they have that landscaping, that little nice walkway around there. It looks like it's going to be very inviting for people to walk by. But, I'm just thinking in certain times of the day, it's going to look like not a very sort of, call it active area. I don't think it has to be a commercial use or residential use on that ground level, but I think something else needs to happen. I like the artistic mosaic tile, but I think when building is actually built, if that's what how it ends up being built, I think it will look like a rather large blank wall on the 2 sides. So, I'm not sure what else can be done there, but I think something else has to be done. Maybe it's incorporating something into the landscape around there, or maybe adding some windows to the facade. Obviously, you're not going to put a window into the fire control room or something like that. But I'll leave it to the architect to try to do something with those facades, the 3 facades. So with that, I'll leave it at that, and hopefully, they can work with the city a little more on that, and maybe some of the variance requests.
Thank you very much, Scott. Does anyone else have something to say?
Yeah,
Scott. To Scott's point, I did forget to ask for disclosures. So if any board members have any disclosures to make on this application, please make them now.
Oh. You want us to announce what do we say?
Yeah, one by one. I mean, I let the chair run his meeting. So if you'd like to call on board members individually, that's fine.
Does anybody have any disclosures to make? Rick, please.
Yes, I also had a brief phone call with Mickey, but I can remain impartial. Thank you.
Okay. Nancy?
Yes, I spoke to Mickey about this.
And I received email, an invite to speak, but I did not take it any further, and requested any email sent to me by any applicant that the city staff is copied, in case I forget. but I did not have a conversation.
Thank you. Anyone else? I did not. Anyone else? Okay. I have a few comments.
I didn't get to make my comments, and they'll be rather brief because I think that other board members said very, very similar things, and I don't think it's right that for an architect or a planner or a client, a property owner, to use the excuse that, well, the building next to me is a blank wall, so I can be too. We shouldn't be perpetuating the previous errors. We always have to be improving. There are apartment users to the south of here who will be walking here, who do walk by here and should enjoy it. And I don't want to tell you what your uses are, but find them and soften that and make that better. I had a question when this is for employee parking. The basement parking indicates that it's stacked. And I'm wondering if employees will actually be parking their cars or having valet, and wondering how that will work. And then I thought that Nancy brought up a very good point about employees, because we should have an indication if the client, the applicant is requesting variances to provide employee parking. We should have an idea not only how many employees are there now per shift or whatever, but designing this structure with more ballrooms and more food space service is more employees. So, what's the net effect of providing parking for the users, for the employees? Architecturally, I think that they made a great effort and they were very successful in a design that related to the area, but I think they could have done better. They were weak on addressing the pedestrian. And I hope, I think this is a big gamble for the Fontainebleau. They say they're losing business to other vendors because they don't have the ballroom space. But in this, you're going to be forcing your ballroom users to be traversing a lot of land to get from where they enter the hotel, or if they're, staying in the north tower of the Fontainebleau. It's not going to be an easy walk. So that's my comments, and I'll shut up for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. I have a few comments. Could you please be quiet? Number one, on page A18 of your drawing, I'm a little confused. In some references, it shows the glass treatment to be dark or smoked or of some color, and in other places, it appears that it's a blue. When I go by the Fontainebleau almost every day, pre-pandemic, it appears that the colors of the Fontainebleau, because of the sky, etc., appear to be blue and white. This is a huge mass of glass, which appears to be very dark. I find that a little objectionable. I think it'd be nice to add some natural color to it, like a pale blue or something, so it's not smoky looking or dark, because it's going to remain that way, and the sun is going to accentuate it when the sun sets in the west. Whatever color is there, any dark color is going to become quite glaring. So I would think about changing it. Obviously, it can't be clear. Obviously, it has to be shaded in some way because of the sun. But anything but black, I think the contrast to the black and white is too jarring, especially in the bridge. Several people, I think Scott mentioned the lack of interest on the first floor. There are many buildings in New York and in downtown Miami, I believe, and I think one or two in Miami Beach that display their fire control rooms or their mechanical room on the first floor at the edges of the building by painting their pipes and ducts vivid colors and making them a sculpture, something interesting to look at as opposed to a blank white wall. You need to do something about the vast expanses of whiteness. I think that would be very helpful to have a human scale to that first floor area. But primarily, and I guess people will not be pleased I'm saying this in some quarters, but I'm so happy not to see a proposal for a 250-foot tall building on the slot. I think it's a fabulous, fabulous proposal you have, and I love that it's in scale and in keeping with everything else around it toward the water and south of your building. So I think it's a great, great project. I think it can be tweaked. And as Scott has said in the past, I'm not for this number of variances either. But on the other hand, we have to be economically successful. And I think we need to try to help you be a great success and to add to your successes in the past. And to that end, if you need some variances to make it work, I'll be for that. But I think you need to take it back with Debbie and company to iron out these differences. And I would ask Nick, should we send both of them? And Debbie, should we send both of them back to be continued or just one of them, or what would you?
It's up to the board. Staff is comfortable with an approval for HPB 20-0390. If the board would like to see them both back together, then you would continue them both.
Okay, well, let's do a motion to approve 441 Collins then.
And that's HPB 20-0390.
Correct.
And that's with the staff recommended conditions, correct?
Right.
Oh, wait, do we have a motion?
No.
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
With staff recommended conditions, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And Rick, was that a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll do a roll call. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein?
I'm sorry, that was a no.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And then do we have a motion for HPB file? Let's see, what was the other file? 20-0378.
I will move it with the condition that the information about the employee parking comes back, so we have an idea of how many spaces and how many people and that whole.
So, Nancy, is that a motion for a continuance to the
Yes.
November meeting?
Yes, oh, I thought that's what we were doing. Yes.
Okay, that would be the November 10th meeting, and you're asking for them to bring back some more employee information.
Right.
Okay, do I have a second? Sorry, Mr. Klein.
Can I make an amendment? Can I ask for an amendment to the motion, or? Okay, so if we could also include in that, and I think it's just assumed in the motion, but if we can also require in that some of the architect addressing the concerns here for the street, for the pedestrian.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we should add that.
So I'll second that motion.
And I would add, if I could, the glass treatments.
Oh, we're gonna come
Yeah,
back.
I would assume the architect's going to look at everything we've talked about and come back and address it all. So
hopefully,
yeah, that's why we're continuing it.
Right.
Well, yes, but I don't
sure
think
it's addressed.
Excuse me. I
Yeah.
would not like to see that it comes back and we sit here for another hour going over the same things. That's why I singled it out to the employees. And I think the street issue is perfect, but not to listen to the whole thing. I think that would be a waste of time.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, do you have a motion to continue?
We have a motion and a second for continuance to the November 10th meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No one's opposed. Okay, that passes, and that will be continued to the November 10th meeting. If we could go back to HPB 20-0390, we need, because there is a variance, there are variances associated with this, we actually need two motions. The previous motion that was passed was for the certificate of appropriateness. Could I have a motion to approve the variance?
I'll make that motion, and that was just to confirm, that was because of the supports for the elevated walkway.
Correct. That's the street side and some of the side yard setbacks. And the hardship is because it is an existing building that's built out. In order to build that circulation, they would not be able to meet the setback. Because the property is so large, some of the side yards would be prohibitive for them. Okay, so Scott, thank you for the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Liebman. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. With that, we can move on to the next application. Next application is HPB 20-0417. This is 700 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for modifications to the east and south facades, including partial demolition, in order to introduce new window openings along the rear elevation. This particular application, staff had issued a recommendation at the September 8th meeting, and the applicant had also given a visual presentation. Unfortunately, due to timing constraints, that particular application, when it was at board discussion, was cut off. So, which is why it was continued. So, I'm gonna leave my recommendation very brief because it's the same as we heard in September. We are recommending approval. We think the modifications specifically along the alley side are going to be a significant improvement to that area of the building. And again, we're recommending approval. We're also recommending that the upper facade portions of the building be restored, to which the applicant has agreed. While the building is intact, it does have some deferred maintenance, including layers of paint, which are covering what appear to be some sort of precast concrete cladding system with the divided stainless steel strips. And the applicant has agreed to, as a condition of this approval, to restore that. So we also believe that will make a significant improvement to the building. And I believe Monica Enton and her architect are here if you have any questions, or if you would like to see the presentation again. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. In this case, should we do the presentation again, do you think, or does everyone remember the presentation from last time? Nancy?
Yes, Nancy? It was all the way up to us ready to take a vote on it. That's all that was necessary. And we got shut out because something was going on somewhere else.
Okay.
I don't think we need to rehear it.
Okay.
Well, question.
Okay. And does anybody have comment or question about the project?
We do have public comment, but before we have public comment, does the applicant want to state anything on the record before we open it up to the public?
And while the applicant gets set up, I'd just like to swear in any members of the applicant's team will be testifying. So can you state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Board. Monica Enton, MHE Law PA, representing, along with Jose Gomez, the architect of record, representing the property owner, 700 Lincoln LLC, Realty LLC. As Nancy indicated, we gave our presentation last month. Nancy, I think, actually made a motion and we were in board discussion. I am happy to address any questions and I'm happy to do the presentation again if the board would like. I can give you a brief summary just to refresh your recollection. This is the building that many of you know as the Next Cafe building. It has been there for over 90 years and something that is unknown and unheard of in Miami Beach. It has been owned by one family since that time. No one else has owned the property. The property is in good condition. They're not requesting to add on to the property or to use FAR. Rather, it's a maintenance question to an improvement question along two of the facades. So again, I am happy to address any questions or do a presentation with the images if you would like. Otherwise, I open myself up to any questions from the board.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Does any board member have a question?
I'll just jump in. I think this one was, I think the only issue that we talked about in this one was the converting the rear or the southernmost four sort of entryways to just glass. I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, we're keeping the one all the way to the south because that was Mel Murray Dixon's original, or one of his architectural office. So that one's remaining. Again, that was the only issue. So I'm okay with that. And I think, you know, bringing this building back or trying to highlight all the little different features and cleaning it up will make a big difference to that building compared to what it looks like now. So I'm in favor of the application.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Chair, we do have members of the public that wish to speak. So maybe we could,
okay.
If there's no other questions for the applicant, maybe we could open it up. The first speaker is.
I reserve the right to come back.
The first speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
I heard that, Nancy. This is Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design.
It's like taking over everything.
Sorry. Nancy, can I proceed?
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We were sort of cut short at the last meeting. We like the project. The historic restoration is great and the alley changes, but we do still feel like there is an original configuration of the doors, the bays, and the grill work. You know, Monica sort of in passing responded, oh, it's not original. But we actually haven't really seen any historical documentation or verification of that. A lot of times on Lincoln Road, even if things aren't original, they're rebuilt, restored, recreated. So we're hoping some of the preservation board members will, you know, ask one or two questions about that, because it really does change the elevation on that side from being something that is an original L. Murray Dixon to looking a little more like a Walgreens or a more modern retail that loses that element. So that is our hope. We hope this is all based in the competent substantial evidence, and maybe one or two of the members can just analyze that further before rushing to a vote. Thank you.
There are no other speakers at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to Daniel's comments briefly, just so that the board has a response to those comments?
Is this Monica?
Yes, it is.
Yes, hi.
Hi. So yes, we had the pleasure of meeting with Daniel and his group, and we were very thankful for the time that they gave us. Daniel, I'm going to take a little offense to saying that it would look like, you know, one of the standard Walgreens or another building on Lincoln or even in the Washington Avenue area. I think that this owner has proven over the past 90 years that they don't want to look like everybody else and that they want to preserve this historic building, and they have done every effort to maintain it. However, Daniel alluded also to the original grill work. While the aspect of the grill work is there, the grill work that exists is not original. I have had this discussion with ownership and representatives of ownership several times. The doors and the materials that have been used there have changed a number of times. So what you see is not the original. That's not to say that we don't want to replicate and bring back that feeling. I think that is why Debbie's conditions on the order are so strict, because she does want to have, number one, not just the grill work there, but the grill work around the building to be consistent, as well as the window framing and the precast cladding that's there. So the attempt is not just to change those doorways, but actually to restore the entirety of the building to create that symbiotic look that was there originally. So just wanted to clarify those 2 points for the board.
Thank you, Monica. Any other board member have comments? Okay, I have comments. Monica, unfortunately agree with Daniel Ciraldo. I think it would be a shame to remove those 4 doorways on that existing east elevation, because they are found in many places on the side streets off Lincoln Road. And there's the owner at the last time, or Monica, you said that they didn't deserve to remain because they served no function. Well, there are many things on Lincoln Road that have remained that no longer serve a function, but they're there because they were architecturally there and they served a purpose as supposedly being small stores at a previous time. I think your proposed east elevation, frankly, I agree with Daniel. It looks like a Walmart in the suburbs. I mean, you're taking away almost any character that side elevation has, and it's a block long of 3-partite windows when there is some individuality there now. So I would object to the removal of those storefronts, although I applaud you for restoring the architect's office at the very end. That's a great gesture, and I commend the owners who have taken such great care of the building throughout history. But I would be very sad to see those 4 little storefronts go, because they are a part of the history of the building, as are many others. Small storefronts on the side streets off Lincoln Road that still exist. And, it's like a domino effect. Once you allow parts of original functions to be removed for uniformity's sake, I think you're going down a slippery slope. And they can be locked off, and they will have no negative effect on the interior of what you're planning for that space in any way, shape, or form. So I would move for them to remain. That's my vote. Thank you. Anyone else have comments? Okay, hearing none, Debbie, do we move on to any owner rebuttal?
I don't see anyone else wishing to speak at this point, so we could entertain a motion if the board chooses.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll move it.
Is that for approval, Nancy, in accordance with staff's recommended conditions?
Staff's recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Lopez. I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
No.
Okay, motion passes. That is approved.
Thank you so much, board. I appreciate your time. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, moving on to the next application. HPB file 20-0421. This is 800 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness. That previously issued certificate of appropriateness was for the restaurant tenant that is actually in the 3rd level of the building currently. The entrance is at the ground level, and the previous certificate of appropriateness had modifications to that 3rd level roof terrace, including the installation of an outdoor bar counter. And the previous certificate of appropriateness was also accompanied by a variance for the maximum sign of the size of the sign. So This particular application, again, focuses on that third level. As the restaurant, I don't know if any of you have been by the site, the restaurant has pretty much completed a really beautiful interior remodel of the existing space, including the outdoor dining terrace. This level of the building was actually part of a rooftop addition that the board had approved back in 2015. It was an addition to the existing two-story contributing building. After looking at the operations of the area, the applicant did approach the planning department with a desire to create more of an interest in the outdoor seating space. This, I believe, was as a result of kind of the changing way people are doing business as a result of the pandemic. So they did ask and have shown us several different schemes for creating more shade structures on the roof level. There were two that were previously approved, little cabana structures over some existing seating. Staff had initially expressed some concern to the applicant with regard to adding too many shade structures on the roof. And we still have some minor concerns about that, as noted in our recommendation. We are generally supportive of creating more seating, more shaded seating area on the roof. However, we are recommending that be minimized to the greatest extent possible, including minimizing the structure of the shade devices, as well as limiting the area more. Now, since we issued our staff report, I was able to see a potential revised plan that the architect had sent. I'm not sure if it's going to be part of his presentation today, but I just did want to note that was an improvement, that they were actually able to reduce the depth of the structures, the beams, and they were able to reduce the area slightly. Not quite consistent with staff's recommendation, but I did just want to point that out, that they have been looking at this to try and address staff's comments, and we are appreciative of that. So we are recommending approval subject to the conditions in the order. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Excuse me, Debbie, I have a point of order question. Your package dated September 8th, is that the one that we are going to be using, or is there
plans? Correct. So the plans that were sent to you were for the September 8th meeting. This application was previously scheduled for September 8th. Due to time constraints, we didn't get to it.
I understand, but there's no October 13th written package. It's the same.
There's an October 13th staff report and recommendation. However, it's consistent with the staff report dated September 8th.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, shall we have the project presentation?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team who will be testifying. So can you state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Debbie and Jake. Good morning, and thank you, Honorable Chair, board members, and professional staff for hearing our application today. I'm James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. With me today are my colleague, Adrian Noto, renowned architect, Todd Tragash, and our client, Greg Gailey, who is the managing partner of the restaurant. Just to get some disclosures out of the way, we emailed an invitation to the board members for a site inspection, which is in the city's file, and we had a Zoom meeting with Nancy regarding the project for her site investigation permitted under the city code, where we discussed the proposed plan with Todd and also Greg. Todd will give you the architectural presentation on what we're seeking, but just to give you some overall context, the crux of the application is to permit a retractable awning to allow for the use of the outdoor dining area during inclement weather, such as rain in particular. Everything else in the space is existing and was previously approved by the board. We're happy to report to the board that the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District issued a resolution in support of this application after they reviewed and considered the proposals. So that community supports the plan Todd has proposed. I also understand that MDPL supports the application and has given previously this restaurant an award for its design, although I don't think that was transmitted yet because of COVID. As I said, Todd will give you the architectural presentation, but to highlight a few considerations for your approval of the application, we wanted to note that the type of improvements being proposed serve to preserve the caliber of the operator and the quality, the type of the operation you want to see in the few restaurant spaces that are left on Lincoln Road, which will in turn preserve the character and nature of the property because you want people to go there to see the architecture. Two, and what primarily triggered this application was this exterior seating area contains close to 100 seats. So not only is the outdoor area the most desirable for patrons, especially with COVID, since we're told that it's safer outside, but also it's a very substantial portion of the venue. So if the operator can't effectively use it during inclement weather, which they can't during rain right now, they really lose the reasonable use of the space as it's currently approved. And as our client Greg will tell you, I know we might make a few comments, without this awning protection, he simply can't guarantee patrons a seating reservation outside if it's going to rain. So it presents a real practical problem for the basic use of the area. Your professional staff has recommended approval with conditions, which we appreciate, but we do have some suggested revisions in order to implement our plan. So we're asking the board to modify some of those conditions, but I think it would be better if Todd can give his presentation first so that you can go through that and you'll understand why we're asking for a few changes.
Yes, this is Todd Tragash with STA Architectural Group. Office is at 3526 North Miami Avenue. And if we can get into the slide presentation, please. And the first shot, I think, is, I'm not sure that's the first image. I think that's the third image. If you can go back. Okay, so this is the entrance to Mila Restaurant. It's on the southwest corner of Lincoln Road and Meridian, and the entrance is actually set back from Lincoln Road near where Lincoln Lane, South Lincoln Lane. This is the entrance that takes you up there. Next slide. And this is the interior space, the enclosed space, and you'll see at the end of you can see the glass that opens up to the terrace. Next slide. This is the outdoor area. You can see the inverted concrete canopy. There's a lot of water features, landscape features, and this is one of the pavilions, dining pavilions, one of two that Debbie was referring to. Next slide, please. It has beautiful views. It's landscaped around the perimeter, and this is one of the views looking towards the east. Next slide. And this kind of gives you just an idea of, so the gray area is the enclosed area. It's approximately 7,000 square feet. And the rest of the area is the terrace, approximately 5,000 square feet, of which you see the blue and the light green, the landscape and the water features. So the white area is the area where diners are and the patrons. Next slide, please. And so we're just orienting this in the north is now up. And you can see the bar at the top center and the round tables that are on the east and west side. Next slide. So this shows you where the existing dining pavilions are now, which will be kept, will be retained. Next slide. This shows the areas of covering the bar in the center, the east pavilion and the west pavilion. And these pavilions are a different material in the fact that they're not fabric, they're blade louvers that open or close. Next slide. And this is really the issue that Debbie was having of there's some circulation that takes you to each of these pavilions. And without that circulation being covered, it just is not, it won't function operationally. Not only for the patrons to be able to go from inside to outside and one pavilion to the other, but also for the staff to serve the food, to bring the wait staff, the busing staff, everything. That without this connection, it's basically not usable. Next slide. So this shows what those louvers are. They're in the vertical position. They turn horizontal. They're very slim. That's what's existing right now. They have updated this where I think the existing depth of this perimeter edge is 14 inches. We're bringing it down to 9 inches to make it as slender as possible. Next slide. And then these are the retractable fabrics, which is the connector. And so you can see it on the right-hand side in its closed position. You can see it on the left, upper left, where it's partially open. Next slide. And here's the lines of sight. So for the most part, Lincoln Road has the follies and the landscape in the center. So we did two lines of sight, one on the south side of Lincoln Road and one on the north side. And so on the south side, it is out of the right-of-way view, but on the north side, there are some glimpses, and I'll show you in a second. Next slide. And then this is on Meridian, which is pretty much the same thing. Next slide. So this is a glimpse from the north side where there's an opening where you see through the follies and you can see the existing conditions, which is the rooftop addition and the landscape. And then next slide. This shows the structure that will be there. So it can be seen, but we feel the design of the rooftop in general was very, very defined for a dining experience. We're trying to have this where it's a seamless addition to this and to make it functional for the operation. Next slide. This is showing what it looks like on the corner. This is the northeast corner looking towards the southwest corner. That's the building. You can see the rooftop landscaping. Next slide. And then that's the canopy when it's enclosed. Next slide. And so this is what it looks like from the inside. You can see the two existing dining pavilions. You can see the concrete canopy above. Next slide. And then this is the structure. So it's the intent is that the people are going there for this outdoor dining experience, and that outdoor dining experience will be maintained. It's very transparent when it's in the open position, but it provides the necessary covering for this the operator to continue in business. He opened, just as mentioned, he opened the month before he had to shut down. It's been shut down and he just reopened. And this is just absolutely critical that this is what he needs to survive. And so I would just hope that empathetic, or if there's any time of what was a great design and could be lost, that you will support this project. And I think that's our last slide. And any questions you may have, be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie, do we move on to, do you have any questions of the representative? Anybody? Okay.
We do have Daniel Seraldo from the public, if you want to open the public hearing.
Before we open to the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make?
Here. You see me? No.
Nancy?
I'm trying. Yes, I spoke to the architect.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Daniel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Daniel Serraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We did review the project with the applicant, and although it's not public yet that they won the award, hopefully the 4 or 5 people watching will not share it. But yes, we congratulate them on their award at a future date. But as far as this proposal, we understand that although it might not meet the normal sightline requirements, given that we are in a pandemic and there are new realities with social distancing, we support the staff recommendation, and we support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else, Debbie?
No, I don't see anyone else.
Okay, seeing no one else, close public comment and open it to board discussion. Anyone like to make a comment?
Debbie, what are you proposing, or how is it different from what you're suggesting they do than what's in the plan?
Our recommendation is rather restrictive in terms of the removal of the taller retractable fabric structure that serves as the cover for the circulation and for the servers. We are supportive of the areas that are above the seating for the patrons. However, I do want to point out that, again, this was just, I think, last week, the applicant has said that he is able to reduce the structure for some of the pavilions and reduce the area. So again, this was not something that staff was offended by necessarily in terms of our recommendation. We just thought that to minimize it to the greatest extent possible would be much more appropriate to the design of the rooftop addition that was approved back in 2015, which was done in a manner that was very sensitive to the historic building. These structures, again, they're not offensive to staff. We understand the reason why the applicant would like them. And I think that we would be willing to, if the board so chooses, to look at a compromise, then I would be open to that as well, in terms of trying to just reduce everything that's there. The issue with the one that's over the circulation was that it has to clear the other structures. So it has to be taller than them and overlap slightly in some areas. That was really staff's kind of main concern, was that overlapping of the structures. But, I'm interested to see what the board members think, and I'm open to suggestions. And I believe the applicant is also, and I know they had some recommended modifications to our conditions. So that may be something you also want to hear.
Can the applicant show us this discussion that you had?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. James or Todd, can you put something back on the screen that shows, because the plans the board members have in front of them are for the larger pieces. Is there a way you can point to the visuals that show the reduced scope?
Yes, if they can go to, it's sheet A 3.1 of our presentation, and let me just see what, it's slide 9. And so what we tried to do here is to show what's in, I'll say orange, light orange. Well, actually, I'll even say the reddish color. Those are the 3 pavilions that I think we're in agreement to. Those are the pavilions over the bar, and you can see how it's minimal. It goes to the extent of the bar and right to the edge of the where the patrons are in front of it, and then the east and west tables. These are rectangular. We tried to keep them to the minimum dimension. And what we previously had, they were much larger. They were, especially the one on the east side, extended further to the west and further to the south. So I think we're in agreement that those 3 pavilions are as small as they need to be. And we're committed to work with staff where we will make it as small as it can be and as low as it can be, because that's the overriding direction that we're getting from staff. The ones that are in blue, those are existing and they're not changing, and they have previously been approved, and I think staff approves that. So really where we have the issue is this, and I'll call it like a beige color that connects the circulation. And it's on the east side, we have some tables. There's a round table and some banquette tables. But for the most part, it is the connection between these two. And if you see the dashed line that's going horizontal, those dashed lines are the extent of the concrete canopy. So what we're trying to do is get coverage where it's exposed, that's where it's north of the canopy. So what we're looking at is we have to have those covered in order to function. But we feel like we can work, if we can agree that we can have the connectors or corridor covered, then we're confident and we can resolve this at staff level. And lastly, I just want to emphasize, so all the ones in color, the reddish ones and the bluish ones, have those blades. They're louvers, they close and then they open 90 degrees. The other one, they're all retracted. And so when they retract, that was the image that you saw, that you can see through them. So we think that we're one, keeping in the style that was original, that creates this fantastic dining experience outside, and that it will remain that way with this minimal framework of canopies, and then the fabric will extend when necessary. But our objective is the same as staff's objective, is to have the best dining experience for all the patrons, and they will be open as much as possible. So, and just to go over briefly the recommendations. So in the recommendation D, we agree that remove the final order over the canopy for the bar. On the second one, we're saying the retractable, that's the one that really is what we're saying we can't do without. On F, we're in agreement with it. On G, we're in agreement to reduce it to the maximum, the greatest extent possible. We think we're willing to work with staff some more, but what we need to remove from that is the maximum height, saying 8'6". We need to work with staff. One of the issues is we are going over the existing canopies. Maybe we can work with staff on that issue and maybe not go over them, but remove them and keep them at that same level. We'll work with them as best we can. H recommendation, the issue of the aesthetically of having 2 types of pavilions, the louvered canopy pavilions and the retractable fabric. We're saying we have reduced the height of everything, the dimensions of everything of the frame, and therefore we'd like to remove that recommendation. And the last recommendation, we're in full agreement with.
Okay, thank you very much. Debbie?
Okay, thank you, Todd, for that. So just looking at the conditions that Mr. Tragas just went through, they were able to reduce the louvered frame, the beams for the louvered frame from 15 to 9 inches. I was not aware that was possible to do. I thought that 15 inches was kind of the minimum. So now that we see that they're able to reduce it to the 9 inches, I am no longer as concerned about the louvered type structures. Our initial recommendation in this was to have them all the same in terms of the retractable fabric. Now that it's clear that the louvered structure can be reduced down to 9 inches, I think that's significant, and that I would be fine with. The only thing that I think the board should discuss, and I'm also fine with taking out the 8'6", such a specific height, and just asking the applicant to work with staff to reduce the height to the greatest extent possible. That's in G. So the question that I think the board should discuss is the fabric structure that connects the seating areas for the servers. You know, I see both sides of this. It's not a clear-cut case. I think, you know, it might be able to work, especially if it's open most of the time. I don't think it'll have a major impact. I do think, you know, that once you start putting multiple structures up here, it just has to be something that you know, staff has to look at closely, and so does the board, because it might be the aggregate of all these structures, not really them individually, but when they're all placed, that may start to have some type of impact. I'm generally comfortable with the improvements that the applicant has made. Again, it's not entirely consistent with staff's original recommendation, which was based on the plans that are before you today. But I'm open to any suggestions the board members have, or a motion if someone wanted to make a motion.
Thank you, Debbie. Barry?
Yeah, I would say, and I'm happy that Debbie is seeing the sort of the revised design and coming around to it. I think that the impact from the street is going to be minimal. I think that when these awnings are in the open position, they're just skinny steel tube frames, and I don't think they're going to make any impact from the street. The existing rooftop up there is far more significant. So I would hope that, and maybe other people want to speak, but I would make a motion to move the item, approve the item, and have them work with staff to minimize the height. But I can definitely agree that as a patron and a worker, that those walk spaces should be covered.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
Thank you, Barry. Anyone else before we take a motion to vote?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead,
Rick.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I totally understand the need for this. It's a little disconcerting that we have to revisit this again and again. You know, you wonder, why didn't this come up before? It's a shame that there's this brand new structure that already has to be, modified and adapted. When it could have been integrated earlier on. I wouldn't be opposed to a more permanent solution, particularly over the round corner tables. If they were to develop a more permanent one, maybe like a more permanent kind of conical structures, a little bit like what you might find on Lincoln Road, but up on the skyline, embellishing the skyline. I think that would be kind of cool, actually. So if anything, I would consider how to approach this and make it feel like it wasn't, a retrofit to a brand new project, and come up with something that feels more deliberate and permanent. But otherwise, I leave it to staff's suggestions.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else? Scott.
Yeah, I too would leave it up to staff. It seems like the applicant's willing to work with staff to try to minimize this as best they can. I remember when this building came in front of us, I thought it was like a perfect design on how you can renovate a building and add to it and really not take away anything from the existing building. You know, with these structures there, you will see them from Lincoln Road, but I really don't think they're something that, at least I'm not going to get too worked up over, considering, you know, another restaurant operator come in and, you know, decide they don't want them, and, you know, I'm sure they can simply be unbolted from the structure and removed. It's not like they're building any kind of permanent structure there. So I'm okay with them working with staff. I just have one question for staff, and maybe I didn't see it in the staff report. One issue we have, especially in Ocean Drive, is everybody, a lot of people, when the rain comes in, you know, even though there's a cover, usually with wind comes rain. So the rain starts blowing horizontally. What I wouldn't want to see is, especially in these east and west pavilions, if when it's raining, all of a sudden plastic gets rolled down on the sides of these, because then we start to see it kind of look a little bit more not as refined as what they're presenting. So I don't know if you have that in your order, but maybe you can talk about that and suggest something that can be put in the final order.
That's a very good point, and that is, you know, specifically in sidewalk cafe areas like we see on Ocean Drive, can become problematic. In this particular case, and maybe we need the architect back to answer this question, Scott, as well. I know a lot of I think the lighting is integrated into the structure currently. I'm not sure if these little pavilions have integrated windscreens or not. Todd, do you know if...
I can answer that. So the existing dining pavilions that are there now do have a recessed track for a roll shade. And we were the designers for the Fisher Island Beach Club. They have a similar type of scenario where it's not plastic. It's a perforated or woven fabric that comes down that allows the area to breathe, allows the wind to come through, but it prohibits the rain from coming through. And those would be concealed in the framework of the dimensions that we're saying. They're already there in the two dining pavilions.
Thank you, Todd. And Scott, that is one of the really nice things about these types of structures, opposed to what we see happening in the sidewalk cafes, is because everything is integrated. So everything is very neat and clean, like the lighting, the electricity, and even, you know, the modest windscreens, because they're not, you know, what we see that causes, you know, aesthetic issues is that kind of plastic stuff that's clipped on, and then the extension cords for the lighting and all of this kind of peripheral stuff that's just tacked on. The beauty of these structures is everything is actually built in, which I think creates a much more aesthetically pleasing, neat, and elegant solution. So I wouldn't be as concerned about it in limited areas, as long as everything's integrated in to the structure. So I would be okay with having a condition that would not allow for anything that's not integrated into the structure to be layered on top of this. The existing
Okay. No, I just didn't know, because Todd just said they're in the existing pavilions. I'm assuming they'll be in the proposed the additions, the same kind of integrated fabric windscreen. So I just want me, or at least for me and the board and anyone else listening, to know that, yeah, you will, I guess, on rainy days, you won't, in other words, the rendering we saw, the before and after, like say from Lincoln Road, you won't just see that top sort of horizontal rail in the post, but you'll see that fabric, and it'll look like a little wall or something up there. Obviously, he's not going to do that on a bright sunny day. Those will be up, because that's part of dining on Lincoln Road, seeing out. But on the rainy days, you will, for anyone listening, you will see that kind of closed off a little bit up there. So, but yeah, if they could put an order in that only what's incorporated into the, however you want to phrase it.
Right.
So there's nothing accessory added to the coverings.
And I just to clarify, on page 15 of your packet, you'll see a section at the bottom of that sheet where it shows not only is the electricity incorporated, the track lighting, not track lighting, the roll shades, but also the perimeter of these have a gutter system to collect the water and then discharge the water in the vertical columns. So you can see that, yes, it is all well integrated into the fabrication.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? We need to move on. Okay, can I have someone call for the vote, please? Make a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, Nancy, just for your motion, I would like to go, because we are going to modify some of these conditions, I would like to go through some modifications that I think I've heard consensus on. Condition C1C1D, I would recommend the elimination of that condition, which would be consistent with the board's discussion. Condition 1C1G, I would modify that condition to say the east and west canopies or pavilions shall be consistent with the plans presented at the October 13th meeting, labeled Exhibit A. And Todd and James, I would like that exhibit uploaded if this order is approved with the title Exhibit A and today's date.
Sure.
And then condition 1C1H, I would recommend, let me see, which one is this? That we keep only up until to the greatest extent possible. So that would be period, including the elimination of the operable louver canopies would be stricken through. And one other just housekeeping modification that James's office pointed out to me, in the general conditions, which is number 3, the school concurrency would be if it's applicable. In this particular case, it would not be applicable, but since that's a general condition we put in all the orders, I would just add applicability to that. And that is 3M as in Mary. And that's all I have. Oh, and then Scott's condition that any windscreen device, lighting, or associated electricity shall be integrated into the structures themselves. So that would be a new condition. Is that good with you, Nancy?
I'm fine.
Okay, so that's the motion. Did we have a second?
Rick?
Mr. Lopez was the second. Okay, let's do the roll call. Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Excellent. Motion passes. Application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at Mila.
Sounds good. Mr. Chair, would you like to take a quick break now?
Yes.
We are running on time. So first of all, I want to congratulate everyone and thank everyone. It's a miracle. It's an early Christmas. Would you like to take a 15-minute break to grab something to eat? Okay, so we will adjourn and be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, 12:25. Historic Preservation Board. We're up to item number 11, which is, number 10, which is HPB 20-0418, which is 826 Meridian Avenue. And we'll be happy to have Debbie start us off on that adventure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the next application is HPB 20-0418, 826 Meridian. An application requesting a certificate of appropriateness has been filed for the renovation and restoration of the existing building on the site. The classification of the existing rear accessory building as non-contributing, the total demolition of the rear accessory building, and the construction of a new detached rear addition, including variances from the rear setback and open space requirements. So there are three basic requests before you today. One is for the classification of the rear building. Second is for the design of the new addition. And then the third is the two variances that have been requested. With regard to the classification of the existing building, so we have found in the building department records that this particular property was developed in 1924. It was built as a residence and garage. So the garage structure, it appears that was originally built at the same time as the home, sits at the rear of the lot. So it's only visible from the alleyway. It is one story. It's not 100% clear, but at some point we believe probably between 1949 and 1950, there were significant modifications made to this rear garage structure. It no longer functions as a garage. We believe a bathroom was added, and it was converted to some type of residential unit. So currently, it resembles very little of what it probably looked like originally in terms of the exterior detailing. There was some type of permastone that was also added around some of the new openings. There were several, I think there were 2 doors introduced as part of the residential unit conversion. The garage door is no longer visible. Probably the stepped upper portion where you have the side columns, that is likely the only original feature. Staff believes, as was often the case with these smaller homes, that even the 1924 design of the garage was probably very modest and utilitarian in form. Therefore, we are recommending that the board classify this structure as non-contributing. And this is, this is an interesting situation because we don't often bring classifications to the board. In this case, this would be required to be non-contributing because any building that is listed as contributing in the Flamingo Park Local Historic District within the RM1 zoning is not permitted to be demolished. So the board, prior to approving demolition, would need to classify any structure in this area of the city as non-contributing. In this particular case, again, staff does believe that the non-contributing classification is warranted, and that is our recommendation. With regard to the construction of the new 2-story addition, staff is supportive of this modest addition. It is about 970 square feet, and it's for the purpose of expanding a single-family home use on the site. It will be visible from Meridian Avenue, but very minimally so. We do not believe that it will have any negative impact on the existing contributing building or the surrounding historic district. So we are recommending approval. We should also note that they are proposing to renovate the contributing main home on the site, including the changing of the windows to historically accurate windows on the front and some reconfiguration internal to the site of this structure on the rear and on the sides in terms of reconfiguring the window openings. With regard to the variances, we are recommending approval. We do find that there is hardship on the site. The Flamingo Park zoning regulations do require a minimum of a 10-foot separation between the existing structure and any new addition at the rear of the site. So this development regulation actually forces the applicant to shift any new construction toward the rear of the site. So a rear variance request is a very common request for this neighborhood. With regard to the open space variance, that's kind of a blanket requirement over all RM1 and RM2 properties that they have a certain percentage of open space. Again, in the Flamingo Park neighborhood, The zoning does, limit any new construction to the rear of the site, which does create a hardship for someone trying to maintain that open space at the rear. And we would also note that even though they don't satisfy today's required open space for the rear yard, they are actually increasing the amount of open space as to what they have today. So we thought that was positive. I know Michael Belush is here in case you have any questions about that, but I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And that's all I have today. I know the applicant is here with a brief presentation, and I just also wanted to note that we did point out some, and at least one minor concern in our staff report regarding the setback for the air conditioned equipment. I know the architect has been in communications with me. They have addressed that, and I believe that will be part of their presentation as well. So staff just wanted to thank them for reading through our report and taking our recommendations to heart. That's all I have. Is the applicant ready for a presentation?
Yes, David, thank you. How are you now?
And before the applicant begins, I'd just like to swear in any members of the team who will be presenting. So can you state on the record whether you swear under oath to tell that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
All right, thank you. Okay, as soon as the presentation comes up. Okay, so next slide will show the physical location of the property in the Flamingo Park district. Next slide, please. This one is showing a view of the property from the north side of Meridian towards the center of the picture. You can see the tall hedge that now is covering the whole property. Next slide, please. That is a view from the south side, showing how the hedge go around the side property line and the front property line. That is a hedge we intend to remove. Next slide, please. That is as you enter the property, you can see that there is a it's not clearing any permits, a big trellis covering the entrance, and a lot of vegetation climbing onto the facade. And you can see part of the mission style property at the center of the facade, showing the three parapets and the windows and, well, entrance door. Next slide, please. That is a view from the back alley. That is the building that we intend to not contributing, and is sitting on the back property line and the rear property line and on the side property line in full. So towards the right of the property, you can see the picture, sorry, you can see the wood fence that is part of the property also. Next slide, please. This one is showing, well, the other angle, vegetation pertaining to the property and the building connected to the wood fence. Next slide, please. That is a view from the house to the interior yard, showing the front of the building we intend to demolish, and a pool and the planter that also has to be demolished in order to accommodate the new project. Next slide, please. That is a view from the back to the front of the property, showing the back of the historic house, and that we're going to change some of the window openings, and we intend to rebuild the old trellis and make it reasonable with the structure adapted to hurricane location. So next slide, please. That is another view of the building that we intend to demolish from the inside of the property. Next slide, please. That's a view from the south side yard, showing how the hedge has been deteriorated and that we intend to replace, changing the old chain link fence to new aluminum picket fence and add a new green hedge. Next slide, please. This is the other side yard towards the north of the property, showing that all that vegetation we're gonna keep and try to embellish and make it a lot better. Of course, all the service outside is gonna be placed inside the house after the remodeling we intend to do. Next slide, please. Here you can see how the site plan compares. On the top image shows the existing location of the building, of the rear building, and the lower image shows the proposed two-story additional building that contains bedrooms for the several integrants of the family. Next slide, please. Here you can see a detail on how the interior of the property is going to be remodeled, and first and second floor of the additional building, showing the 4 bedrooms that we are adding to the property. Next slide. Here you can see we're trying to show how the line of sight diagram works with keeping the 2-story building out of the line of sight view. So we try to keep it as low as possible in order to comply with the requirement. Next slide. Here is a view of how the property is going to look now, keeping the front hedge low and clearing the facade out of the vegetation that is today covering mostly in full. Next slide, please. That's another angle of the same facade. We intend to change the windows without changing the openings, using impact rated aluminum windows treated with wood finish. So even the texture and feel of the house will be the same. Next slide, please. That's another view, a closer view of the front of the property. Next slide, please. Another one. Next slide, please. This is a view of the from the back alley, showing what we're gonna do with the rear building. And the main idea here is, even when we're building a 2-story unit here, we're committed to embellish somehow the rear alley by placing this wood covered with some green vegetation creeping toward the front of the property and make it more green and attractive to view. Next slide, please. That's a different angle from the same property. You can see the access stairs on the left side of the building, which is also covered in green elements. And next slide, please. And here there's some interior views of the design intended for this remodeling. Next slide, please. Next slide. That is the remodeled trellis covering the back of the house, and you can see how the windows get bigger and also giving more light to the obscure interior of the house. Next slide, please. Next slide. View from under the trellis to the back of the property. Next slide. Next. And that's a view of another elevated view to show how the wood cover encloses the the building. Next slide. And that's the area of showing the whole thing already finished. That's it. So that's it from my end.
Thank you. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Debbie, we're now going to go to public comment.
Yes, Daniel Seraldo has his hand up.
Okay, Daniel, you're still under oath and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Thank you, Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Our advocacy committee met and reviewed this project. I apologize, we didn't have a chance to connect with the owners. However, we appreciate the restoration components of the project. And I was happy to hear also that they're going to be removing the large hedge, which would give a much clearer view to what is really one of the remaining original homes from the 1920s. Before the Art Deco homes were built, this home was, and it's from the very earliest period of the Miami Beach Golden Age. That being said, as far as a garage, it is a contributing structure. And as Debbie mentioned, in Flamingo Park District, we don't allow demolition of contributing structures. And, you know, we reviewed the site plan and we oppose the demolition of the garage because it is an integral part of the original historic fabric of the site. Also, I went myself to look at the garage the other day from the alley, and it takes up a pretty small area of the backyard. And so I would hope that there might be a way to, you know, add on to the site, but keep the garage. And just looking at the historic resources report, it was really just a building card. There wasn't much information about whether the garage was modified significantly or not. So we do have that objection to the variance and the reclassification and demolition of the garage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your knowledgeable comments. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Dave McKinney.
Yes, thank you. It's a matter of great concern that there was really no historic resources, their report with this building. It is very important. And from my cursory research, I found there are articles in 1923 and 1924 from the Miami Herald talking about this building specifically and its relationship to the development of the Flamingo Park neighborhood. Also, there should be indication that who built it. And J.R. Goodley, there was a significant person in the development of Miami Beach. While he does not have the reputation of the ones that transformed it, he was also a developer, and he was also very much involved into the community life as the charter member of the Library and Art Institute. And so this is they're part of a picture of basically how Flamingo Park and the people who developed this area lived. I think it's very concerning that we would consider the reclassification of a contributing building that was their part of the original project, and that we have not considered, as we are supposed to, the history of the people who have built it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Any other public comment?
No one else.
Thank you, Debbie. Therefore, we're going to close public comment and move on to board discussion. Any board members have an issue or point to make? No one? Nancy?
I was raising my hand.
Oh, I can't see you. Who's that?
It's Barry.
Oh, Barry, I can't, you're not on my screen, sorry.
Did Nancy want to go?
No.
Okay. The garage is kind of, existing right at the edge. But so is their new structure pretty much. And I'm wondering, it just makes me think that we have a 4-story building coming back today, about 32nd Street, where we required that building to be moved, redesigned and relocated in order to save a unused garage from a single family home. And here we're saying, okay, do what you want and build a 2-story garage, what looks like apartment buildings right next door. So currently the people on the first floor are blocked. Their windows are blocked by a 1-story building. Now they're blocked by a 2, the second floor as well. I would have appreciated more if the applicant could have used that building and built onto it in a different way. That's my 2 cents for it.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Anyone else?
Rick over here, if I may.
I can't see you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm also curious to know what could have been done with the existing structure to arrive at these 4 new bedrooms. Seeing the rear elevations where you have a masonry structure with an attached wood structure and the idea that you're going to have vines or vegetation growing on it, that doesn't bode well for that new masonry structure, with all of that moisture, right up against it. So while it's interesting, all the use of wood here, and in that courtyard and even wrapping it around the back of the house, I find it hard to believe that that rear elevation will actually be executed that way. And so, the question remains, why couldn't you build and incorporate the existing structure? It also seems a little bit unusual that a single family house would be adding, 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in a detached way. It seems better used for, renting out rooms. So that comes up too. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Rick. I have several issues with this as well. I agree 100% with Daniel Serraldo and MDPL because the little building in the alley, there's really nothing wrong with it. The little cosmetic work would not make it revivable. And even they have in their drawing of the new building have the 4 raised corners, which echo the historic building. So these people are extremely sensitive to the historic building that in the front, the main house. But I don't see why the garage building, which has a nice scale, and again, the property is a unit now. It has a main house in the garage. There are very few of those around that remain. And I don't see why the sudden rush to add 4. It almost looks like they're trying to create an Airbnb type situation where they're just expanding it for expansion's sake. And the historicity of the little garage will have to go to make way for what they want to do. And I think our purpose is to preserve architecture that's important. And this is a unity of a house and a garage and a courtyard in the middle, which I think is very attractive or could be made more attractive. And I don't see any reason to destroy the garage when it could be renovated tastefully to coexist with the main house. It appears, I don't know from the drawing, but it appears as though there's a swimming pool there now or something blue. I find that kind of weird that someone would give up a swimming pool in a hot area for 4 more bedrooms. I guess that's what they would like to do. But talking about blue-green infrastructure, I think it's kind of funny that you'd be giving up grass and green space to build a 4-bedroom, 2-story building, which will cut off the light and air from the residents of the 2 adjoining buildings, which I'm sure they would not be for. So I can't be for this as it exists, because I think if the owner gave it some thought, he could do a very nice assembly of the garage and the yard and the historic building and have something very valuable for the future. And I agree with Rick. Most people here don't understand the problems of putting greenery up against the masonry building like that, the problems that it does cause. I have a feeling I know what the owner had intended was to screen out the 2-story building and make it a green element. But if you're going to do that, I would keep the smaller building and not have such a big footprint there in the backyard. Those are my feelings. So I would ask that they give it some more thought and perhaps try to save the little historic building that's there, because that is our goal on the Historic Preservation Board. And I think it would make a very nice complex and in the future be more valuable as an unusual remainder of that early period of Miami Beach architecture. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah. When I first saw this application, what hit me was actually Rick brought it up that, it does kind of look like, and Jack, you mentioned it too, that they're just adding rooms in the back to possibly rent out. But then I look at the plans and I look closely, and between the 2 rooms there's just pocket doors which lead to the bathroom. So not the most secure, wouldn't be the most secure hotel room or Airbnb or whatever. But the applicant states it's for a single family use. So with that in mind, I'm wondering, and Debbie, this is a question for you. Because this is a single family home, if they wanted to add on to the home and add rooms, does the code say they can add an attached addition to the house and add some rooms? I know usually there has to be a separation, but how would it work with this particular project?
So I think it's important for me to kind of explain the zoning. Because this is a very complex area of the city and highly restrictive, probably the most restrictive zoning area we have. They are permitted potentially to construct an attached addition if the existing contributing building at the rear, so that's also very important, at the rear of an existing contributing building only, at 1 story only. So they could do a 1-story attached rear addition. Now they could not do that on the garage, right? So the garage cannot have a rooftop addition. That's not permitted in the underlying zoning district. And because the rear of the garage actually faces the alley, the garage was originally accessed from Meridian through a carport. The garage would basically remain, if the board wants to classify it as contributing, it would have to remain exactly where it is and would not be permitted to have any sort of addition on it. The other issue with the garage is, while there's evidence that it was converted from a garage to a residential unit, and you can see that with the stairs. I mean, the garage wouldn't have had stairs, right? It would have been at a lower level. There is some concern that the building department and the Florida Building Code would not allow that structure because there's no clear permit history of a residential unit there. to remain at the finished floor level that it is at. So that would likely have to be converted back to some sort of open space or non-habitable use, how it was originally, storage or garage. But the only way to do an addition would be a one-story attached addition on the existing contributing building. Now, I would like to point out that both of their neighbors, because I know you're talking about blocking their light and air, are much taller than the existing building on the site and the two-story addition they're proposing, and have much more FAR. The current proposal before you is less than a half, is a 0.42 FAR, and they're actually permitted to have 1.25 FAR. It becomes extremely challenging to add on, except for a small attached one-story addition on the main home, which would then have to be separated 10 feet from the garage. It wouldn't be able to go all the way up to the garage, because the garage would be, if you're considering the garage contributing, any new addition would have to be separated 10 feet from that structure. So it becomes very challenging, and the transition between the existing main house to the new one-story addition may be challenging in terms of it would probably have to be raised to 9, the new floor area. So then you would have to create some steps inside the existing home.
Excuse me, Debbie, but is it not true that the HPB is allowed to grant a floodplain waiver for existing properties? So
for existing floor, but not for new floor, and not for existing floor that was not approved to be habitable. So for the existing home, you're 100% correct. And I know our building official routinely grants these. Because of their historic status, but that would be for the existing home. That wouldn't include new construction or the garage.
I don't understand. If the garage is there and it's a contributing building, what's the difference between it and
because if the garage was never permitted as a residential unit, it would not be grandfathered in with a habitable finished floor level below base flood. It would be grandfathered in as the garage, which can be below, but it wouldn't be allowed necessarily to be a habitable space. It could be storage, for vehicles or for anything else, but not habitable space. If there's no, and I was not able to locate any definitive permit history of the conversion. Clearly, it's no longer being used as a garage. And clearly, because we see steps on the outside of the building going up to the new doors, that internally at some point they put a new slab in or they raised up the finished floor level of the garage.
But may I ask a question?
Well,
sure.
I'm not done yet. Hold on.
Okay.
If this is true, I don't know. I'm not a zoning or planning expert, but if this is true, I think this should have been discussed in your piece on this building, and I think it should come back to us with options of what we could do with the garage legally according to today's rules and regulations, rather than just condemn it out of hand with no alternatives presented. So I'm even more against it's being redesignated, because you could.
I just want to clarify that too. We're not reclassifying it. The structure currently has no classification. When the district was surveyed, Flamingo Park has a lot of properties with these rear accessory structures. The vast majority of those were not classified, and it could have been because we were looking at so many existing buildings, and we didn't have the wherewithal to actually go into properties or go through the alleys to see if they had accessory structures. The current garage is not classified in the database, so they're currently asking the board to classify the building. They want it to be classified as non-contributing because that's the only way it could be demolished. If the board wants to see it restored or turned back into a garage, then that's very clear direction you can give the applicant.
But if you were
I just wanted to let you know that if that is the case, then there's really very limited development potential on the site. It restricts, barely any new additions on the site.
Are you willing to show us that, and if it were to come back, to show us that in writing and why? Because I don't understand why you couldn't build an addition to that as the main building of that piece of property in the back.
To the garage or to the home?
To the garage.
Because you are only permitted to construct an attached addition, a one-story attached addition to the rear of a contributing structure. The rear of the garage faces the alley.
But it's not a garage now, so
But it's the rear of the building faces the alley.
Okay.
So and rooftop additions are also not permitted. So not much you could do with the garage, but I mean, you could still retain it. And then you would just have to look at the room behind the amount of space behind the existing home and the garage and see if there's a one-story attached addition that could be placed between the garage and the existing home, keeping distance from the garage, because that requires a separation.
That's kind of what I was getting at when I brought this up. If they can add an attached addition to the main house, but then you threw in that it has to be separated by 10 feet from the garage. I mean, I was just picturing adding on to the house and just kind of going all the way back, attaching it to the garage as well, and getting try to maximize the amount of space you can build there. And then you're using the garage as well. Maybe they convert it into a garage, or if they can, possibly, if there's some way they can convert it into residential use. So that's what I was getting at, but you seem to kind of throw a wrench into all of that. But either way, I think, I don't know if the boards move on this now. I think the architect should look at everything we've talked about, maybe talk to staff as well to see what some other options are. Maybe there's some way they can do something, adding that one-story attached addition and incorporating the garage. I think they should look at it. As at least today, I wouldn't be ready to vote on any demolition, mainly because I heard from David McKinney when he spoke. He said he found some interesting information on this property, some historic information. I think we asked for this for the property up in North Beach, so maybe we need to know a little bit more about this property, a little bit more about the history before we, if the applicant's going to come back and say no, we definitely want to go forward with the demolition, we should know a little bit more about the property before we decide on it one way or the other. So I think there's a lot to go back and look into and study and kind of decide what direction to go in for the applicant.
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Wishful thinking, maybe. I'm just kidding. Anyone else? Okay, Debbie, what should we do?
Well, obviously they would need 5 votes for this. They don't have it. You're giving clear direction to retain the garage and to explore a one-story attached addition on the main home.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Explore the options, yes.
And
okay.
If they can,
we can definitely work with the applicant to see if that's something they would be interested in.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, and try find any which way they can. I don't want to call it a loophole, but anything in the zoning code that may allow them to, build something acceptable to them while they retain.
Yeah, it's a tight space. They're probably only going to have about 15 feet, but they can. It doesn't preclude them from doing a small, rear addition to the site. And I would appreciate if Mr. McKinney did find some historical documentation, if he could send that to staff so that we could then send that to the applicant, because all we were able to find was the building card that just kind of listed modifications that have been made over time.
Is David still here? David McKinney?
I can reach out to MDPL and ask him for that information. That might be very helpful.
His hand is up.
David's. Okay, so he's still here. Okay, so I think that's clear. The board's direction is clear, but we would still need a motion if you would like to continue this. I would recommend continuing this to the December meeting, just because I don't think we have enough time. And this would be a complete redesign of the whole project. So,
okay, so
that would be the December 8th meeting.
I'll move to continue to December.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Barry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No one opposed. Okay. Application is continued. Thank you. Going on to the next application. This is HPB file 20-0419. This is 635 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial renovation of the existing building on the site and the construction of a new detached rear addition, including variances from the rear setback and open space requirements. You'll see this is a similar request to the previous application. Again, because this is located in Flamingo Park, the new construction is required to be separated 10 feet from the contributing building on the site. Therefore, this pushes all of the addition toward the rear of the site, hence the request for the rear setback and the rear open space requirements. Existing building is contributing, built in 1938, designed by T. Hunter Henderson. Staff is supportive of the proposed project, which will restore the existing building. We did, for this particular property, we did find microfilm drawings, and that is shown in the report. We do really appreciate the applicant's willingness to renovate the existing property and restore the contributing structure on the site. The demolition is actually limited to a 2-level exterior stair at the rear of the existing building. So staff has no objection to that. That does not contain any significant architectural features. The new addition will be minimally visible from Euclid Avenue. We do believe it's designed in a manner that is consistent with the scale and massing of adjacent buildings. We're supportive of the particular application and just have one concern with regard to the screening of the parking. We are recommending that they include a 4-foot tall site wall or similar screening device, so this does not have any sort of negative impact on the north side to the adjacent building. Michael can describe the variances, but again, they're very straightforward.
Sure. Thanks, Debbie. As Debbie mentioned, 2 variances are requested. The first is a variance from the minimum required rear pedestal setback of 15 feet in order to construct a 3-story structure at 6 foot 6 inches from the rear property line. As we noted from the prior project, the city code also requires a new addition to be set back 10 feet from the contributing building, placing any new additions to the rear of the property in order to minimize any impact on the existing structure. We are supportive of the variance request as it is consistent or greater than the rear setback of other buildings on the block. Also, the existing building to be restored has a 25-foot front setback, which further limits the available area for new construction. Regarding variance number 2, we have worked with the applicant since the staff report was initially drafted. The initial request was for a variance to occupy 77% of the rear yard, where 30% is the maximum requirement. They've worked with us to reduce that down to 70%. So we're recommending that variance number 2 be modified to allow 70% coverage in the rear yard with the following added condition, which would state all new walkways and driveway surfaces which are located outside of the building envelope shall consist of pavers set in sand, with the exception of limited areas of impervious material in order to contain such pavers. We are recommending approval of both variances with that modification.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. We're going to go to public comment. Debbie?
Yes, we have Daniel Seraldo.
May the applicant present?
Oh, yes. You're sorry, Matt. Yes, Mr. Chair. Let's have the applicant present, and then we'll open it up to the public.
And Matt, I'd just like to swear in any members of your team who will be testifying. So, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
That was Tony. And if you could you please add Frank Mekiska, M-E-K-I-S-K-A?
I see his hand is up.
And Nick, when he gets on, can you just please swear him in too?
Yeah.
He's part of our team.
PJ, can you move over Frank?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Frank. Do you so swear?
Yes.
Thank you. You all have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Frank, hold on just 1 second, if I may. Yeah. Matthew Amster, the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, and Larkin and Tapanez, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami, here today representing MAFL Invest, the applicant and owner of the property at 635 Lenox Avenue. With me today, the owner's representative is Frank Mekiska, our design team from 3 Design, Tony Leon, with assistance from Kat Cafferata, and my associate at the firm, Robert Behar. I'm going to turn it over to Frank as not only the owner's representative, but a good friend to say a few words. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Matt. Hello, my name is Frank Mekiska, and I live here in Miami Beach since 10 years. I know the owner for many years, and I know his love and passion to historical buildings. That's the reason because he totally fell in love with that property. He grew up in Berlin, Germany, and as you know, Berlin is full of historical structures. And he was one of the only people who was touching the Cumberland project. It's a gigantic project, a historical project. And in 2011, he was the one who brought this back to life and restored it completely. And if you want, you can look it up at cumberland.de, that you can get kind of imagine how this works. For his vision and projects, he earned a lot of awards from the city of Berlin. And I think if this Lenox Avenue project is his first project, and hopefully there will be many more in the future. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Debbie?
Well, we are going to continue with our application. If you can call up the slideshow.
Okay, super.
We have a very narrow 50-foot wide lot here with 2 frontages. Main frontage on Lenox in the west and on the alley in the east. There's a 2-story apartment building built in 1938, which we're going to preserve at the front and add a 3-story addition in the center and rear yard. We have an opportunity here also to add 2 parking spaces, which is rare and a plus for this area. Next slide. That shows you the layout. Next slide. We have reached out to our neighbors all around and obtained 4 letters of support, which are the ones in green. The ones in yellow, we did also reach out to, shared with them a excerpt of these plans so they could see what we're asking for and proposing, and they have yet to reach out to us, but I'm unaware of staff receiving any opposition. And our letters of support, which are the next 4 slides, we could go through those quickly. They're in the record. Actually, okay, so the layout of this
neighborhood. Actually, before I do that, we also made a presentation to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, and my take is that the project was well received. And I know Daniel Seraldo is on. We cut him off, but he'll speak at the end. I believe that they are also in support of our request. The area here is similar to what we have, a mix of 2- and 3-story apartment buildings. Next slide. Many of which are similarly situated where they have 2 buildings on a site, which is our proposal. Next slide. And one more. So that's the existing fabric of the community. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Tony now so he can share with you the preservation of this, which is the existing building, and talk about the new construction.
Good afternoon. Is my mic on?
Yes.
All right. Is there a video of me?
No, it's just audio.
Perfect.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. So on this sheet A6.5, if you look at the bottom right corner, it kind of shows what it is that we're demolishing. We're talking about the walkways that go around the back of the property on the sides. We are going to be removing the stairs, the 2-story stairs in the rear. But I guess the things that aren't being shown in this drawing is that these buildings are going to be completely renovated. Or this building, sorry, is going to be completely renovated. So we'll be replacing the windows, the railings, complete, interior remodeling, bathrooms, kitchens, adding air conditioning. We'll even be adding sprinklers to this building, mostly because we are removing the second egress in the back of the building. And we'll talk about that in another slide. And of course, anything that isn't original. The microfilm for this front elevation is a little, hard to really see, and it's really tough to kind of know exactly if something on the second floor. If you look on the photo on view number 1 in the upper left, there is like a balcony. It doesn't look like it's a usable balcony. It doesn't look to be like there was ever any closure of anything. So it's kind of hard to see, but we'll figure it out, I'm sure, once we get in and open up some drywall and see if there was anything done that looks like it was not original. Next slide. This view number 5 and 6 sort of show that stair in the rear, which we will be removing and putting on the second floor just balconies, but the balconies are not going to have access down. Part of this reason was that the 10-foot separation actually counts from the stair instead of from the building, since it's a 2-story structure. So we actually moved the building back an extra, 5 or so feet in order to have it 10 feet from this stair. And when we decided to remove the stair, we thought that it was nice that there was a little extra space instead of the minimum 10 that we, now we had like 14 or 15 feet. So we kept it separated instead of removing the stairs and sliding the building back forward. Next slide. So in the next slide, at the bottom drawing, you'll see that we are bringing in a new access on the north side of the property. And that access goes all the way back to the entrance of the building in the rear, which is on the north side. Also note that the building has a 5-foot, the new building could have had a 5-foot setback from the property line and match the existing building in the front. We pulled it back to 7.5 feet to make the entrance a little more open. And we have some pavers and some walkways shown here that kind of connect the rear of the building to the parking and from the front entrance and even from the walkway for the existing building, so that the second floor units, they say they're taking out their trash or they have a parking spot, they can use that without having to go outside of the property and back in through the other door. Next slide. Next slide shows on the upper right that this new building has some ample space underneath for parking. Could have been another unit, but we wanted to make sure that there was, not enough parking, for everybody, but if there's at least enough scooter and bike parking. Also, the unit on the ground floor is an FHA unit, which has some accessibility requirements. So in that space, there is also a lift that takes you up to a platform that takes you inside the unit. So there's kind of two entrances into that unit. And there's trash and storage, electric room. And the unit downstairs is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. Next, sorry, the bottom drawing, the lower right, is the existing building. It shows that there's three units, one on the west side, one on the east side, and it's one that's right in the middle of the building on the south side. That's a 1-bedroom, and the other 2 are both two twos. Next slide. Next slide, on the upper drawing is shows the third floor. The third floor has a larger setback on the south side. So we have some terraces there. Those are looking south. And on this third floor, there's only 2 units. These are 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Next slide. Here we show the elevations of the demolition. Next slide. Our exterior elevations. It's a very simple, symmetrical building as much as possible anyway on the north and the east and west facades. Next slide. And here you should get into some renderings. And it's a simple stucco building with some movement in the elements by a couple of inches offsetting to create some different massing. There's basically a 3-color system: grays, whites, and accent over the entrance. Next slide. And a couple more views of the building. I'll pass it back to Matt. Oh, sorry, one more. A couple more views.
Your 10 minutes are actually up. How much additional time do you think you need?
Pass it to Matt now. I'm done.
I'm just going to discuss the variances. I probably need 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, is that okay? Yep, okay.
If we could go to the next slide. So we have 2 variances. The hardship really arises based on 3 things: the preservation of this historic home at the front, including the expansive front yard that goes along with it. Secondly is the Flamingo Park regulations that require this separation between the existing and the new, and also the narrowness and sort of 2-lot frontage situation that exists heavily restrict development on this property. So by separating and highlighting the new building, as Tony mentioned, we're creating a little courtyard in the middle that does make for nice, feasible, functional, and practical use of the property, while at the same time preserving the existing building, letting it shine at the front. If you go to the next slide, there you can see how there's a separation between the 2 buildings. And while you can see, the building, the top of the 3-story building may be viewed from across the street, it is further pushed back again to let that front building be visible and be the focal point. Next slide. One of the variances is regarding at the very right of this slide is the rear yard on the alley and the amount of open space. As we mentioned, we have, parking here, which is a benefit to the surrounding area as well as this property, and some walkways of which are required, certainly one of them for life safety. And the, pushing the buildings apart makes us have to encroach in this area. So collectively, we did have a fairly large request, and staff has allowed us to work with them. We're going to actually remove this south sidewalk. If you go to the next slide. This is a revised drawing that not only takes that on the far right, the walkway on the south is now no longer present, and it adds more open space to the rear yard and reduces our request, which is what Michael Belush was mentioning earlier. So we'd like to have this be a part of your approval, which is a benefit by increasing open space. So this is the revised A15. We'd like to be approved as part of the the motion. And if you go to the next slide, the other variance is regarding the rear setback. The required rear setback line on this block is the red lines. And as you can see, the existing condition is that all but 3 of the properties on this block very much encroach into the rear setback line. So our request, and we're not actually the worst, some of them are closer to the property line than ours. So we thought that this is a existing conditions to this in the surrounding area, makes this proposal very compatible, and notably catty corner across the alley to the southeast, 624 Michigan. It also has a 3-story building that encroaches in the rear yard, and it obtained these same variances at hearing before this board in the past. And our aerial that you can see on the left side here shows you that not only that property with the red dot, but many of these others have similar approved variances for the rear yard.
Matt, your 3 minutes are up.
Sure, I'm about to finish next. 1 more minute would be best.
Okay, 1 more, that's it, thanks.
Thank you very much. The next slide just shows you that by taking out that south side walkway, it's a benefit for the variance request in the rear yard, but overall for the entire property, we've provided as much open space as possible, remember preserving in the front and a nice courtyard in between the 2 buildings. Overall, we have 32.1% of open space for the entire property. Next slide. In conclusion, it's a very sensitive design to preserve and highlight the existing contributing building and appropriately locate the new construction, which is within the context and fabric of this existing community. We request approval of both variances with that 1.5 sheet showing the removal of the south walkway. We have just one clarification on a condition. It's Roman numeral I, C1B. Debbie was mentioning about providing a wall or screening for the rear parking, of which we have no problem with. But the reference in there says east and west side, and I believe that should just be north and south. With that, we agree with all the other conditions. Our team is available for any questions, and we reserve time for rebuttal as may be needed.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go now to public. Is anybody else? They're finished. Public comment?
Yes, we have Daniel Seraldo.
Daniel, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Daniel Seraldo, on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to meet with the applicant, but we did review the project, and it's a good example of infill development when there is space behind a building, and we've seen this architect do other similar projects, and we believe it will be a good addition, and we support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
No.
Hearing none, the public comment is closed. We're going to go to board discussion. Anybody have something to say?
Yeah, I'll jump in then.
Scott?
Yeah, as Matthew said, they did present to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I did sit in on that conversation, and I can remain impartial. I think overall it's a great design, a great look to a building. I mean, I like it. To me, it seems kind of a simple design, but I like it, kind of contemporary, but just enough to give it some interest to it. I'm okay with that rear setback variance. It's not, it's pretty much what's been done that whole block. My question is on the second variance, the open space. I know, Michael, you mentioned that you talked to them to try to get more. Go ahead and tell me or remind me what you said. You said everything outside the building envelope you wanted to be sort of pavers?
Yes. So what the condition that I read would be that all walkways and driveway surfaces that are not under the building, so that are open to the sky, should consist of paver set in sand. That was a recommendation.
Yeah, I think one of the important, I mean, obviously open space requirements are there for a reason. So, you know, there's some greenery, there's some space on the lot. And I think nowadays that's even more important when you talk about resiliency. You know, there's the one issue, the only one thing I'm looking at here is, you know, when you talk about resiliency, at least in my opinion, one of the most important things you could do is to try to keep as much green space as possible. And here we're kind of giving a variance to, they're asking for a variance to exceed what is allowed. I'm not totally against that because I'm looking at the overall lot, and there is a lot of green space. I know this is just considering the rear space, the variance. I think overall Matthew mentioned there's about 30 or 30 some odd % of open space, which is good. So my only thing is where the parking is. Michael, you mentioned that anything not covered by the building be paver, set and stand. Maybe that entire parking area could be that paver, set and sand, which helps somewhat, gives that ground a little more, you know, it's a little more pervious. Obviously, rain's not going to hit directly, but when we do get a lot of rain puddles, that'll give it another area, the water, another area to go to maybe percolate into the ground. So I just wonder if that's something that the applicant would consider. It really, you know, I think it helps quite a bit in terms of resiliency and water drainage. And I don't think it would be that, you know, overall, I think it would be a little nicer than, at least from what I could see in the plans, they have concrete there. At least in one of the sections I saw, it looked like concrete in the parking spaces. So maybe pavers would be an even nicer look to it. So I just wonder how the applicant feels about that and the rest of the board.
I'd like to jump in here, Tony Leon, architect. Putting pavers and sand is always, you know, kind of a problem, just with the settling of the pavers. And because this parking, there's access to, you know, handicap wheelchair access for that unit on the ground floor, that maybe, you know, if there was some kind of compromise, or maybe just the parking and maybe a walkway that goes up to the access, the lift access, maybe the scooter parking and the bicycle parking, you know, so we kind of do a hybrid where there's some pavers and maybe, you know, the other half is concrete or asphalt or something that, you know, has less issue with unevenness in the pavers.
Yeah, Tony, it's not something that I would vote against the project for. It's an idea. I think it's a good idea, and I just bring it up. Maybe you can talk to staff about that, maybe come up with something, but I'm interested to hear how the rest of the board feels about it as well.
Can I jump in on that then? I would agree with that, Scott, and I think that the pavers and sand doesn't have to be the only permeable solution that they consider too. You might have a permeable pavement that, if settling is a concern there, that you can consider instead.
Okay. Anybody else on the board have comments or questions? Okay, I have one. I'm a little concerned. I wanted to ask Debbie about the subject of color, which we haven't talked about for some time. Does this neighborhood have any color standards other than the standard color palette that Miami Beach, or at least Ocean?
No, it's a historic district, so we base paint colors on the, you know, historic district kind of neutral, pale tones, but nothing specific to Flamingo Park.
Okay, because the gray kind of, I don't know how anybody else might feel, but the gray seems particularly dark and drab to me. There's nothing pastel or light about it. It makes the building to me much heavier than it need be, but no one else feels that way. How does the staff feel about that?
You know, it's always really difficult to judge paint by anything that's printed on paper. I'll be honest with you. I think a neutral gray is subtle enough. Obviously, this is not a contributing building, so we don't necessarily need it to stand out. You're really only going to see it from the alley. So I did not have a concern. I do have generally a concern when we have dark colors, Jack. So I agree with you that if it was a very dark gray, that may, be a concern and would be inconsistent with our paint kind of guidelines we have. So I think, it's typically something staff does administratively through the regular permit process, where we would check to make sure that it's not a dark gray. But obviously, since the board is reviewing the project, if you have a specific recommendation, we're more than happy to take that into consideration, or you could also put that in the order if you choose.
No, I just would like them to explore another color with you. Your taste and judgment is superb, so whatever you two could come up with, I'm sure would be fine.
Very good.
Anyone else have comment?
Hey, Jack, I do.
Is it Rick?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. With regard to the drainage, I see that it's a flat roof. The roof is pitched into the center, so you're going to have rainwater draining through the building. It's not quite clear in the floor plans where those drainage lines are or where they dump the water. But I wonder if it might be helpful to plan for a small trench and guide that rainwater into that trench, which could be located between the two structures. Just putting that out there for consideration. The other question I had related to the building section, actually, I see that the slabs are built out from below. They're planned to be built out from below to build out a kind of thicker profile. And I wonder if that's necessary, particularly at the eyebrows. We see eyebrows all over Miami Beach, and they tend to be thin as can be, thinner than we can build them today. So it seems counterintuitive to want to beef those up. And then, thinking about this being a historic building, 50 years from now, it will probably age better if you don't do that and just leave the thin kind of concrete eyebrow. So just two comments for consideration, but otherwise I think it's a very good project.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Does the owner have any comment or rebuttal or anything? No. Okay.
Well, actually,
sorry,
Mr. Chair, I think with regards to either pavers set in stone or permeable pavers, we're happy to work with staff to address those concerns. And even with the colors, we can certainly utilize Debbie's knowledge and experience with historic buildings and that community and come up with something that I think will work for everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. Okay, the board has finished its comments, so do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, Scott, is there a second?
Yeah, with comments Matthew made that they work with staff on look into the paint colors and look into what they can do in terms of the parking areas and making the ground a little more pervious.
And Rick, would that motion also include the earlier correction to 1C, 1B to correct east and west and north and south sides?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and then Michael, well, let's do the certificate of appropriateness first. So I think that's a motion we had and a second. Let me see, I can do a roll call and this again is for the certificate of appropriateness. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman. Ms. Liebman, is that a yes? Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, this certificate of appropriateness passes. And then we'll need a motion for the variances. And Michael, did you have a correction to, what was it, condition 2C2?
So what does that condition state, Debbie? I don't have
the one of the walkways on the side yard shall be removed to increase the landscaping.
I think just with the general requirement that we're going to modify the variance to 70%, and then versus I think the request was for almost 77%. So we'd modify the variance to 70%.
70% of the for the lot coverage, and then would C1, would the condition be removed regarding one of the walkways?
We can leave the walk. We can leave. I think we can just remove the condition. Just remove the condition.
Okay, and then modify the variance for a maximum of 70%.
Correct.
Can I jump in one quick comment or suggestion? Tony Leon, the architect. We did remove some of the pavers that walked around the south side of the building all the way back to the alley. And what that did was, if you look at, let's see, if you want to open up a drawing, it would be, let's say the 1.5 that's at the end of the set. Just, it's like the fourth page from the end or the third page from the end. What it did by removing that was it removed the ability for somebody with a bike or somebody with a scooter to come from the alley with a, through a gate and pull in to the scooter parking. So what would have to be done now, since we removed that, is come in either through the part of the alley where the parking is, where the ADA parking space is, the 5-foot aisle, or on the other side of the parking space next to it, which is kind of by the trash room. Where I understand that we're asking for a variance and we're trying to make that as minimal as possible, but also maybe with the additional pervious or pavers that we're putting in the parking area that's underneath the building, if that helps, that we can put the pavers back, maybe not entirely along the whole south side like we had before, and connecting to the walkway or the courtyard that's in between the two buildings, but at the very least kind of come up along the south side from the alley just to the point where the storage room is, just beyond that storage room, so that the bikes and scooters could come in on their own access instead of coming in through where people walk or take out the garbage. I know we removed it trying to reduce the numbers, but it was something that I kind of felt that we probably shouldn't have done, just at least in that part, just for the scooters. I don't know if anybody has any input on that or thoughts about doing that.
Tony, if it's I mean, I think I'd be okay with that as long as we are putting back semi-pervious pavers. And you're talking about only from the alley up to around where the scooters and bicycle parking is?
Yeah, if you look at 1.5, the last 1.5, which is the revised one that's clouded where we removed that walkway, there's a little storage room there on the south. And just to the west of that storage, there is this pavers, sort of a paver hatch. I would say that the walkway would connect to that. It doesn't have to go all the way across to the entire scooter parking, but just that you can take your scooter or your bike and kind of go out that way towards the alley.
Well, yeah, I guess if you can work out something with the city staff in terms of the parking areas to put some kind of pervious material. And again, it doesn't have to be pavers. Like Max said, there's pervious paving.
Yeah.
So if you can do something like that, yeah. I mean, as long as we're not as long as we're opening up more space, or at least not concreting it over.
Right. And I agree with that. I think that, using a pervious paver in the parking area is a good thing. I'm not against that at all. But it was really just about the access for bikes and scooters. If we can add that. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know if you need to know the exact percentage.
Tony,
yes,
sorry. I'm just confused now because I thought we had agreed upon a revised drawing that you submitted with removing some paving and putting in landscaping in with a different number. And now
Right.
you're suggesting going back to what you initially proposed?
Well, what I initially proposed was more than that. I was actually initially proposing that the walkway would go all the way along the entire south of the building, and then turning north when you got past the new building and connecting to the courtyard that's in between the two buildings. So I'm not going back to that, but because I am removing the section that comes from the courtyard towards the south, and then probably 60% of the amount of paving that was on the south to only start from the storage room basically towards the east.
But I think you can have your pavers outside the storage room connecting to the courtyard, or not connecting under the building. You don't need to have a walkway from the storage room to the alley. So anybody can get the bike from that area, have landscaping that prevents it from being trampled on that side, and you can walk your bike to the other side of the building to access the alley or to access the street.
Right, the storage is not for bikes. The storage, the bike and the scooter parking is kind of behind the electrical.
So you don't need to have, you can access that the bicycle storage under the building through the accessible, it's noted near the ADA space, to exit to that side of the property. So there's no need to have an additional walkway or pavers on the south side.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there since we're here, and if there was a way that we can modify that. But if not, it's fine the way it is. I was just trying to, in a last ditch effort, to bring to the attention that the bikes and the scooters are going to be going through areas that are for walking. But that's
fine.
It's okay.
This is not a high traffic commercial area, so it's going to be you're not going to have I think a conflict with a lot of people coming in and out of the building and bicycles. So I think it's purely fine.
Okay, point taken.
Thank you. So we have very involved.
Okay, so just let me clarify. So the variance would be to for the 3-story structure to occupy up to 70%.
Correct.
In the rear yard. Are there any other conditions, Michael, for the variance about the pervious?
The condition that I read regarding all new walkways and driveway surfaces which are located outside of the building envelope shall consist of pavers set in sand with the exception of limited areas of impervious material in order to contain such pavers. And then we can add in pavers or pervious pavement shall, to the greatest extent possible, should be required for the parking area under the building, subject to review and approval of staff. So we can work with the applicant for that type of material to address Scott's concern.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion to have a? Is it moved by someone?
It was.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
I made a motion.
Second.
Oh, okay.
And Scott was the second?
Second. Yep.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Ms. Liebman is that yes?
You're on mute. Unmute yourself. Nancy.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yes. Okay. She said yes.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The variance is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to the next application. This is HPV file 20-0377. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new hotel building and variances from the minimum hotel unit size to reduce the side interior setback, to reduce the side facing a street setback for a pool, and a variance from the signage requirements. So this particular application was reviewed by the board in July of 2020, July 14th, excuse me. And since that time, the applicant has taken a different look at the project. They have taken the board's comments into consideration and have actually removed the previous request, which was for the demolition of the existing garage structure. They have relocated the proposed new addition to the south of the site where the existing swimming pool is currently located, and have proposed to push a new swimming pool closer to 32nd Street, excuse me. And that's so that has also modified their variance request from the previous application. Staff continues to be very supportive of the application. We believe that the new infill building does fall within the scale and character of the local historic district, while differentiating itself as a new piece of contemporary architecture that's very well designed. We are supportive of the need for the variances, primarily due to the 3 existing contributing structures on the site that the applicant is trying to integrate into this project with the new addition. So that is creating a significant practical difficulty in terms of creating a new addition on the site while trying to work around 3 existing buildings and relocating their swimming pool. So we think this is a beautiful project. We have no concerns. I believe the applicant did want to discuss one of our conditions with regard to the windows on the existing Rendale Hotel, which fronts onto Collins Avenue. So I think maybe that's something we could discuss after the applicant's presentation. But other than that, staff is recommending approval. I'll let Michael go into the variances. Most of them are self-explanatory, including the unit size variance.
Yeah, thanks, Debbie. As mentioned, the first variance is from the minimum required hotel unit size in order to permit 21 hotel units of less than 300 square feet, with the smallest being 207 square feet. The second variance is from the required pedestal interior setback of 10 feet to construct a ground level addition of 5 feet from the east property line. This is consistent with the existing Rendale Hotel interior side setback of 5 feet. And a variance from the required 15-foot setback for a pool deck in order to construct a pool deck at 5 feet from the side facing the street property line facing 32nd Street. As Debbie mentioned, in light of the fact of the retention of 3 contributing buildings on site and the challenges that entails, staff is supportive of the variances that have been requested.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Chair, before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to swear in any members of the team who have not already been sworn in, who intend to testify. So are there any members of the applicant's team who still need to swear in?
No, I've been sworn in already.
You've been sworn in, right? Yeah. Anyone else on your team, Todd?
Yeah, I'm here. Michael.
Okay. All righty. So, okay, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Nick. This is Michael Larkin, Office of 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here with Todd Tragash and Dory Bortman, our project architects, and along with Mark Hosking from Generator, our client, and last but not least, my colleague, Bobby Behar. As Debbie described you, staff is recommending in favor of the COA for demolition and design and all of our variance requests. The Miami Design Preservation League is also here in support of our project. When we last appeared before you all, we thought we had got it right. But while it was painful for me, we heard your opinions and those expressed by MDPL regarding the demolition of the garage. The continuance gave us time to regroup, and almost immediately our client, Mark Hosking, gave our team direction to save the garage and find another location for the new hotel units. This led to the relocation of the pool, as Debbie described, closer to the street, which triggered an interior side yard setback variance for the addition, because we're putting it in the south end of our property now, a variance for the pool deck, which is now at the north end of our property, and a hotel unit size variance. The last variance request, the hotel unit size variance, is not an uncommon request, and you all grant it on a routine basis. For example, in this specific neighborhood at the Prince Michael, which was a former condominium building, that's where Indian Creek and Collins kind of come together at 2618 Collins, you all granted unit size variances for new construction of hotel units for a rooftop addition there. So we come back to you and we're thankful we've had this journey, and we think that this time we absolutely have got it right. And I'd like to turn it over to Todd Tragash, Mr. Chairman, and have him describe the design to you all.
Aye.
Thank you. And this is Todd Tragash with STA Architectural Group at 3526 North Miami Avenue. If we can have the presentation put on the screen. So as Michael said, yes, we listened to you very clearly, and it was a challenge. We did look at various options where there was partial preservation of the garage structure, but it just didn't work out or look appropriate. And we ended up with this result, which I'm very pleased, and I think the board members, you should be pleased as well, is the fact that we're able to preserve the two-story detached garage structure in its entirety. And to do that, what we did was put the new building back on the south portion of the center of the lot, but on the south border, and then relocate the pool to the front. So this guide gives you the overall view of the Mediterranean residence that's facing Indian Creek and 32nd, the detached garage in the center, and the 1940s Hotel Randell Art Deco structure, and that the new building is set back quite a ways from the 32nd Street. Go to the next slide, please. So this just gives you what we had originally. So what we had on the lower portion of the sheet is where we name them the residence, building A, facing Indian Creek, the detached garage, building B, in the center facing 32nd Street, and building C, the Hotel Randell, facing Collins Avenue. And if you look at the top of the sheet, we were demolishing the garage and putting a new building E. Go to the next sheet, please. So this is what we've changed. So you can see at the top, building B remains intact. Building E is now on the south portion of the property in alignment with the Hotel Randell, a 5-foot setback. And at the pool, which used to be in the southern portion of the property, is now closer to 32nd Street. Next slide, please. And this just shows you what we had proposed previously. So you can see how this was a 5-story structure between the Mediterranean 1920s and the 1940s 8-story structure. Next slide, please. And so this is what we're proposing now. And so you can see the garage structure is actually set back from the street some 30 feet. And I think the 2-story structure is set back approximately 10 feet. But from this corner view, you can barely see the 4-story new structure that's between the two buildings set back. Next slide, please. And so this is looking at it from Indian Creek. And actually, to get this view, we're above what is normal street level, but you can see how slender the new building is. And one of the reasons it's as slender as it is we have open stairways. The stairways are included in the FAR, as they should be, but at least it reduces the mass of the building. And so you can see the top 2 stories of the new building on the upper right-hand side above the 1920s residence. Next slide, please. And then this is looking from an aerial view over the roof tiles of the 2-story residence, of also the garage structure, and you can see the new building set back between the 3 buildings. Next slide, please. And this is looking straight down on it. So you get a real good idea of, on the right-hand side is the 8-story hotel. On the left-hand side is the 2-story residence. In the center is the garage structure with a pergola facing the 32nd Street. The new relocated pool that's creates the pool deck area, and that the new structure overlooks predominantly the pool area. Next slide, please. Simple layout. There's 6 units on the ground floor. There's 4 units above. So next slide, please. You can see here's the 5 units. On this case, on the second level, we're using a private terrace, which is the base of the additional unit that's on the ground floor. Next slide, please. And then this is the 3rd floor, and then next slide is 4th floor. And one thing that's important to note is before we had the ground floor as a food and beverage operations. Because we're preserving the garage structure, it currently has the food and beverage operation there, and it will continue to have food and beverage operation there. So what the result was, this building, which was a 5-story building, now is a 4-story building. Next slide, please. And here you can see the elevations of it. We are raising the ground floor to meet the flood criteria. It matches the lobby that's in the Hotel Rendell. So it's approximately 4 feet above grade. And then you can see the overall height of the building went down by a story. And you can see the garage structure in front, the 2-story garage structure, this 2-story residence. So the context, it being set back, and the transition from 2 stories to 4 stories to 8 stories, it really works well. Next slide, please. Some of the finishes. So what we had previously presented was a white stucco building with accents from the Hotel Rendell with the red accent lines. And we're trying to tone this down a little bit and pay more homage to the Mediterranean style of the 2 structures. So we're using a terracotta tile accents. And so we think the combination of the terracotta tiles on the surface of the wall is more appropriate than with a red accent lines that we had previously, which were derivative from the 1940 structure. Next slide, please. And then this is the rear and the east side. Next slide. The lines of sight are fine. Like I say, it's down another story. We do want to have a little bit of flexibility when we do engineer the final rooftop equipment, that not only do we want the line of sight to screen the equipment, but even the Portugal Towers, which is set back on the north side of 32nd Street. So if the equipment is a foot or so higher, we'd like the opportunity to work with staff to just make sure that we align the screen well with the parapet. Next slide, please. And this is the overall view. And we're very pleased that we could address all the comments that the board members had given us, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie?
Yes, we have Daniel Seraldo who would like to speak.
Daniel, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We are very thankful to the property owners who, after hearing our concerns about the existing garage, went back and redesigned the project. We actually think this new version is a better program, not just for preservation, but overall for the hotel. It's a great example of the work that all of you do in the Historic Preservation Board to preserve and also to allow for sensitive new development. We think this is going to be an awesome project and an awesome example of taking a project and making it even better. And so we just like to thank all of you and Todd and his team and the staff, and we are in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other public comment?
Then, yes, we have Art. Next, Art.
Hi, Art. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Art, I think you're on mute.
Mr. Chair, there's no other speakers. So the last speaker was Art. Art, can you take yourself off of mute? I don't hear anything.
Shall we move on to board discussion?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
Mr. Chairman, Debbie had said that we're just going to discuss that one condition. It's condition 1A that relates to the windows on the Rendell. We had originally proffered to replace them when we were proposing to demolish the garage. However, that plan has now passed and we're not doing that. And there's additional costs associated with relocating the pool. So we asked to be released from that obligation. We are still installing the flagpoles and that really cool pole sign that's going to be on Collins. We hope that you all will accept that as further efforts to enhance the historic integrity of the property, but please let us be released from the obligation set forth in condition 1A.
Okay, Debbie, would you talk to that?
Yeah, given the reduced scope of work, staff would have no objection to that at this time.
Okay, I'd like to start it off this time. I'm usually last, but I would like to compliment the owner and the architect. I am, as the expression goes, tickled pink that you kept the garage. I'm thrilled beyond words, and thank you very, very much for having the foresight to see that our suggestions would make it a better project. And I'm indebted and very, very thankful. So that's my comment, and you have my vote. Who else would like to speak?
Hi.
Nancy?
The last time when we heard this item, there was one of the variances was supposed to be what they're calling signage, advertising on the building. And it turns out that that seems to be the logo of the owner. Does anybody remember all of that?
Yeah, so Nancy, I can speak to that a little bit. So the previous application did include, I think, a few signage variances. They then revised in this current set for one. They're looking at putting one sign in, and it's really just a very subtle logo of the letter G, a stylistic G. After we reviewed this current proposal, we determined that it actually does not even need a variance. It just can be approved as part of the certificate of appropriateness because the code was modified to allow a certificate of appropriateness to relocate a ground floor sign to an upper level sign. So they're showing that it's, if you blink, you kind of miss it because it's a very subtle letter logo. But staff has no objection to that. And the good news is they don't need it. They no longer need any signage variances.
All right. So logos are considered signs?
Yes.
Nonsense. Okay. Nonsense.
Anyone else on the board want to speak? Okay, hearing no more comments, can I have a
Jack, I've got my hand up. I just wanted to reiterate, the congratulatory remarks to the ownership team and to the architecture team. Nice work, looking great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support too. Do I hear a motion?
Well, let me jump in, Jack. I too think it's 100% better than what it was. And before I go, I did have a conversation with the team, Michael and Todd, and I can remain impartial. They pretty much took everything we said and incorporated it into their plan, and it's a much better plan. I'm in favor of it. The only one issue I have is with the variance for the hotel unit size. This is something I bring up, all the time when these come in front of us. This is a brand new building. I understand how the city phrased it, that, there is a hardship. I mean, I don't see the hardship. They can do exactly what they're doing now, only they may have one or maybe two less hotel rooms on each floor. So I don't think, that not asking for that variance would stop them from doing this. I think it's only a financial impact. So I just don't want to go along with that. I hope it doesn't stop the project. But I'm in favor of everything except that one hotel unit size variance.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion?
I would make a motion to move the project as presented.
And Mr. Klein, thank you. This would be for we'll need two motions. So we'll do the first one for the certificate of appropriateness. So that is a motion with staff's condition. And does that include, Mr. Klein, the deletion of condition C1A? 1C1A. Yes? Was the staff had initially recommended that the windows on levels 2 through 8 on the Rendell Hotel be replaced with historically accurate windows?
Yeah, we can omit that for now.
Okay. So that's the motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Lopez made the second. Okay, we will do the roll call. Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Finglas.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes, and then we would need a second motion for the variances.
Could we separate out that one hotel unit size variance?
Yes. So we would have, let me go to the variance list. So the first variance would be to reduce by 8'6" the minimum. Is this? Sorry, I think I'm on I have the wrong document in front of me. The first variance would be, we'll do the unit size one first, if that's good, and then we can do the other two together. A variance from the minimum required hotel unit size, 15% of hotel units shall be 300 at 335, and 85% of the units are required to be at 335 or larger. So the applicant is asking to permit 21 hotel units at less than 300 square feet. That is the first variance. Do I have a motion on that?
I'll move.
Is that Mr. Klein?
Sorry, I muted second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let me do a roll call. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez? that a yes? Mr. Needleman?
No.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. The variance was approved. And then we can do the second two variances, which are the pedestal side interior setback variance and the side yard facing a street setback for the swimming pool. Do I have a motion for those two?
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Lopez. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Liebman. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, that was approved. So all three variances were approved, and the certificate of appropriateness was approved. Thank you.
Thank you again very much to the owner and the architect and people related to the project. It's, I think, spectacular.
Thank you very much.
Next application on the agenda is HPB file 20-0386, 7835 Harding Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of all structures on the site and the construction of a new multifamily building and variances from the required rear and side setbacks for at-grade parking. This application came before the board at the July 14th meeting. At that time, the board did express some concern with regard to the existing structures. There are 3 existing structures on the site. The applicant has prepared a historical resources report, a rather in-depth report, which they would like to present to you today. That is the only change in this particular application from what you saw in July. Staff's recommendation remains consistent with the previous recommendation to approve the certificate of appropriateness and to approve the variances. And with that, I would turn it over to the applicant so they can present the additional information that you have requested.
Good afternoon. Greg Fontella with Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. In 1 second, I'll pull up a screen so I can share a presentation.
And Greg, are any members of the team going to be testifying today?
Yes, we'll have Arthur Marcus,
anyone.
Our historic architect, testifying as well, and our architects are available to answer questions.
Okay, great. I'd just like to ask anyone who'll be testifying to state whether they swear under oath that any and all testimony they'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Can you please pull up the presentation? Great. So we're here before you today representing New Hosco Beach, LLC, the owners of the property seeking certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the existing structure and design of a new 5-unit multifamily structure with 2 setback variances in order to accommodate the parking on site. I'm joined today by the owner's representative, Marco Bastidas, our architects, Carlos Hernandez and Rafael Partidas, and our historic architect, Arthur Marcus, as well as my colleague, Michael Larkin. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at 7835 Harding Avenue, and it's a relatively small lot with an area of 5,498 square feet. It has a narrow lot width. It's located within the RM1 district, and it is in the North Shore Local Historic District in North Beach. This existing structure was originally built in 1936 and has gone through numerous alterations and changes over the years. As you know, and Debbie mentioned, the application came before the HPB on July 14th. My firm was not part of the team at that time, but upon reviewing the hearing and speaking with Debbie and speaking with the applicant, it became clear that one of the major issues was that there was no historic resources report provided for this building that was built in the 1930s. In fact, from reviewing the hearing, it seemed that the board in general was very receptive and appreciative of the proposed design of the new development. However, the fact that there was no historic resources report was seen as a non-starter for this application. So we made it a priority to remedy this in getting Arthur Marcus to produce a historic resources report, in addition to also speaking with Debbie Tackett, having meetings with her to really understand the details of the project and the process of the designation of the district of North Shore Local Historic District. So we do understand that this property is listed as part of the National Register District, and this does allow for eligibility of certain tax provisions. But as you know, that is not the same as being deemed a contributing structure in the local historic district. Nonetheless, we do understand the importance of assessing the historic resources of a structure that was originally built in the 1930s. While we know the structure was not deemed contributing as part of the North Shore Local Historic District, we knew it would be important for the board to have the historic resources report to review and understand the reasons. So we submitted the historic resources report as part of the updated application and also circulated it to all the board members. I hope you've had a chance to review it. And I'd like to now introduce Arthur Marcus to share with you the findings of his historic resources report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This single-family, one-story residence, as Greg said, was designed by the architect Victor Nellenbogen in 1936, who also designed a similar yet different single-family residence a year before, one block to the north at 7945 Harding. Interestingly, the plans indicate that this home was designed with a gable roof running in the north-south orientation and not in the east-west orientation as has been constructed.
Arthur, sorry to interrupt, but can the city please go to the next slide?
Oh, perfect. Much better. So on the left, you see the original architectural drawings by Nellenbogen, which are hard to see, but you can certainly make out the fact that the gable roof runs parallel to the north-south street Harding Avenue. In the picture to the right, this was just taken a few weeks ago, and the house was built with the gable roof running in the east-west direction, the opposite direction. It is quite interesting to note this difference in roof lines, and this has also been noted in the staff report, with the gable roof showing in different orientations. What is clear is that the renovated residence pictured in the 2020 photo substantially differs from the originally designed home. When the historic data available and the existing conditions are so conflicting, as in this case, especially regarding the gable roof direction, this then casts doubt upon the true nature of the original architecture. We thus cannot be certain of the accurate historic condition of the property and what type and extent of a restoration might be appropriate for this property if we do not have credible evidence as to what it originally looked like. If we cannot be certain of the original architecture, then we cannot accurately restore the structure. Given this logic stated above, I concur with staff that this is a non-contributing building, and I'm not opposed to its proposed demolition and replacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. The North Shore Local Historic District, where this structure resides, was created in 2018. The HPB staff went through an extensive process which included community input and multiple public hearings to create this district and assess the contributing structures within it. That included 9 public hearings, 3 of which were before the HPB, where a favorable recommendation was rendered for the creation of this district and the assessment of the contributing structures within it. As you know, the subject structure was not designated contributing for a variety of reasons, which are consistent with the standardized approach for the city and have been highlighted by the staff report and by Arthur's testimony. As determined by both of these studies, this structure doesn't possess the post-war modern character that defines the North Shore Local Historic District. The renovated building standing today substantially differs from the original plans designed by Victor Nellenbogen, with a different orientation of roofline, different windows, different columns, and a number of moderations, additions, and changes over the years that really muddle the original architecture and further distort it. When the historic data available and existing conditions are conflicting, this casts doubt upon the true nature of the original architecture. The study determined that there's no reasonable way to be certain of the accurate nature of the original architecture and what type and extent of a restoration could be appropriate. Next slide, please. The criteria for designation outlined in the city's code, section 118.592, specifically states that a building, structure, improvement, or landscape feature may be designated historic, even if it has been altered, if the alteration is reversible. Multiple experts have reviewed and assessed this structure and determined that, in addition to the other limiting factors discussed, the multitude of alterations cannot be accurately reversed or determined. Nothing characterizes these shortcomings better than a very similar vernacular style structure located just up the block, which Arthur mentioned. Next slide, please. The single-family home at 7945 Harding Avenue was built just a year before the subject structure. It was also designed by Victor Nellenbogen in a very similar local vernacular style. However, the structure at 7945 was actually constructed and stands today in a manner consistent with and reflective of its original plans. An assessment by Arthur Marcus of the house at 7945 concludes that it has been renovated and preserved in good condition and in a manner consistent with the original design and construction. For these reasons, the structure at 7945 Harding is designated as a contributing structure today within the North Shore Local Historic District. It was designated contributing as part of the 2018 creation of the district and remains in good shape with protected status. The contrast between this structure and the structure at 7835 Harding Avenue reflects the intent and process of the historic designation as outlined in the code. Next slide, please. So while in July, the architect did a great job of presenting the proposed design, I want to briefly reintroduce it to you. We're proposing a 3-story multifamily structure with 5 units and 5 parking spaces. The maximum residential density allowed for this property is 7 units, and the maximum height allowed is 45 feet. However, given the character of the surrounding area and the lot itself, it wasn't deemed that maxing out the site was appropriate. So instead of 7 units, we're providing 5. Instead of 45 feet in height, we're going to 32 feet. This is considerate of the area around it, where it's surrounded by multifamily structures ranging in height from 2 to 5 stories. Next slide, please. The overall contemporary design language proposed incorporates variation in surfaces finishes and changes in plane that serve to break down the scale of the building. Next slide. The application also incorporates 2 variance requests, which are required in order to accommodate the proposed 5 parking spaces on the site. As noted, the proposed development is not maxing out the density or height. Nonetheless, in order to provide these 5 spaces for the 5 units, it's best suited for them to be located in the rear of the structure, accessed through the alley. This compels a rear and interior side setback variances, which allows for the access of the parking. The variance allows for this needed parking in a manner that's compatible with the neighbors that will have no negative impact. The lot area and lot width make this the most viable approach for providing this parking. All in all, the proposed project will incorporate an exciting new design into this North Beach neighborhood that will be compatible in size and character to its surrounding, while helping revitalize the neighborhood in the manner that has been envisioned by the city and the North Beach Master Plan. Staff has recommended in favor of this application, and we are in line with staff and agree with all of the conditions proposed. So we respectfully request your support and approval for the certificate of appropriateness and variance requests as presented. Our entire team's available for questions, and we'd like to save time for rebuttal should it be needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your enlightening presentation. It was very helpful. Any other, so you're finished your presentation, so we move to public comment, Debbie?
Yes, we have Daniel Seraldo. Daniel?
Okay, there we go. Hi, Daniel Seraldo. On behalf of Miami Design Preservation League, we did meet with the applicants in the advocacy committee and review the historic resources report. I did want to make a couple of comments about the report and about the property. I don't think it was said yet on the record, but I want to make it clear that the property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places as contributing, but somehow on the local designation, it got classified as not contributing. And, you know, we, in spite of the historical evidence presented, we believe that losing this early vernacular building is another step in erasing a segment of the city's architectural evolution. And we think that this is a structure representative of an era and a style that is essential to understanding the architectural development and history of Miami Beach. We all know the plight of the log cabin, and we know that it's now pieces of it are stored in a warehouse somewhere on the mainland, we're all hoping one day that it will be reassembled. However, this property is here now. It's within a National Register district, and we take some, we're concerned about this idea that just because the house as it was built does not match the original diagram of Victor Nellenbogen, that doesn't mean that this house was altered from what it was originally designed as. All of you know, because you review these projects every month, that a lot of times the way things were built were not exactly as they were drawn. So I think this argument hinges on whether the roof line is different now than it was as originally drawn, but we don't see any evidence that that was even altered. We think the site has opportunities for restoring and keeping, and also adding a nice size addition, as has been done in many areas. So we would urge you all to please ask that this beautiful little vernacular structure be maintained, be saved, and that we honor the intent of the National Register of Historic Places and do not allow it to be demolished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your most insightful comments. Any other public comment? Debbie?
No, there are none.
Okay. Moving on to board discussion. Would anybody like to make a comment?
Yeah.
Nancy?
I have to figure out which direction I really want to go with this. I think Daniel is right. I think that the National Register should certainly be included. I haven't heard of any projects that were listed in the National Register that had a problem of not being respected at the local district. And secondly, I like how that little element, that it's a tiny little place, but I like the positioning of it. I think it makes a grand statement that it's a historic place. But I also liked, probably not as much, I like the new project as well. The only thing that I discussed when I met with the architects was that I thought that the gray tone of the building was too dull for the placement. It should have been a white building. It would have done it justice. So I'm really not sure which way I want to go on it. I'd like to hear from everybody else, and then I'll understand how I want to vote.
Thank you, Nancy, for your insightful comments, and I partially agree with you.
Only partially.
I'd like to go next because I have quite strong feelings in both directions on this as well. First, I'd like to congratulate the architects for their proposed design. I think it's really outstanding. It's modern, it's clean, the materials are great. I couldn't be more pleased with it. However, I cannot support this project at all because I think among other issues, you've presented a very slanted view of the existing building. I just couldn't disagree more with what you said on every single point. I've written some of them down. As Daniel Servaldo stated, in many cases in South Florida, especially in the early periods, buildings were built that had no resemblance to what was approved. Because you had many shyster architects and builders who didn't pay attention. At that time, there were probably not very good building inspectors who might have turned the other cheek, whatever. There's nothing here to state that the building was not built the way you see it originally. That's the key issue here. You based your whole project under the supposition that what we're seeing is not really what was there, but there is no proof of that. So I think the building, as MDPL says, the loss of this vernacular building is another step in erasing a segment of the city's architectural evolution. Historic preservation is defined by the city statute, and the Secretary of Interior Standards indicates the structures which are representative of an era or a style are essential to understanding the architectural development and history of Miami Beach. And this little structure does exactly that and hits all the bells and whistles. And if it were restored properly, it would be a major contributor to that historic district. I realize it's not the best utilization of space, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about historic preservation, and this building hits all the bells and whistles, and I see no reason at all to approve its demolition. It should be restored and treasured as a true vernacular piece of Miami Beach, and these buildings are quickly disappearing with some acquiescence from the Design Review Board or the Historic Preservation Board. We need to have the wherewithal to stand up and fight for these buildings before they're all gone. And the excuse of building a better, newer building doesn't hold water with me. I'm sorry. That's the way I feel, and you have a no vote from me. Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to speak?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Who are you?
I'm very torn as well. Sorry?
Barry?
Yes, sir. I'm very torn because the last time this came, I think I made the comment that if this was on South Beach, we'd be talking about making this a steak restaurant. But I think about the viability of the building, the existing building, its projected longevity in life here. And on the other side, I think the design project is incredible. I think it's great. I think it's innovative. It's sharp. It's clean. I'd love to see it. So I can't tell you which way I'm going to vote, but I'm just very torn by this.
Who else would like to speak?
I would like to, Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, it was brought to my attention. I thought it was curious that this was not included in the, as a contributing structure. I understand the one down the street is, perhaps in better shape, superior in some way, but it should be noted that while it's not built according to that elevation, there are a number of characteristics that are identifiable just, over the screen that can be appreciated, which is the consistency in the proportions in the front elevation of the building. The relationship of the height to the width, for example, is as drawn. The proportions of the front porch is as drawn, and it's just like the one down the street. The proportions of the windows, although the windows may have been changed, the proportions of those openings are consistent. It's also evident that, there are elements that are missing, like the shutters from the windows are missing. There are two posts from the front porch that are missing. The siding, I can't tell, from a distance, but it looks like it may have been replaced, or at least, on the drawing, it shows corner boards that would end the siding rather than turn the corner with the siding as the building currently does. So I think that, it's been stated already, the value and the preciousness of these little wood structures. To say that this is beyond repair, I think is a stretch. If this building had been included, as a contributing structure, I think it would be a no-brainer. The fact that it's not there, I think, raises some question for me as well, because I don't want to overstep our responsibilities. But I think Nancy's point and Jack's point are spot on. These are precious few reminders of a very early Miami Beach community that is hard to give up. As opposed to attempting to integrate it into something new. So, I'm also torn on this, but I have a hard time letting that little vernacular structure go.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else? Scott?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat everyone else is in. The new design, the new structure is a nice looking structure, probably fit in there, but to get there, they would have to demolish that building. We've looked at buildings before in the past, and we've talked about, what kind of historical documentation we have, original plans and things like that. And it kind of weighs into what we're, the application and how we vote on it. This building, the only thing that was mentioned that was a reason to vote against it is that the roof line is different from what the plans show. Other than that, we have the original plans. You have a building that, not looking at the roof line, it hasn't changed much in all the years that it's been there. And it is, you could say, a one-of-a-kind building. For the neighborhood. It would really be a shame to lose that building. So I'm also a little bit torn. Another thing we asked for, and I think when this came up when we heard this in July, we asked for not only the historical resources report, but we want to know what the condition of the building is in. And I don't know if they did a structure, had an engineer or anyone look at the building and evaluate it structurally. I thought I saw somewhere that they did, but I don't have any report or any paperwork to that. So I don't think that's honestly, that's something we've looked at in the past, but I think we're at this point beyond that, whether it's in poor condition or not. I think we're going to base our decision on other factors. I just wonder if there's maybe a way that building can be retained and maybe something built behind it, which is sort of a compromise that we try to seek at times when we want to keep when we ask an applicant to keep an existing building. Like Barry said, I think if this was on South Beach, I think there'd be no question that we would ask for that. I think maybe, well, I don't want to put words in staff's mouth, but they would probably think the same thing, I would assume. So I don't know. I don't know which way to go. I'm leaning toward keeping the building and possibly doing something with it. If we tell them, no, you can't demolish it and build what you want, they may just let the building sit or maybe just sell it. And then who knows what the next person would want to do. Obviously it would come to us either way, but I don't know, maybe they can explore trying to build something behind the building. I know there's not enough space, but I know as a board, if they came back to us with a plan for the rear to add on to the rear, I think we're more than willing to listen to any kind of anything they're proposing in terms of waivers, variances, or things like that. So, you know, again, like the rest of the board said, I'm not sure where we go from here. Maybe just kick it back to the applicant. And, you know, they heard what our comments are. I don't think they're going to get anything approved today. So I guess the only choice is to kick it back to them and see where they go with it.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Okay, Debbie,
Mr. Chair, may I respond to
sure.
comments that were mentioned? Sure. Taking good notes, I'm hopeful to be able to address all of your comments and concerns. So it was mentioned that it's listed on the National Register of Places, which I did mention in the presentation, but mentioned it to contrast the reality of the distinction between being listed in the National Register versus a local district. Under federal law, listing of a property in the National Register places no restrictions on what a non-federal owner may do with the property. It does allow for benefits with regards to taxes and potential grants. And as Debbie mentioned early on in the Tatum Waterway discussion, National Register nomination by the city doesn't look at all of the structures in great detail. It's more of a general casting a wide net approach. So that is a big distinction, that when taking the next step by the city of looking at assessing these on a project by project, property by property basis, the standardized approach of the city did not deem this property to be contributing because of the numerous concerns and limitations that were mentioned. I know it was mentioned that the importance of this structure as being representative of an era and a style, and we all do agree that it being built in the 1930s is representative of an era and a style. Again, the limiting factors here with the distinction between the original design, how it was built, and the records as to trying to figure out how it was originally built are very unclear. That presents issues in order to try to restore. So while we didn't do a full structural report, we did do an initial structural assessment, and based on that, the existing structure, we believe, would compel a level 3 restoration, which means it would mostly be reconstruction. And this is inherently flawed and not possible for this due to the lack of accurate design as to how it was originally built. As an alternative, we are happy and willing to proffer condition for to provide HABs drawings that would reflect the original design as best we could and describe the style that could be submitted to the Library of Congress. In addition to that, we would be willing to work with staff on a sort of plaque that recognizes the history of the neighborhood and the history of what stood on this property. I know Nancy mentioned concerns about the coloring of the front facade and other design elements. I know we previously spoke with Rick Lopez, and he gave us some good feedback as to how to potentially tweak the design as well. So if possible, I'd like to ask for our architects, Carlos Hernandez and Rafael Partidas, to raise their hands so that they can briefly present to you a couple alternative tweaks that we've worked on that we think really helps satisfy your concerns with the design.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I think it's better to maybe do a straw poll to see if we have 5 for demolition. Staff hasn't had the opportunity to review any revised plans. If there are at least 5 board members open to looking at revised plans, then I would recommend we bring that back next month. Because again, I haven't had the opportunity to review anything, and if not, if the board, if there's a strong will of the board to require some retention of the existing home, then I would recommend that we continue that to the December meeting.
I agree.
Our concern with the retention of the home is it's something that, again, I would like for our architects to elaborate upon, but I know that they've studied it.
Then
and that there are a lot of difficulties involved.
Then we can bring it. We can bring back, any plan revisions at the November meeting if you would like to do that, Greg.
We have to move on as well.
So if you would like the opportunity to present revisions to the current design, we can bring that back in November.
I think it would be best to have the option of November so that we can
Okay.
So that we can kind of balance both possibilities and in moving forward.
Okay, that sounds good. So I think November 10th to allow the applicant to come back to you to show you some options is fine with me.
But I want to add something at this point too. I really would not want to see.
They can't. They have to go to December.
I would really not want to see something like a façadomy where you're saving the first 6 inches of the building and everything else is going. That defeats the purpose. We don't have any documentation showing the whole building or the condition. If we don't have that, for you to make a whole new design without any backup information we require for the historic building, I don't see where that would go. But
that's our concern as well.
Well, but you need to do what you need to do to bring a project that we can approve. And I think if you had a straw poll about the demolition of the current building, which I think we should take, that should give you better guidance. Can we have a straw poll, Debbie, please?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So a straw poll for the demolition of the existing structures. Mr. Needleman, would you be open to it pending design revisions to the existing building?
When you say design,
if they had just proffered some things that they said they could potentially bring back to you to change the design of the proposed building, but that would include the total demolition of the structures on the site.
Right now, I'm not. Right now, the only demolition I'd be in favor of is sort of a partial demolition to see if they were going to build behind that building and they needed to knock down the back 5 feet, 10 feet, or whatever, something like that.
Okay.
I think I'm open to that, but I'm not open to, at least right now, with what I've heard, a total demolition.
Mr. Litt.
With a very heavy heart, yes, I would be. I would, with respect to having some sort of representation, for the contribution of that architectural style, like the applicant talk about like a recognition, somewhere on site. I think that's important for telling the story.
Mr. Klein?
I'm pretty much in the area where Scott is. Right now, they would have to prove a lot to me. I know on at least one occasion I was involved in a house, I think on Prairie, which was August Geiger's house. And we did the guest house in the back, which was a 1-story building drawn as a 2-story, if I recall correctly. And the city pushed us to restore a 2-story building because that's what they believed was there. Right now, I'm not in favor of total demolition, and I really, really like that design.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
I think to Scott's point, it would be interesting to see what kind of design could incorporate the front building. I understand there are accessory structures. I'd be comfortable with those being demolished if there was a way to salvage the wood structure at the front of the building, or at least, one bay deep of it.
Okay, Ms. Liebman?
I'd like to see how the architects can take the building seriously. I think we haven't taken the building seriously yet, and see how they can enhance it for today's world with something in the rear that would be compatible with it. But I'm not in favor of demolishing it or half of it or the back of it till we can see what they can do, which I have total faith that they can do it if they would get off the idea that it's, quote, not historic, and get active trying to show something that is appropriate and then add something to the rear. From what I remember of the last time we saw it, I think there are some kind of structures in the back now.
Yeah, and that was something we didn't really talk about. There's a garage structure, which we outlined in the report, that's been modified and added onto. And then there's really just a shed. There's no permit for. There's another little shed kind of structure that, you know, there's very little information about, but it's not something that staff would recommend saving.
But there's space for something.
Yeah, I mean, we would likely require the demolition of the garage, the addition to the garage, and the shed.
Oh. Okay, that'll be interesting.
Okay, so that was clear. Thank you, Ms. Lieben. Mr. Finglass, I think you were pretty clear.
I made it very clear, but I need to counter two things that they said, which are very important. They're giving me textbook preservation stuff about Habs drawings and a plaque. That even made me more unsanguine about what their attitude. A plaque is like a cemetery tombstone, which I think is inappropriate. And to do Habs drawings have usually been either as a last resort to make a record of something that must be torn down, which is not the case here, or in the past when the city when we have agreed, it's happened twice since I've been on the board, to have a memorial plaque or a set of drawings done in that copper bronze stuff that they put in the front of some buildings to show what was there. The city, unfortunately, and I have proof of this, does not enforce that. And I know of two buildings where it was promised to us that that would be done in front of the new building that replaced an historic building. It was never done, and the city has not lifted a finger to do that. Kind of reminds me of the log cabin. And so I do not put too much trust or faith in an owner's ability to follow through with a requirement like that when apparently no one is following through and checking up on whether it actually is done. So I'm for saving the building, and I'm not at the memorial stage yet. It still has a heart. It's still beating. Let's save it, not kill it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Then I would recommend that we have a motion to continue to the December 8th meeting.
Yeah, we're okay with that, Debbie. Based on
moved by Ms. Liebman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by, I think that was Mr. Klein. Mr. Needleman. Continuance.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Licht.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that's been continued to the December 8th meeting. Mr. Chair, I would like to, I think we can get through one more application. This should be a very quick application. Unfortunately, we're going to have to skip HPB 20-0420 and move on to what I think is going to be a very quick application, which is HPB 20-0422. This is 828 4th Street, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing home, the construction of a garage addition, one or more waivers and variances to reduce the front setback, the rear setback for a pool, and to exceed the maximum allowable projection for the roof overhang. This is, a similar, much older building actually than the one we just looked at. This was a bungalow built in 1922 in the Ocean Beach Historic District. We are thrilled with the new property owners and their proposal to retain and restore this existing building. They are proposing to remove the carport and replace it with a garage in the same location. And staff has no objection to that. They are also proposing to make some minor modifications to the secondary facade openings of the building and construct a new swimming pool in the rear of the building, which is requiring variances. To continue the roof overhang, they also require variances as well as setback variance to construct the new garage. So staff is, very supportive again of the application. This is a very small lot. it's difficult to restore the building and to add on to the property without requiring variances. We would also note that it's well under the maximum height for this zoning district as well as the maximum FAR. Again, we're thrilled. We think this is a real benefit to the neighborhood and are recommending approval. I am available for any questions, and I know the applicant is here and is willing to either give a very brief presentation or answer any questions of the board if you would like. Thank you.
Sure. Welcome.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mickey Morero from the law firm Burkhardt Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas. With me today is our architect, Joseph Keller. I know that we are very, very short on time, Mr. Chair. So in light of the fact that this is the restoration of one of the very few remaining bungalow structures in Miami Beach, you all may recall a couple of years ago, there was an application for this property for a 3-story addition, which basically cut the bungalow in half and added significant height. I know you all did not support that. These are new owners that are going to live in this home. They're very excited. And the reason it's important we get approved today, they are in for a permit and anxiously waiting to move into their new home. We are asking, obviously, for the approval for the restoration of that porch, the restoration of this bungalow, and the conversion of this carport to a garage. It's a very, very modest addition. The primary goal here is to restore the structure, and we are asking for the variance for the pool, which, because we're keeping the bungalow intact, we need a setback variance so there could be a very modest size pool on the property, and also the waiver to allow for the continuing non-conforming setback of the existing bungalow. I know Joe is probably very anxious to give a presentation, and we're happy to have him do so, but if you all are tight on time and you want to just discuss the item, I know Debbie's...
We want to hear it because it looks like a great project.
Perfect. So if Joe is available, he could jump right in.
Joe, we are very tight on time. If you could do this in less than 5 minutes, that would be helpful.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay, Joe, before you begin, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Mickey, can you get me to the 3rd slide, please?
It's staff, and they're going to get you there.
There it is, that one. Okay, board members, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Joe Kaler. There's an existing 1-story bungalow on the property, single-family residence, which was built in 1922. The building permit card reflects the architect and the general contractor as A.R. Ogle on a subject 2,500 square foot lot, which is a 50 by 50. The footprint of the building contains about 1,155 square feet. Permastone was added onto the exterior as a cladding, and it was done in the early 50s. The scope of work now is the renovation, restoration, and rehabilitation of the existing contributing bungalow structure to make it compliant with the current building code, as well as addition of a new pool, and also demolish the covered carport and construct an enclosed attached garage in that same very area. We're also adding new galvanized standing seam metal roofing. We're replacing all of the existing fenestration with impact resistant single hung operable windows. We're also retaining or replacing any of the exterior wood siding of the building, which still exists there today. And we're providing resilient landscaping buffers with all native and Florida friendly plants. Next. This just shows the location. We're east of Jefferson, west of Meridian, and we are south of 4th Street in that little, yellow square. Next, please. The site plan basically shows what we're proposing. It is a 1-story wood frame construction. The finished floor elevation is 8.94, which is really located above the base flood elevation of 8. We're demolishing the covered carport and constructing an attached enclosed garage. We are placing a new front entry porch along 4th Street, as you see on this little site floor plan. The new pool with its water feature will be located at the southwest corner of the site. and we will be planting resilient native Florida-friendly plant buffers along the front and the sides of the site. Next, please. This plan is the existing floor plan, which shows in red what areas are going to be removed or rehabbed. We are removing all the jalousie, and there's a combination of jalousie and awning windows, and we're all replacing them with single hung. And we are removing the permastone cladding of the building, which was added in the early 50s. Next, please. The scope really is, as you see, is the new front entry porch, which it was there originally back in its day. We're enclosing like an attached garage addition to the right, as you see it, where the carport was. We're adding wood stairs leading to that little lovely side patio. We're adding pool and a water feature, a new bathroom, new upgraded kitchen, and new single hung impact resistant windows. Next, please. Our scope to the existing building is really keeping the roof structure, and it's going to remain, and we're going to reinforce it to meet the codes today. The existing asphalt shingles will be taken out, and we'll be replacing it with galvanized standing seam metal roofing. Next, please. We will provide a new metal standing seam roofing material, and we are keeping the existing roof structure, and it will remain and would be reinforced again to meet the Florida Building Code standards of today. Next, building elevations. Okay, as you see in the top is the existing north or front elevation along 4th Street. It used to be a front porch or partially a front porch. It was replaced with 6 awning windows and the dormer at the top. The bottom image is what we are proposing. We are basically, actually putting the wood, painted wood siding, metal roofing, wood columns on a stone base, which accentuates the new entry covered front porch. We are also putting new 6/1 single hung operable windows, stone chimney, which are really all consistent with the bungalow typology. Next.
Joe, this is Mickey. I'm sorry. I'm hearing from staff that we're very, very short.
Okay, then.
You just get to the renderings, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. Just get me to the rendering and our inspiration, which are the last 2 slides. Okay, there is a rendering basically viewing southwest from 4th Street, showing the wood cladding, which was there originally. Keeping the dormer, putting that front porch, and keeping with very light colors. Next. And this happens to be our inspirational images. Yes, hi, Nancy. Metal roof and wood columns on stone base, and a new pool with water feature located on the side yard of the property. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Debbie, can we have any discussion?
We have one member of the public, Daniel Seraldo, that would wish to speak.
Okay,
Daniel?
I'll be very quick. Daniel Seraldo, Miami Design Preservation League. We support this project. It's a significant improvement from the prior proposal, which had an insensitive multi-story addition, taking up a large part of the site. The rendering does show 1/1 windows in the front, but the architect confirmed it's really 6/1, which is more historically accurate. And congratulations to the architect and the owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Did any board member have any comments?
Can I make a motion right now?
Yes, we will need 2 motions, one for the certificate of appropriateness and one for the variance.
I am thrilled to ask for a motion to approve the entire project.
Okay, we'll go with the certificate of appropriateness first. Mr. Lopez is a second. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglas?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion for the variances?
I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Ms. Liebman. Was that Barry made the second? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
And Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Okay, approved.
You forgot me.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Finglass. I apologize. How could I ever forget?
And thank you all very much for squeezing us in. I really appreciate it. The owners will be very appreciative as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we need one motion to continue HPB 20-0420. This is 1036th Street to the November meeting.
So moved.
Move it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that was continued. And I just want to thank the board members. We did get through the vast majority of these applications. We are pretty much back on track. So thank everyone for that. Now we have a discussion scheduled for the remainder of the afternoon. This discussion was referred to the board by the City Commission. The City Commission did review a proposed ordinance for the Faena overlay area at their September 16th meeting. Again, this was a first reading review by the City Commission. They did pass this proposed ordinance, but they did want to refer the changes to the board to get a recommendation. Now, the second reading of the City Commission is currently scheduled for tomorrow, which is October 14th. We will be providing the commission a verbal update with regard to any recommendation the board wishes to transmit this evening. Just a brief summary. I think most of you are familiar with the proposed changes at this point. I know there has been a lot of public comment regarding these proposed changes, and I know the board has received a good amount of correspondence from both the property owner of the Versailles property as well as the condo association to the south of this of the Versailles, where the Saxony property is, the Faena House condo. The proposed amendments to the Faena District overlay include several changes to the setbacks, and also probably the most interested area of these changes includes an increase of height. The currently allowable height for additions in the Faena District overlay, as well as the RM3 zoning district. It's not just the Faena overlay, but the RM3 zoning district in this particular area of the city does allow for up to 200-foot additions to existing properties. This currently proposed text amendment would potentially allow for up to 250-foot height for additions. The proposed ordinance, as well as the City Commission report, was provided to the board, I believe a week or so ago, for your review. And again, this is discussion only. You are acting in your advisory capacity at this point, and you are welcome to discuss this proposal and issue any recommendations that you see fit. We are also going to allow for public discussion, as was previously discussed with the chair, for this particular item, because there are a lot of interested parties that would like to address you today. But if there's nothing else, Mr. Chair, I will leave it up to you how you would like to run this discussion.
Yeah, I think we should run it in a similar fashion to what we normally do for any project. Is that agreeable to everyone? Or does someone else have a better idea? I'm open to everything.
Okay, I know we do have presentations that were submitted. Mr. Andrew Dickman submitted a presentation, as well as Mr. Kasdan submitted a presentation. I don't see them currently in the public participation with their hands up, but we do have, I believe there are at least 2 other individuals that would like to speak.
We'd love to hear them, everybody.
Okay, let me just 1 second. I'll get the list of names.
Is there an end time? Are we ending at a particular time?
5 o'clock?
We can go no longer than 5 p.m.
And before we hear from the presenters, I appreciate Debbie's introduction to the item. I just want to remind the board that what's been referred to is a proposed code amendment. Any project, any application for a certificate of appropriateness would have to come back before you at a later date. What's before you today is a request by the City Commission for the board to weigh in and provide an advisory recommendation on a proposed code amendment. So this discussion today is on a legislative matter. It's not on the specifics of a project.
What I'd like to ask here. Am I on?
Yes.
Yes.
When you say we're only here to discuss a code amendment, are we going to discuss what the code amendment is going to do? This is the second time we have been faced with this kind of thing, where the commission has decided what to do with a code amendment. And lo and behold, the code amendment turned into many other things, additional towers. And I'm just wondering if we're going to discuss the whole thing, or we're going to just listen to what a code amendment is, because we're wasting our time if that's all we're going to talk about.
Nancy, you can discuss anything with regard to the pending code amendment, which has a component relating to height, has several components relating to setbacks. If you have any questions on the technical changes, you're free to ask staff. I think that you're going to be seeing a presentation by the developer. You will also see a presentation by at least one presentation by the condo association at the adjoining property. So you're free to ask as many questions as you'd like.
I have a question at the outset. So far, we've been talking about an overlay district and in a very general term. I guess I must be losing something here. Is this not specifically aimed at one particular building?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking our attorney, and because is there room for anything else other than one particular building? I don't. We're kind of beating around the bush here. I guess I don't understand.
Debbie, would you like to speak to that? I mean, I know that the overlay district was created to adopt regulations that would apply to several blocks in this district. The changes that are proposed now, every other component, as far as I'm aware, of the overlay district has been approved and constructed. So I believe the only piece missing is the Versailles. But Debbie, if you'd like to add anything to that, please feel free.
No, Nick, I think that's accurate. I don't know if Michael, I know maybe is more familiar with the legislation than I am.
Sure, I can comment on that. So the code amendment now would apply to RM3 zone properties greater than 70,000 square feet and containing a contributing building. So presently that would apply to the Versailles site. It would also apply to the adjacent Saxony site with the Faena house on it. However, as there's already construction on there, only the Versailles property could take advantage immediately of the proposed code amendments.
And I have one further question. If you don't want to answer it, I can understand. I don't understand. I have a degree in real estate, and we were taught about zoning to a certain degree, but is this called spot zoning?
No, it doesn't affect It doesn't affect uses whatsoever. Generally, spot zoning relates to, modifying a use for a specific property. This does not do that. It also does apply to more than one property, like I mentioned. It does also apply to the Saxony site with the Faina house.
But you said there's only one empty piece of property. So in theory, it comes down to one building, no?
At this time, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question here. The proposal didn't even think about that there was a preservation board existing in this city. It went from somebody or some people proposing a 250-foot height for a new building. We never heard about it until it had passed the commission in September, I think it was. And I don't understand how that happens. Why all of a sudden, when we have these big towers, are we being eliminated from even talking about them? It's as if they never existed until the deal happened. So can somebody explain why?
Ms. Lieberman, if I can just explain, that's the reason why.
Who's talking?
Michael Baluch. This is Michael Baluch. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you, that's why.
Sorry. So the city code does require that such amendments are reviewed by the planning board. It does not require historic preservation board review. However, the city commission understands that this is a very important issue, and that's why this was referred by the city commission to the historic preservation board. All items, even ordinances that come from the city commission, unless they're a private application, they must be referred by the city commission. So the city commission did refer this ordinance to the historic preservation board in order to get your review and recommendation on the proposed height increase. And now just to be clear too, that and this was made clear in the commission memo, as well as to the memo of the planning board. So even if the historic preservation board does not recommend in favor of the ordinance, and even if the city commission goes through and adopts the ordinance, it's still under the full purview of the historic preservation board to review the height and massing of the design of any new addition to the Versailles property. And even though the theoretical maximum height may have been raised, it's perfectly within your jurisdiction to require a lower height than what the maximum code requirement is. So one of the main reasons to get this before you is so that the developer could present to you the benefits that they see of allowing a higher height. And you'll see some drawings that what they'll provide. And I think one of the unique circumstances here too is that the Versailles Hotel was obstructed from the south by a 1955 addition for many years.
Excuse me. We're going to hear about that when we hear from the lawyers. I would like to know why we were not asked first. It would have prevented all of this time and effort for us to keep coming back and hiring lawyers and whatever. Why wasn't this brought to us first? And when you say that the city commission sent it to us, yes, they sent it to us, I think under duress. I didn't see that part, but it only came to us the day before it was going for second reading and being final. I do not understand why that's happening. And as a person who's been following preservation for longer than probably you're alive, I do not understand why we are being left out until the bitter end when there's nothing more we can do.
Nancy, I believe the planning director is going to be joining us and would like to address your question. But I would just add that that this is the board's opportunity to weigh in and provide an advisory recommendation on the legislation. So I recommend that the board I take up the commission's referral and feel free to weigh in on the merits of the legislation. I think we've been able to move Tom over. Tom, are you on the line? Let's see.
Yep, I'm here.
Is Tom going to answer?
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Tom. Are you going to answer the question I asked, or maybe you didn't hear it?
No, I'm going to answer the question you asked.
Good.
So under the code, just in terms of the broad issue with regard to Historic Preservation Board review of legislation, under the code, anytime there's a modification to Chapter 118, Article 10, those modifications have to be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board because they're specific to the Historic Preservation Board process. However, amendments to zoning districts under Chapter 142, even if that zoning district is located within a local historic district, they are not required to be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Board. The City Commission has, on a case-by-case basis, sent the Historic Preservation Board legislation for their review. They did that with the Raleigh, for instance, about a year ago. They sent you the proposed legislation that increased the height on oceanfront lots in the RM3 district, which affected the Raleigh. At the City Commission meeting on September 16th, where they considered this legislation at first reading, the Commission asked whether or not there was time for the Historic Preservation Board to review this proposal before second reading. And I indicated that there was, that the Historic Preservation Board actually met on Tuesday, October 13th, which is the day before second reading is scheduled. So they said, based upon that, they'd like to refer to the HPB to get their feedback, their input, and we will then present your feedback and input to the Commission tomorrow on the floor when this item comes up. Did that answer everything, Nancy, or did I leave anything out?
Well, that's what I know to be the fact, but is that logical that we have been called upon to come the day before the City Commission is going to, I hope not, approve that height?
Logic's hard to define, Nancy. I think that it's before you. I think there's an opportunity for this board to provide your input, your feedback clearly. It's not too late. I don't think that the Commission would have sent it to you unless they thought that your input was important. I do think that they are going to take it into consideration.
They were forced to by the opposition to do it. That's how that started. But that's aside from the fact. I'm not going to talk about it anymore until I hear from the rest of this community about this.
Thank you, Nancy, for your insightful comments. I greatly appreciate them and agree. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do see there are several people from the public with their hands raised. I think it would probably be a good idea to start with the two presentations, at least the two that I'm aware of. We have, I believe Neeson Kasdan is representing the developer of the Versailles property. And then we also have Andrew Dickman, who I believe is representing the condo association to the south of the Versailles property. So I see both parties do have their hands up. So if we could start with that, and then we can hear the remainder of the public comment and anyone else who joins who wishes to comment. I think it would probably be a good idea to start with the Ackerman. I think there's two participants from Ackerman with their hand raised. They can give you the presentation of the proposal. And then we can hear from the condo association.
And Mr. Chair, it might be a good idea at the outset, to decide how much time we'd like to allow for the presentations, so that we give everyone the same amount of time. So do you think, do you want me to set the clock at maybe 10 minutes each for maybe 10 minutes for the developer,
in fairness,
10 minutes for the
fairness, let's give them as much as we can afford given the time risk constraints we have. Start with 15. That should do it.
Okay, and then I'll ask you again as we get close to 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Ready, Mr. Chair? Can you hear me? Mr. Chair?
We can hear you.
Okay. Neeson Kazan Ackerman, we represent the developer of the Mon Hotel Residences project. I am going to give a brief introduction to the two experts who will be speaking, Richard Heisenbottle and Alex Garvin. But I want to set a little bit of context for this. First, this will facilitate the development ultimately of an Amman Hotel project. These changes to the Faena Overlay District will help facilitate that. And that is extremely important to the city of Miami Beach because it's the finest hotel brand in the world, good for the city to do this. More importantly, I want to focus on the legislation, which is if you look at, as Rich Heisenbottle will present to you shortly, the Collins Waterfront Historic District between 29th Street and the Fontainebleau Hotel, including the parcels in the Faena District, you will see that they all have similar characteristics, about the same size, 70,000 square foot lots, with streets on three sides, north, south, and Collins Avenue, the beach on the east side. The Saxony parcel is a little bit larger, and they all contain significant historic structures. And you will see how the proposed legislation, both in terms of relaxation of the setbacks and allowing increased height, provides for better planning for these important waterfront lots with historic structures. First, you'll hear from Rich Heisenbottle, who I think is all well known to you, the foremost historic preservation architect in South Florida. And that will be followed by Alex Garvin. You have received Alex Garvin's curriculum vitae. Alex is one of the most prominent and distinguished planners in the United States. He has taught urban planning at Yale for the past 54 years. He served on the Planning Commission for New York City for 10 years. He has written numerous books and texts on urban planning, including the seminal text on urban planning, American City, What Works, What Doesn't, now in its third edition. And among his many, many responsibilities over the years, he was in charge of design, development, and construction for the rebuilding of Lower Manhattan after 9/11. So I would like to now turn it over to Richard Heisenbottle, to be followed by Alex Garvin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Rich Heisenbottle, FAIA, with offices at 2199 Ponce Boulevard in Coral Gables. And for those new board members that may not know me, I want you to know that for the past 33 years, I've run one of the largest historic preservation architectural practices in the Southeast United States. And as part of that practice, we've restored virtually everything from the one-room schoolhouse to the 250-foot tall Freedom Tower. Today, my firm is honored to be the preservation architects for the historic Versailles Hotel, soon to be part of the prestigious Amman Hotel brand, but a property directly affected by the proposed amendments to the Faena Overlay District regulations. Can I ask and make sure that that we have slide number 1 up on screen, please?
Can you make it louder?
Yes, we will be doing my level best. And interrupt me again if you can't hear me. I'll make sure that I am louder. So today I'm not here to discuss the architectural merits of either the Versailles Hotel restoration or the new residential construction, but rather to discuss the advantages of the proposed legislative amendment and how that amendment represents better planning, how better planning makes for better architecture and better historic preservation. The city planning staff has already explained their proposed amendments to the Faena Overlay District regulations. The increase in height as an option for a new residential building from 200 feet to 250 feet, provided that front setback is increased from 50 feet to 75 feet as measured to the balconies. And also a reduction in the north and south side yard setbacks to allow for the restoration of the historic Versailles Hotel and allowing for the reconstruction of the original Gulfstream dining room, and to further allow the adjoining residential building to be placed further away from the historic hotel. Go to slide 2, please. Before we go any further, let's have a closer look at the Collins Waterfront Historic District stretching along the Atlantic Ocean and in between the Atlantic Ocean and Indian Creek from 24th Street to 44th Street. This is Mid-Beach, Hotel Row, with over 110 contributing historic buildings, many with additions and new construction sitting side by side. Go to slide 3, please. Although the current zoning regulation limits new buildings to 200 feet, you may be surprised to learn that it was not always that way. Originally, the maximum height was unlimited. Then in 1997, it was changed to 250 feet for smaller properties, 300 feet for larger properties. It wasn't until 1998 that it was reduced to 200 feet. Slide number 4, please. This has resulted in several buildings in the district that are actually taller than 200 feet. The Atlantis, 274, the Marisol, 285, and the Latour, 285. Go to slide 5, please. While each of these is taller than the 250 feet or proposed here, none are perceived negatively by the neighbors or the residents in the city. Go to the next slide, please, 6. They all sit comfortably, modulating up and down along Collins Avenue's architectural skyline. One of the characteristics, go to the next slide, please. One of the characteristics of the Versailles property is that it has 2 public rights-of-way of over 100 feet wide on both the north and south side. In fact, the right-of-way on the north side exceeds 250 feet. And other than the large public right-of-way dimension, the property size is consistent with others in the district, 200 feet wide north to south. Note the setback requirements that the current zoning regulation requires. 16 feet from the pedestal on the north and south sides, and 31 feet from the tower setback on the south side. What does that do to an architectural designer? It leaves he or she only 74 feet of buildable width, and that is if the tower, if it doesn't get any variances, and that is if a new residential tower is jammed right up against the Versailles, something none of us find acceptable. So the question today that we should be asking ourselves is, what is the best way to develop additional FAR? And some of us think that there's a lot of advantage to what city staff has proposed. Let's go to slide number 8. Let's look at some of these properties in the district and see how other properties in the district have dealt with additions and expansions of the historic hotel. You're having a look at the Cadillac and the Crown, all with additions attached and placed just about everywhere but in front of the building. FAR crammed in every available space. Go to the next slide, 9. The new building height may not have exceeded 200 feet, but the zoning law certainly did not encourage good design or good historic preservation practice. Go to the next slide, please. Did this massing meet the criteria of Secretary of the Interior Standard number 9? Was it compatible with the massing, size, and scale and the architectural features? I think the answer is, of course not. It's a definitive no. Let's go to slide 11. Now let's have a look at the Caribbean Hotel, only a few blocks away on 37th Street. How did that architect deal with additional FAR? He built a wall extending from the front setback to the rear setback. He obstructed the southerly and easterly views to some extent of the historic building. Let's go to slide 12. And to some extent, even the front facade is obstructed as you travel down Collins Avenue. What do you think of the impact of this scheme had on the historic building? Did this massing meet the criteria of Standard 9? Go to the next slide, please. You can hardly see the historic building because the two are blocked by the rectangular tower. So ask yourself the question here. How are the current zoning regulations working out for you? This is what your zoning law dictates. Was it, remember the old saying, what's the old saying? If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, don't expect a different result. So what I'm suggesting is that maybe you should consider a little more flexibility in your zoning regulation if the end goal is better historic preservation. Let's go to slide 14. Now, many of you know that there has been a long history of trying to move the restoration of the Versailles Hotel forward. Multiple schemes have been proposed by multiple architects over the past 10 years, and nothing has gone forward. The building sits vacant and derelict. At least 2 of these schemes have been approved by this board under the current zoning regulations with some variances. What have these designs resulted in? Let us have a look. In 2011, the board approved a scheme to convert the hotel to a condominium, and the approved FAR was the same as it is today, about 220,000 square feet, and the new construction was only 127 foot tall. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. What do you think of the impact of this scheme would have been on the historic Versailles? Did this plan meet the criteria for Standard 9? Did it protect the historic integrity of the property and the environment? In my professional opinion, the answer to this question is a resounding no. But why not? The new construction was, after all, only 127 foot tall. But it does not provide the breathing space for the historic building. The FAR has taken up every bit of available space on the parcel. Let's go to slide 16. In 2014, the board approved yet another scheme, the currently permitted scheme, with a 200-foot tall residential tower. Much like the Caribbean Hotel in previous photographs that I showed you, the new construction creates a wall from the west setback to the East Ocean setback, and without a variance, the scheme could not possibly have been approved. Go to the next slide, please. The new front facade aligned roughly with 5 feet back from the front facade of the Versailles. And while this scheme did not obliterate the south and east facades as the prior scheme did, it certainly does a lot to obstruct the view of the historic hotel from the south. It also demolishes the significant design element Roy Francis' original design for the Gulfstream dining room. Let's go to slide 18. Did this design and massing meet the criteria of Standard 9? Was it compatible with the massing size and scale and architectural features? Did it protect the historic integrity of the property? And once again, I'm going to tell you the answer is no. And then, of course, the question is why not? The new construction was only 200 foot tall, the same height as the Versailles. Go to the next slide, please. What does this analysis of existing regulations teach us? Does it teach us anything? It certainly should. It teaches us that building height is not the only measure of architectural compatibility. It is only one small measure What about encouraging greater building separation? Don't allow yourselves to be fixated on height alone. What it has taught me is that limiting height and increasing setbacks has done little to help fashion compatible new buildings in the historic district. Go to slide, are we on slide 19? Go to the next slide. What happens if we fashion a design based upon the proposed amended zoning criteria? Does that proposed criteria provide the architect with the necessary flexibility to come up with a more sensitive and appropriate design solution? The answer is, you bet it does. And that's part of what you're looking at right now. Well, we again,
Mr. Chair, we just hit the 15-minute mark.
Yes, move on.
Would you like to allow additional time, or how would you like to proceed?
Could you kindly grant me another 7 minutes, please? I'll tie a ribbon around this and make it very worth your while.
That includes
How about 5 minutes? Because we'll be here.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'd like to ask. We are only here until 5 o'clock. Is that true? Yes. How are we going to hear from the public? How are we going to hear from the opposition? This is being taken up all this time.
Okay, give him 3 more minutes, and that is it.
Good.
Okay.
Let's go to the next slide and see what impact this has had. While we don't want to focus on the Kingo Kuma architectural design today, Kuma has gone 3 steps further than any of the previous architects to fashion a more compatible volume. The first 55 feet, go to the next slide, please, as an unprecedented 106-foot front setback from the supporting columns and 135-foot setback to the mass of the building. Go to the next slide, please. Yes. The distance separation between the buildings varies from 29 feet to 39 feet, opening up a clear view of the south side of the historic property. Please have a look at the next slide. The difference in the setback that you see here is over 25 feet more, exposing the entire southern elevation of the Versailles Hotel. So once again, you can see that the additional setbacks makes all the difference in the world, essentially tucking the building in between the Faena House and the restored Versailles. Each of these design advantages that are part of this legislative change, each diminishes the residential building's impact on the Versailles, allowing a more elegant architectural aesthetic. This is how better planning allows for better urban design, better architecture, better historic preservation. I urge you to vote to recommend the adoption to the City Commission today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we could just have Professor Garvin speak for about 3 minutes. His presentation will not be long.
Okay, 3 minutes, thanks.
You could go to the next slide.
Go to the next slide.
And leave it. Just leave it. And leave it there.
Go to the next slide as well and bring Professor Garvin.
Okay, we're going to halt the slides.
Richard, are you requesting that Alex Garvin speak? Because I do see him in the list.
Yes, we're requesting that Alex Garvin speak.
Okay, PJ, can we move Alex Garvin over?
And move through the rest of the slides, please.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Next.
Let me explain. I have practiced, researched, and taught and written about urban planning over the course of my 54-year career. It has been an experience that has given me the key to good urban planning, especially in the context of planning for new construction next to historic structures. And it is to provide flexibility that's the most important. Flexibility from what are often rigid zoning frameworks that do not relate to the context of historic structures. I have reviewed the characteristics of the Faena district and the Collins Waterfront Historic District, and I believe that from the proposed ordinance that it provides the necessary flexibility for better urban planning solutions in the Faena district. And I say that from the perspective of having voted on more than 500 historic district applications in New York City as a member of the Planning Commission. The additional height here, which will be imperceptible to people on the ground, will allow for better disbursement of the mass of the new building next to a historic structure, providing the opportunity for better views towards the historic structure. In my estimation, the worst planning outcome would be to suppress the height of new construction next to historic structures to the height that is lower than the historic structures. Doing so would force the mass of the new building to spread throughout a particular property, blocking more view of historic buildings from more angles than if a taller, more compact building were thoroughly designed and planned. As Richard Heiselbaum has explained in detail, there are examples nearby in the Faena district that illustrate the issues with suppressing height for new construction next to historic buildings. Finally, it is essential to recognize that historic preservation does not occur in an economic vacuum. The expense to preserve historic buildings is paid for by the ability to develop new buildings around the historic buildings at a profit. Not only does the preservation of historic buildings benefit from new construction, the local government receives fiscal benefits in the form of new jobs, both during construction and permanent jobs, new annual property and resort taxes, and building permit fees. And in this particular case, the developer who is lined up to develop under the proposed ordinance is a hotelier of the utmost luxury brand, which would create low impacts to the city while generating large fiscal benefits and elevating the profile of the city. I thank you for your time and turn you back to Nielsen Kasten, who will conclude.
Mr. Chair, 3 minutes are up.
Okay, that's it then. Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we should hear from Andrew Dickman, who is representing the Condo Association to the south.
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like to allow for the Faena House contingent?
Well, is this Mr. Dickman?
Yes, sir, yes. It is.
Okay, they should have, how many more speakers are there?
Mr. Chair, I have my client, Thomas Stern, and also we have an expert with us. So I will just hit on some of the legal issues and then let them go into
we need to make sure that you have time to speak, but also members of the public other than you have time to speak. And we have to be finished by 5 o'clock, which is 1 hour and 5 minutes. And then we have to have time to discuss it, our discussion, which is the most important part. So you have a limited amount of time and you need to squeeze your comments into that time. Thank you.
I'm going to do that. Thank you very much. I'm Andrew Dickman, Dickman Law Firm. I represent Thomas Stern individually and the Faena House condominium at 3315 Collins Avenue. As I said, Mr. Stern will be on the line after me or quickly after me, and Steve Abdikov will be our expert. I'm just going to hit some real quick highlights so that we can move on to them. Number one, you're hearing about this new flexibility development approach, which equals flexibility to make more money. You have dealt with this with the Raleigh. This is absolutely going to be a new new phenomenon that you're going to have to deal with. And I believe very strongly, even though staff will tell you the opposite, that your code under powers and duties says that you shall review all amendments to this code affecting historic preservation. This has a contributing property on it. It's within a contributing district. And as long as these types of new development processes of amending the overlay districts are going to start falling into your lap, you need to be in the loop, not at the last hour, but early on. Because at the end of the day, you all are going to have to be dealing with the problems that are being created by this legislation. The other one will be the spot zoning issue. I don't believe Michael's a lawyer, but maybe he is, but they are dead wrong about that. I'm not going to get into details about it, but this is certainly affecting only one property with this legislation. And I want to correct, the Saxony is not part of my client's property. It is separated, and it does not have the ability to have the benefit of 250 feet, if you would call that. This is just for the development on the Versailles Hotel. The other issue has to do with the purpose and intent. I know that staff, whenever you have a zoning district and you have your underlying zoning districts, and I believe you have 12 or 14 overlay districts throughout the city. Some of them are historic in nature. All of them have, at the very beginning, a section called purpose and intent. That section has the fundamental weight of law. The purpose and intent of the Faena District Overlay District was specifically to limit height. This, again, carries the weight of law. The staff has made light of this, and I'm telling you, it's something to be considered. I know a court will consider it. You should certainly question whether you can control, once they have the entitlements for 250 feet and other relaxations, flexibility. I think you should very seriously consider whether you really do have the power to control these upzonings. I know staff has told you that, hey, don't worry about it. You know, you'll have the power to control all this when you get it. I would be very concerned about someone challenging you on that issue. And if it is true, then why not force them to separate, do the same kind of design at the 200-foot level? If you have that much power, then you should be able to make them design a building that achieves all the things that their expert says, but at a lower height. So those are the legal arguments that I wanted to make. I do want you to press staff and the city commission into answering the question why you have not been in the loop on this. We actually worked extremely hard to get this in front of you on the last hour. I believe you're going to be seeing more of these types of development approaches to changing the code because they can't get variances. And it's a very sad day to see the city, who has fought so hard to preserve its historic resources, to be in these situations like it was with the Raleigh. And very soon you're going to be seeing applications for this project, and you're going to be fighting over 250 feet, and it's not fair to you. So let me rest with that. And Steve Abdicom is on the line. He's our expert, and my client, Tom Stern, will be there as well. Thank you for your time, and please send a resounding no to the City Commission with a vote. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Mr. Chair, I believe Stephen Advikoff is going to present for Mr. Dickman's client.
Let's move on. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board. I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet for all due respect. So just for the record, Steve Abdikoff, Heritage Architectural Associates. I'm a registered architect in the state of Florida, multiple states, bachelor's degree in architecture from UM, master's degree in architecture or historic preservation from Columbia University. In my experience, meets federal qualification standards in architecture, historic architecture, and architectural history. Also want to note for the record that I'm a 26-year resident of the beach. I've owned property on the beach for 25 years, and my kids were raised on the beach. I qualify as both an expert and a stakeholder. If you could get on the PowerPoint, please, I appreciate it, which was submitted. And you can just see some examples of our work in South Florida, all historic preservation based, as well as in analyzing buildings for criteria for.
Sir, if we could skip this, we've seen this three times.
Yes.
And move on to save time, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Just an overview of the FINA district. My firm and I, we completed a thorough review and we prepared a report which was submitted to you, which provided our findings clearly. In our expert opinion, the proposed revisions to the FINA district overlay ordinance, including the proposed height increase to 250 feet, and including the inappropriate siding that will envelop the Versailles with shading, should be clearly rejected. Next slide, please. The stated purpose of the district overlay was to allow limited flexibility of uses and limited increases in heights, not 50 feet, but limited increases in heights because of the common ownership and operation of properties within the district overlay. Next, please. You can see the details here. Pretty much allows heights up to 250 feet in the district on RM3 zone ocean fronts with an area greater than 70,000 square feet, also with a historic contributing structure. Additionally, any building over 203 feet in height must have a 75-foot setback from Collins. Next, please. The Versailles Hotel property obviously is located on this site. It's located within the FINA district overlay, and it's also located within the Collins Waterfront Historic District. It's constructed in 1940, designed by Roy France, and it is a contributing building. Thank you. Next, please. I think it's important to note, you can see the location of the subject property here in the midst of the Collins Waterfront Historic District. And I think it's important to note that there is nothing of no buildings 250 feet height in the area of the historic district near the FINA district overlay. In fact, according to the staff report that was prepared for the planning board hearing on August 25th, quote, the proposed height increase from 200 to 200 feet may be out of scale with the surrounding historic neighborhood and oceanfront properties, as the maximum height of existing buildings along the oceanfront corridor does not exceed 200 feet, 203 feet for several blocks to the north and south of the FINA district. The closest property with a building over 203 feet is located at 42nd Street to the north and approximately 27th Street to the south. Additionally, this part of the historic district contains the highest concentration anywhere of the work of Roy France. He is previously credited by the Miami Beach Planning Department with virtually creating the mid-beach skyline with 7 surviving pre-war Art Deco and streamlined buildings located between 30th and 40th Streets, including the Versailles Hotel. Therefore, this proposed increase in allowable height to 250 feet in the FINA district overlay would clearly adversely impact the integrity of this area of the district. Next, please. Now, you guys are the Preservation Board, you understand, but obviously, clearly, anything is subject to compliance with the Secretary's standards. And we're going to get into that a little bit later down the road here. Next, please. Just as was presented, we're going to talk a little bit about the history here. In 2011, there was a certificate of appropriateness that was issued by your board within this district for the scope of this building. It was 117 feet in height, and it was approved. It's compatible, clearly you can see in scale, and it's located to the rear of the building. Next, please. If you can back that one up, I just want to go, thank you. In 2014, the HPB approved a COA that included a 16-story building that was shifted towards the front, but it's now 203 feet in height. Next, please. And now you can see clearly, based upon the information that was presented to the Beach Planning Board on the 25th of August, as well as the City Commission on the 16th of September, what graphically the effects of the proposed height increase clearly are manifested. Renderings depict what this 250-foot height would look like, and particularly how it would dominate and dwarf the Versailles. Next, please. Let's take a look at the site planning here. We've heard a lot about planning. In this instance, the westernmost possible new construction is shifted and planned 14 feet to the east of the 75-foot setback. This shift to the east will cause extensive shadowing of the Versailles, a building that was designed specifically to be seen and viewed in subtropical sunlight, and it will loom over the boardwalk and the beach to the east. You know, it's jammed right up against the Versailles. The shifting allows that to happen, and that's exactly what's happening. Next, please. Now, we don't need to look at what has been done at other hotels, as we've seen in the previous presentation. All you need to look is this rendering right here and see what's being proposed. The allowable new construction with proposed height increase to 250 feet would be out of scale very clearly with its surroundings and would dwarf the historic Versailles. Next, please. You can see here how the shifting to the east and to the north of that building eliminates the visual separation of Versailles from the adjacent construction and towers over it. Next, please. You can just, once again, a view looking towards the southeast, the scale of that. And once again, we prepare these renderings so you could benefit and see the views from the pedestrian level, not from a bird's eye level. Next, please. So again, from the east, you can't even see the Versailles there. Next, please. And the view looking to the southwest from the pool. Clearly overwhelming in scale and non-compatible. And not in terms of the massing, it doesn't even relate to the building as well. Not just the scale, but the massing as well. Next, please. You know, we put together some solar studies to show the shadowing. This is the summertime. Next, please. The equinoxes. Next, please. And the winter solstice. So this shows the Versailles, a building designed to be seen in the subtropical light of South Florida. It's going to be enveloped in shadows cast by a 250-foot building during most of the day at winter solstice. You know, Roy France, as we've heard, who's the architect of the Versailles, stated, "Let in the air and the sun." That's what the people come to Florida for. Well, Mr. France could leave his sunglasses at home if he were to visit Versailles if this thing was built during this time. Next, please. The Secretary of the Interior Standards number 9. You guys know this. I'm just going to focus on a couple of key words here. Compatible with the massing, size, scale. Protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. Clearly, the proposed height increase to 250 feet, the massing, and the placement are not in compliance. You don't need to be taught anything about planning or anything like that. All you need to do is take a look at the renderings, which we just showed you, and you can see it for yourself. This is not compliant. Next, please. So just to conclude, and thank you for your time, there's been much reference to the game of chess as a metaphor for the lofty aspirations of the Faena district. However, what these renderings and what their philosophy clearly illustrates is this game clearly overwhelmed historic Versailles, and the surrounding historic district are pawns in this game that are being used to justify increased height, FAR, and development. So Ms. Liebland, as you've stated in the past, preservation is not about saving buildings. It's about saving an environment and atmosphere. That's true. That environment of historic Miami Beach is now recognized around the world. That environment has been fought to be maintained for the past 50 years. After all, the battle to preserve the Deco District, a 20th century architecture, was ridiculed and actively resisted. This is another battle in that war. It is directly linked. The entire historic district is changing piece by piece, and more is coming. A statement needs to be sent to the commission that says enough is enough. The height will destroy the district. Board members, you have the ability to send that important message today. And I implore you to do so by making a unified recommendation to the commission to reject this amendment for the sake of all that has been done to fight for the irreplaceable character of the city by those who have preceded you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that insightful comment. Debbie?
If we want to go in order, the next speaker is Wayne Pathman.
2 minutes.
Wayne? I'm sure I'm not hearing from Wayne, so maybe we can go back to him. We can move on to Tucker Gibb. Tucker Gibbs, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tucker Gibbs. I'm representing the King David Towers condominium at 3411 Indian Creek Drive, which is adjacent to and immediately to the west of the Faena district. My client's focus today is the opposition to the applicant's request to increase the allowable height of the Faena overlay district from 200 to 250 feet. The height increase should be rejected because it's out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood and the city, because the Faena district was not created and designed with such a height in mind. The maximum height of oceanfront buildings do not exceed 200 feet for several blocks north and south of the district. The closest property with a building over 200 feet is approximately 5 blocks to the south and approximately 7 blocks to the north. The 3 buildings cited by the applicant as a basis for this change are not in the Faena district, are not near enough to the district to create any precedent for such an unwarranted increase. Also, the Faena district is characterized by buildings that are 203 feet and less in height, not more. The applicant has presented a proposed project, but your decision today, as Nick said, is not about that project. It is about the proposed changes to the Faena overlay district. Those changes could allow a number of different projects, not just this one. I would suggest that you require or you recommend to the City Commission that the applicant provide to you a building envelope drawing. They should provide it to the City Commission that shows the maximum project that could be built under the proposed amendments. So all of us can understand all the possibilities under these amendments, not just the applicant's pictures. For this reason, the King David Towers urges you to reject the proposed increase in height and to require a building envelope drawing as part of a new ordinance, if a new ordinance is warranted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Tom Stern.
Good afternoon. I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Finglass and members of the Historic Preservation Board. Given the importance of this issue on multiple levels, I'd very much appreciate extra time to present my remarks. My name is Thomas Stern, and I'm the president of the board of the Faena House Condominium Association, located at 3315 Collins Avenue, directly south of the Amman property and proposed development. I am also a full-time resident of Miami Beach. We have opposed this zoning code amendment to the Faena District Overlay at the Planning Board and at first reading of the ordinance at City Commission. I am pleased that the Commission agreed to our request to seek your advice before the second reading scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. We believe strongly code requires HPB review when a zoning amendment is sought within a historic district. I regret you are seeing this for the first time less than 24 hours before second reading. It's unfair to you as the city's experts in historic preservation and to the public. We are strongly opposed to the city's zoning code amendments before you today. The most egregious changes are increasing the maximum height from 203 feet to 250 feet and expanding the Collins Avenue setback to lock in movement of the tower closer to the beach. All the overlay districts in the city start with a unique location and purpose section. It reminds us all of why an overlay is established and it should be followed. Section 142-867 of the City Code that established the Faena District Overlay in 2014 specifically states, and I quote, "The purpose of this overlay district is to allow limited flexibility of uses and limited increases in heights because of the common ownership and operation of the properties within the overlay district," end quote. In 2016, this board approved a 203-foot tower on the site of the historic Versailles Hotel. Our owners understand that a 3 feet increase in height granted at the time was limited, and other approved variances were modest and palatable. The request for an additional 47-foot increase in height, now sought by changing the city code, however, is hardly limited. The 250-foot tower is completely out of character with the Faena district. It will dwarf the Versailles Hotel. It will reduce the privacy and quality of life for Faena House owners. It will cast an even larger shadow on the public beach. And shifting the tower 23 feet east and closer to the erosion control line is hardly in the best interest of Faena House owners or the public. The argument that shifting the tower further east will open the view field from a block or two away when driving up Collins Avenue, we find a convenient rationale to advantage the developer. Why is the view when driving up Collins any more important than the view when walking north on the beach or boardwalk? The Versailles will be completely blocked until beachgoers and pedestrians are directly behind the rear facade. Furthermore, is the encroachment of this new building on the rear facade of the Versailles an enhancement to this unique historic structure? But there's an even more significant issue at stake here. Seeking these proposed legislative amendments is a complete circumvention of your board's powers and duties as guardian for the historic preservation of Miami Beach. The existing land development regulatory process requiring a 5/7 vote by the HPB for the many tailor-made variances being requested could now very well be achieved through legislative codification, marginalizing your board's full and unfettered review of this project. The HPB approved a project for the restoration of the Versailles and a new tower in 2014 and again in 2016. In 2016, you granted approval for a 203-foot tower with a 65-foot setback from Collins Avenue. Why should the standards and allowances be any different today? What has changed? At 203 feet, with the currently approved variances, the developer has the ability to build their tower and restore the Versailles Hotel now. As you well know, the developer of the Raleigh sought and had approved a change in zoning legislation to build up to 200 feet. Following the legislative passage of the 200-foot height increase, your board, with significant and difficult debate, approved a project for 175 feet. The same is happening before you today, except this developer is seeking a legislative change allowing for a 250-foot new tower on the Versailles Hotel site. As previously stated, the Versailles Hotel project is already approved for 203 feet, 28 feet higher than the 175-foot tower you approved for the developer of the Raleigh. The focus
Mr.
here
Stern,
should not
I gave you 5 minutes. Do you need additional time? And if so, I'd like the chair to let me know how much he's willing to entertain.
1 minute, please.
How much longer do you need?
1 minute, sir.
1 minute is. That's it. Thank you.
The focus here should not be about the Almond. The proposed amendments are a legislative change, not the review of a particular project, company, or brand. You are the board that is fully empowered and that Miami Beach residents rely upon to protect our historic sites and districts. These proposed zoning amendments are destroying the integrity of the historic districts for which you and your predecessors have worked so hard to preserve. It is your tireless efforts that have brought world renown to the historic relevance of Miami Beach. The proposed zoning amendments and recently passed ordinances increasing height for properties such as the Raleigh have been eating away at historic districts piece by piece. I encourage you to send a strong message to the City Commission that to continue down this path will forever change the character and uniqueness of the city's historic districts. I therefore respectfully request that with one loud voice, in the strength of unanimity, the HPB not recommend the proposed amendments for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. Debbie?
Our next speaker is Kristen Rosen Gonzalez.
Hello, Kristen. How are you?
Hello. Thanks, Nancy. Nancy, come on. Members of the board, doesn't this feel like deja vu? How much does this developer care about historic preservation if they ignored the body, like Nancy said, bypassed you and went straight to the commission without your opinion? This developer fought so that this item was not even referred or heard by you. What does that say about their intentions? The plan is awful. Have you seen it? It has a guardhouse. To the developer's architectural experts like Mr. Heisenbaum, I would say there are certain circumstances where bigger is better, but guess what? This isn't one of them. This architect doesn't even live in Miami Beach. That said, I'm pleased to be at this hearing today and grateful that the commission referred this because at the Raleigh hearing, each of you said that the next time a text or code amendment like this one came up, you were not going to make the same mistake twice. We lowered the heights in 1998 because as a city, we realized that it was ruining our beautiful skyline. With the Raleigh, you voted in favor of the height increase because there was not resident opposition. But this time, residents are here to voice their opinions loud and clear. And hopefully, this time, the HPB will listen to the residents in the surrounding buildings and preservationists and send a strong message to the commission that holding historic hotels hostage in exchange for height is not how we do business in Miami Beach. It might be how things are done in other countries where residents are afraid to speak up, strong voices are silenced, but thank goodness we are in the United States, in Miami Beach, and together we can send a strong message that while they're welcome to build this Imam project and bring this world-class hotel to our city, they will also have to follow U.S. Secretary of Interior's guidelines and not ruin the feel or context of the entire site in order to restore the hotel to its former glory. I said it once and I'll say it again. You should not have to ruin something in order to save it. Barry, Scott, Jack, Kirk, Rick, Nancy. This time we can stop it before it's too late. No more casting shadows on our beaches. Just save Miami Beach like we did in 1998. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Parker.
Hi, good afternoon, members of Historic Preservation Board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. As we all know, the Faena District has become the cultural hub of Miami Beach. Aside from the convention center, more arts and culture surround this district than any other part of our city. An investment into the painfully awkward vacancy that exists to the north and south of the Versailles Hotel will undoubtedly, powerfully, and positively impact the district, and furthermore will improve what the Faena visionaries initiated in the redevelopment of the area while preserving the very important integrity of the historic hotel. The Imam flag, being one of the most important and distinguished luxury hospitality brands in the world, I believe squarely aligns with our collective goals of repositioning Miami Beach as the residential and vacation mecca its reputation demands. It's important to continue to bring world-class institutions to Miami Beach. King Okuma will add yet another globally recognized artistic structure to our complex and meaningful skyline, which blends with a combination of many architectural masterpieces, including the soon-to-be renovated Versailles Hotel property. Relaxing the north and south side yard setbacks to allow for the restoration of the historic Versailles Hotel as a luxury hotel, giving its legacy the privilege and the determination to stand out the way it will, including the reconstruction of the original Gulfstream dining room, should be the goal. And I don't see how the request of the developer can be defined to do anything but further the interests of the Historic Planning Board. I'm in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Louis Rivalta.
Good afternoon. As you know, I am the architect of the project. Good afternoon to all. I'll be brief. Having the rare opportunity in South Florida, more so in Miami Beach, to minimize the base of a pedestal of a building is a lifetime opportunity that will be thoroughly missed by allowing, in my opinion, emotional public opinion to influence the board and commission an open mind with a pragmatic analysis, not to take into account compelling geometric facts and sensible shaping of volumes, which make for far better views of the Versailles from Collins Avenue. Excellent architecture and openness of the surrounding context. I think it would be a mistake. We all want the best for Miami Beach. We all are with the same intention, to take an opposing position to an additional 50 feet of height without increase of FAR, with probably the lowest density and intensity in the city of Miami Beach, would be, in my opinion, more of an emotional, subjective approach, which will miss an opportunity to establish a greater example how to sensitively use height of a building, massing design, to create light and air for a historic building, openness of the surrounding context, and not increase FAR and not increase density. If the main concern today with the vote is precedent creation, I believe this is a golden opportunity to establish an excellent prototypical precedent to allow a greater Collins Avenue setback for the benefit of the west and south facades of the historic Versailles and avoid taking a step back in Miami Beach architecture, historic preservation, and urban design. And I speak this with honesty, not as a self-serving statement, as the architect of record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Boitel.
Debbie, I think since we only have a half hour left, we need to talk about this ourselves.
Well, we have 2 more speakers, okay. Mr. Chair. I think you can limit them to 1 minute. Diana Boitel and Daniel Seraldo are the last 2 speakers.
I'll set it 1 minute.
Hello there.
Diana?
Yes, greetings to all distinguished members and the audience. I'll
speak very briefly. I've been enjoying Miami Beach for over 56 years. I'm almost a native. And like all of us, we've loved Miami Beach. I am a registered architect and love the forward thinking of its leaders. Miami Beach has been phenomenal in becoming forward thinking and creating all these wonderful areas. The Faena district, in fact, really revived that whole area. And this is the last piece of Faena, the last piece of the district. And what the Amman architects have designed there, I think is fabulous. I know that we're all upset about the height, but it's a trade-off, because with the setback, now the Versailles, which is the sensitivity of architects, we want to try to create a nice environment around and enhance areas around it. And by setting it back, the Amman architect has done that. He's created sensitivity towards enlightening more space and more direction to the Versailles, which is beautiful. And at the same time, the pedestal base allows this nice clarity and attraction to the beach. And you have sight lines, you have view lines, all these things.
Mr. Chair, 1 minute is up.
Okay, our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We oppose a height increase in historic districts in general, and this is no different. I actually had the privilege, I guess, of sitting through the last two approvals for this site in 2014 and 2016. There's actually a fully approved project that you saw that we all think is beautiful at 203 feet. There's nothing stopping these developers from building except themselves. And frankly, it's getting to the point where they're wasting our time and the public's time. And this poor Versailles building is stuck in the middle of what someone mentioned is like a pawn game. It's also not clear that with this additional height, that the actual width of this new building will be any smaller. So there's so many quirks to this that I don't understand. I wish Amman, this fancy brand, would respect Miami Beach and, come fit within our zoning like Faena did with all their other buildings at 200 feet, and just move on and get this project finished, the one that was already approved, or do something at 200 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Debbie, can we?
Yes, I don't see any other speakers.
Thank you. Who would like to go first? Okay, let me go first if no one else wants to go first.
I would like to go first.
And you would like to go first. You're senior to me by a lot, so you go first.
Do you want me to go first?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very short. Very short. You all got a letter from a gentleman named David Baber. He lives in Sarasota, but he has connections here in Miami Beach. He's a nationally recognized architect. And I just want to read you the one thing that he said that brought back my memory to what historic preservation is really about and how we are missing it, talking only about towers and FAR. He said, one of the nationally applied standards for development activity in a historic district is to make certain that the massing and the scale of infill development be consistent with and complementary to adjacent historic resources. And then he continues, the new building being proposed, the 50-foot structure, is completely out of character with the city and the area that is where it's supposed to go. We have not discussed anything in all the 2 years that I have been on this board, we have not really talked about how all of this goes with adjacent historic resources. All we talk about these days are FAR, raising the height, and how to get around and make some more money. I think it's time for us to go back and look at what historic preservation is really all about.
Thank you, Nancy. You sure you're done? You could have more time.
I didn't know.
Well, you're okay. Okay,
I didn't realize I can do it. Now, I'll add 2 things that I left out here.
Okay, no, that's fine.
That how he describes it. He said that not worth taking up the time. You need the time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy. I'd like to bring up a point which I think most of you don't realize, because if you haven't dealt in this business, you would not realize this unless someone pointed it out to you. I have had the privilege to travel all over the world. I've been to about 155 countries, and I have had the privilege once to stay at an Aman hotel. Because my partner is a travel agent and gets good rates at most places that I stay in that I couldn't afford otherwise. The Aman Group is no doubt the best hotel group in the world by leaps and bounds. But there's something you need to realize, that we're being sold on the idea that the Aman Group will do everything within its power to make this the most luxurious hotel and space in the world, when in reality, the reality of travel today and the travel business is these hotels change their monikers and change their backers very, very quickly. And in a year or two, it could be a Sheraton, it could be a Hilton, it could be something else. So please don't be fooled and don't be bought by the idea that the Aman Hotel is the central reason why tourism will boom in Miami Beach, because it may not be an Aman Hotel into the future. And we will wind up with just another ordinary brand. You can't count in this day and age with brands remaining. And the other thing is, I strongly feel, as I've spoken out many times before, 200 feet is more than enough height for any building in this city. We don't need 250 feet. The next overlay district, they might want 300 feet, then 400 feet, then 500 feet. It could be like the Burj Al Khalifa in Dubai and be a mile high. Where does it end? We need to speak strongly and say enough is enough. We have a 200-foot max, which we can also limit, because we have the final say on height. No one else does. We do. So please use our power properly and make sure that the skyline is preserved and not made like Aventura and Sunny Isles. This is our slippery slope. We've been started down, and we need to stop the slippery slope now. Thank you. Who else would like to speak?
I'll jump in.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this amendment. I heard someone say that this is sort of an amendment for a district. We all know that this is for one particular property. There may be other properties that could take advantage of it, but this amendment is being drafted for one particular property. When we heard the Raleigh discussion, at the time, I said, I think we made a mistake on approving an amendment without actually seeing what was proposed, because that was the same thing. That amendment was for a particular property. On this item, although they did not present to us, I did see the commission when it was discussed at the commission, and I saw what was being proposed. And in my opinion, what's being proposed completely overwhelms the Versailles Hotel. I think it almost looks like it's, I don't want to say covering the hotel, but it's like it's reaching over it. It completely takes away from the Versailles Hotel. I'm not in favor of the extra 50 feet. I wasn't on this board. I was not on this board in 2014 when the 200-foot height limit was approved. I don't even think that building of that size helps. I think that also has a detrimental effect on the Versailles Hotel. So again, yes, it always comes back to us, but if it's something that's going to come back to us that we're all not going to go along with, I don't see a need in approving or recommending for an amendment in terms of height. I know there were some variances or some setback issues there. I think we can talk about those, but as far as the height, I'm not in favor of recommending for that.
Does anyone else have something to say? Thank you, Scott. That was good. Do you have anything else to say, Rick or Max? Or yes, Rick.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think that this, intervention on the zoning code for a specific property is very strange. I do appreciate Richard's presentation from the point of view of the street front and the current zoning allowing buildings to press up close to the street, blocking views to the Versailles. So that leads me to believe that on the ground level, perhaps the zoning code should be more careful and actually more limited in the FAR. However, I don't think that translates into additional height. Particularly looking at the views that were presented today by the other gentleman, I don't remember his name, seeing just how close it is to the Versailles, it's striking, I would say that the building shouldn't be any taller than the Versailles. In fact, I would argue for the zoning code to be amended to highly restrict the FAR, particularly at the ocean front. I would say adjacent to, beautiful historic buildings like the Versailles, the setback at the tower should be respected by other neighboring structures. And if you want to go taller and thinner, like the Versailles does, designing a proper top for the building, I think that's more interesting, rather than just stacking more floors and more floors and more floors. I don't think that's elegant. I don't think it's graceful. I think it can be better. And I think that Amman would be great for Miami Beach. I think it's a good location for them, but I think that the design should be better, could be better, and it should be considered, not as a, zoning amendment, but, specific, design review. I think that's how I would approach it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Matt,
I'd like to speak.
Yes,
Barry.
Barry?
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. No, we don't need any more height. We don't need any more FAR. And I think it's up to us as a board when projects come before us that we don't let them get too close and we don't let them get too fat, like the Raleigh. We wanted the Raleigh to come down, but the Raleigh ended up just as nearly as fat as when it started. And that's the big problem. We need to hold the line. And if a building is a little taller to get, to fit in with its context, what we're reviewing, that's it. But increasing the height, I think it's ridiculous. When does it stop? There's that old saying, I don't know if it's true, but in architecture, I always heard Corbu came to New York and the first thing he said was, you need taller buildings, because he couldn't see the tops of the buildings. So, and look at New York now. I mean, it's just like, I don't want that we should not allow that postcard view of the ocean front to be destroyed any more than than we already have. And the precedent, they laid it out. The precedent has been, it went from unlimited to 300 to 250 and to 200, and now they want to raise it back up. No, I think, it's going in the right direction. Let's not keep making the same mistakes, but let's hold developers and architects' feet to the ground that you need to fit in with the surrounding architecture. It's about the context, not just your profit. No, I'll go away.
Never go away, please. We love you. Next.
That's okay.
Next.
Thank you. I agree with the points that Rick and Barry made, and I'm not opposed to height in general across the board. I think it needs to be a mitigating factor that we consider on a site-specific basis if they're, if it's offsetting, some other impact. I won't dwell on the height too much because I think we've talked a lot about that. There's an aspect that's in the commission memo that we didn't really talk about in the presentation or in the public comments that I wanted to emphasize, that the administration recommends that public benefits be explored for the project in order to further mitigate the impacts. And I think that's an important factor here because historic preservation and height limitations are a public good. And by allowing height increases, we're sort of conferring a private advantage on that. There needs to be something in the public's interest for this. And what's in the commission memo is a proposal about stormwater management and resilience measures, which I think are important. It's good. I guess that's what my seat on this board is here for. I don't think that's the only thing that matters in this case. I was surprised in the memo that with the conclusion, there was a recommendation to consider applicable and appropriate public benefits, but it didn't mention anything about historic preservation in there. There was affordable housing, also a great thing that I think we would be in support of, and additional resiliency and beach protection measures. But I think there needs to be more emphasis on, what do the people of the city of Miami Beach get in exchange for these, flexibilities. And there's just, I guess, a minor point that's related to that, but maybe not so minor, that one of the part of the case being made for this flexibility is that it increases the sensitivity to historic buildings, but I didn't hear any sort of consideration in the presentation about, we talked about expanding the floor plate for the Versailles to accommodate the proposed hotel operator. And that, along with that, when a demolition of the eastern facade, it would be, that's the type of trade-off that I would have expected to see. Well, if they can go higher, maybe that means you don't have to partially demolish the Versailles. So yeah, in conclusion, I'd like to focus more on the public benefits, before we can support this across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max, for that insightful comment. Debbie, now I think we should craft our motions because it might take a while.
Absolutely.
I think there's pretty much universal agreement here.
You need a motion?
Yes.
You need a motion.
To deliver to the board, to deliver to the commission.
Right. So what I've heard from, and by the way, I think the framing of the motion would be to transmit the HPB's recommendation to the city commission. What I've heard from the board is that for a number of reasons that the board is opposed to and would recommend against the adoption of the proposed amendment. I also heard from board member Max Litt that any consideration of this legislation should take into account the potential resiliency benefits identified in the memo. Debbie,
yeah,
is there
Nick,
anything
if
else
I could just clarify for the board. So I know we're focusing on the height, and I understand that is the major change that we're looking at here. But the ordinance does also address certain setback issues in terms of the previous projects that were approved. I think the last project that was approved received something like 15 variances. So part of this ordinance would also clean up some of the required setbacks, which would allow a new addition, no matter what height that new addition is, to actually be shifted much closer to the parking lot, where I think, when you see a revised project, we all agree that further any new addition can be away from the Versailles, probably the better. So I think Nick, you're right, to the point where I've heard there was pretty much unanimous opinion regarding not to recommend approval of the height increase. But if you did want to support some of the changes in the setbacks, then maybe that's where Max's suggestion about, well, if we are going to be more flexible, that the city commission try to factor in what public benefits could be available.
Can I add to it?
Sure.
You're saying sure to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I started out the day talking about the fact that we do not review these plans before they go to the planning board and all of the others. That's how we got involved in this mess in the first place. So I'd like to suggest that we add something about that to our amendment, to our proposal, to our resolution, yes. I was going to ask about that separately for consideration, but I think I would like to add it to the resolution that we're going to prepare. That would be my.
So Nancy, you're speaking more generally in terms of making a recommendation for any sort of height change within the historic district,
no,
separate and apart.
Not just height change, that all of the proposals come before our board with respect and not go to the planning board, to wherever else it goes, and the commission voting on it. That was almost an insult as to this board. So I would like that in there, or I'll make it separately. But I think if we think about today and we see what's happening, I think it needs to be expressed.
I agree.
What?
Well, do we have a motion? Nancy, we could do this as multiple motions, or you could roll it all into one.
I roll it all in.
I mean, I would recommend taking them separately. I think you want the board's the board's input on the code amendment to be as clear as possible. So okay. I would recommend taking them separately.
That's fine. So what do
you want to start with the ordinance, the text amendment that's before you today, and someone maybe propose a motion? And remember, it would be helpful, I think, if you just want to talk about the height increase, or if you also want to make a recommendation with regard to the other changes, which are primarily, I think, almost exclusively with setbacks. There's one other amendment that deals with the term grade and how grade is measured. However, the rest of the proposed modifications are setbacks, and there is also actually, a change with the parking requirement as part of this text amendment.
Debbie, with all due respect, I think all those other items should be lumped together and say that we support the code as it is, and these other changes should come up before us with specific projects that we can vote on. There are too many details here. You'd have a motion with 50 suggestion with 50 parts to it, which we don't have time now, since we only have 7 minutes to go over each one. The important things are the height, the sustainability, and I think those are the two most important, and the rest we should just say should come to us in advance to review and with specific projects. Because I read it and I can't visualize in my mind how about grades and things not related to a specific building. Everything should be looked at individually, in my opinion, and not lumped together in something like this.
Well, maybe I can help with that, because also in the letter that I read before, the architect suggested that we include height, massing, and scale along with compatibility. That was
good. That's a good one.
And Jack, I do agree with what you said. I think, although I'm more than willing to talk about setbacks, I think that gives them, we can consider different setbacks. It gives them more leeway to try to fit an appropriate building on that lot. But just like height, just like everything else, it's an amendment to the ordinance, and I think it's for a specific project. So I think we need to see, at least have a better idea of what they're proposing, how they take advantage of those relaxed setback requirements before we vote on it, or else we could be in the same position we were in during the Raleigh discussion. So I don't know how to phrase that into an ordinance or into a resolution. But I do agree with what you said.
Thank you. We need help, Nick.
I mean, it's up to the board, really. I mean, I think if you want to transmit separate recommendations on the different components of the ordinance, you can do that. You could recommend against the changes to the height, but, hypothetically in favor of the changes to the setbacks, how height is measured, the parking changes, or you could recommend against the adoption of the, of the entire ordinance. It's really up to the board.
I think what Jack said is right now we reject the ordinance.
Yeah,
okay. So if that's the case, then the motion would be to transmit a negative or unfavorable recommendation to the City Commission on the entire ordinance, and to urge that the City Commission not adopt it.
Correct.
And there'd be two other parts. One, that these changes in the future need to come to us in advance of consideration.
In a timely manner.
First. So, and that we need to include sustainability as a major requirement for any new project.
It should be for height, massing, and scale. That's what.
Okay. I think I would recommend that the board they are separate issues. I'm not saying one is any less important than the other, but I would recommend, since you were asked to weigh in on a code amendment, that you transmit a clear recommendation on that code amendment.
Then let's you stated it before.
We'll just keep it simple.
So the motion would be to transmit a negative or unfavorable recommendation on the amendment that was referred to you, and to urge the City Commission not to adopt it tomorrow at second reading. So would somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion was made by Barry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and seconded by Nancy?
Correct.
Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed to the motion? Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. Okay, and then as a separate matter, would the board like to transmit a recommendation on recommending that the City Commission refer future proposed amendments to the HPB for the HPB's consideration, if such amendments relate to, and I'm just drawing from my notes from what I think I heard from Nancy.
Including height, massing, and scale.
height, mass, if such ordinances would impact height, massing, and scale in historic districts. Is that right?
Yes, but before it goes to planning and commission.
Okay.
That's the end.
Debbie, did I understand the board's?
Yes, I think the motion would be to recommend that the City Commission refer any future proposed amendments that impact height, massing, and scale in historic districts to the Historic Preservation Board for review prior to Planning Board review.
And sustainability.
Okay, so to the point on sustainability, so in the recommendation,
it can be one of those words. It can add it to those words: height, massing, sustainability, and scale.
And when we say sustainability, are we saying legislation that would impact sustainability or resiliency, that would promote sustainability or resiliency? I just want to make sure we capture.
Let me tell you, my feeling on it is that we should be looking at these historic preservation projects first before they go to the other boards. That's how it's done in other circles that preserve buildings.
I think the motion pretty much covers that, because we would include that you're requesting to review prior to Planning Board, or we could say prior to, I guess land use would be the predecessor of Planning Board. Nick, is that accurate? Prior to Commission, Committee, or Planning Board? That would be the first step.
I think the motion was prior to Planning Board, but the board could certainly recommend that it take place at the same time that legislation's referred to land use. I mean,
I think that's
whatever your recommendation is.
I think that's a stretch, because land use is a place that residents go to express themselves. That's too general. When it gets to the Planning Board is when all of the poor interpretation starts to happen.
Well, right. When it gets to Planning Board, we actually have the physical legislation written in draft form. So right. You're right. I think that's probably the better time to look at it once there's a draft of something, not just, an open discussion. So again, your recommendation, it sounds like you would like it to say, you recommend that the mayor and city commission refer any future proposed amendments that impact height, massing, scale, and sustainability within historic districts for review to the HPB prior to review by the planning board.
If that sustainability part is intended to be based on the perspective I was sharing, I don't know if it really makes sense in there anymore. I think also for where we landed, there's not a lot of room for nuance in this. My point in bringing that up was that if our response to this was going to take the shape of like a more detailed take on the amendment, that because there's a discussion of public benefits on it, that needed to be further developed. I believe that's still the case. I just don't know how that works in a motion here. I think that it's almost at this point a separate consideration that when we're talking about granting a privilege of height increase, that there needs to be a commensurate public benefit with it. And that could be historic preservation, resilience, any number of other things. But I don't know that really,
I put it in there because you said it.
I think Max, I agree with you. It's kind of a separate discussion for another time. I understand where you're coming from, but I think just since we already passed a motion to recommend unfavorably for this current ordinance, that maybe maybe when these, if it's decided that these amendments will come to you for review, and maybe that's the point where we would talk about public benefit and sustainability initiatives for these types of changes. So I'll read the motion one more time. We recommend the mayor and city commission refer any future proposed amendments that impact height, massing, and scale within historic districts to the Historic Preservation Board for their review prior to planning board review.
That's it. That's fine.
Okay, so that's Nancy, that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Finglass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I see unanimous, no
Aye.
one opposed. Okay, that motion passes and we will transmit that as well to the City Commission. Thank you all for your time. I know it's been a very long day and your patience is greatly appreciated.
Debbie, 1 second. Just so everyone knows, this is not out of context because tomorrow I've been informed the commission is referring a height increase for Collins Avenue Art Deco District to the planning board. So you see,
Of course.
growing by the day. That's why we need to make sure that these things come to the HPB first. Thank you.
By the way, Debbie, are you there? Debbie?
I'm here, Nancy, but we have to wrap up.
No, I know. No, I just want to know, how do we get on to speak tomorrow at that hearing?
So there will be a Zoom link. It's a similar process as today's meeting. If you go to the city clerk's website, you can pull up the city commission agenda. That city commission agenda will have the Zoom link and phone number where you can call in. So you would have to actually, download the commission agenda for tomorrow's meeting, and then it appears, on the screen after it downloads. It will have the Zoom link and the phone number.
Can I just call Jessica?
You can. I'm sure Jessica would be more than happy to help you, or you can call me, and I will be more than happy to get that. So yes, Jessica and I are at your disposal, and that goes with all the board members and anyone from the public who is watching.
And so the board is aware that that item is scheduled to be heard at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
3 p.m.? Good.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm certain.
It's a time certain, so anytime at or after 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I guess it's time to sign off.
It's time to
Thank
go
you.
to sleep.
Thank you all.
Guys.
Have a
Good night.
nice evening. Take care.